Hey, how's it going, chat? My camera looked fine. I had to change it around yesterday. It always messes up when I get back. Yo, what's up, Villa? Actually, had a whole bottle of wine at lunch. Yeah, accidentally, same. I know that feeling, J-Car. Sometimes I accidentally eat a whole extra large pepperoni pizza. It's just like, whoops, and then it's gone. What's up, Riot? What's up, Captain? What's up, Ink? What's up, Dr. Noodle? What's up, Dream? Not good. Low regional registration left a lot of people out. Yeah, it didn't seem like there was really enough. What's up, Mamako? Yeah, it didn't seem like they really had enough spots, to be honest. For low regionals, it seemed like 720 was not getting into a European regional this year. Yeah, it might not work out this year, to be honest, because I might just not be able to get in through registration. What's up, Duffy? Yeah, it seems pretty tough, to be honest. It seems pretty tough. Tough for the Europeans. Hopefully they get better from here. I mean, I don't even know. Like, what is the... Let's see. Look at these regionals real fast. So, Lille Regionals is run by Tournament Center, and then Barcelona is run by 2022 Tournaments, which are the only two tournament organizers. The only two tournament organizers in Europe, it looks like, for European events listed. And I assume Europe's not getting any more events. Maybe they get like one more special event or regional announced later. I doubt it though. But I was gonna say maybe only one of the organizers so far has kind of been dropping the ball, but it looks like both of them. Yeah, because now we've had a registration open for each of them. Lille was Tournament Center, and then Barcelona was 2022 Tournaments. And both have been definitely lacking in the seats department or space department. So, low caps, unfortunate. Although I think people are... what I've seen a lot of on Twitter is like people going after the... I've seen a lot of people going after the... What have they been going at? Like the spectator spots be like, what is the ratio of attendance to spectator spots usually? It does seem a little bit high. Like Nico tweeted, every single TCG spot for Lille Regionals was gone in less than 30 minutes after registration opened. I think it was gone faster than that, actually. Good thing we have 500 spectator tickets and other side activities. Yeah, I don't know what the normal ratio of like spectator to, but like you need to have spectator passes for the... Well, actually, when you register for a junior or a senior, you get a spectator badge. I would assume you would, right? Like when a junior or senior registers, they get a spectator badge for their parent, right? I assume, or like anyone under 18 probably does. We had Jock Mock. That was our organizer, but it disappeared. No one knows why in 2021. Yeah, only one. Yeah, so that's like the thing. So like if the whole family shows up, then you might need multiple spectator passes there, obviously. So there needs to be spectator passes. I don't know if that's the correct ratio. I don't know what the ratio should be between competitors and spectator badges. Like, that's a discussion. But spectator badges existing isn't a bad thing. And then also like other things to do at a Pokemon tournament as well existing is also like a good thing. Like, I don't know, like it can't just be the players playing. We don't want to end up like Yu-Gi-Oh, where it's like they're playing on the fold-out tables, no stream, like all these other little things around the tournament besides just space for the competitors, like, is necessary. So I think it's like a bad argument. Like, obviously there should be more space for the competitors. It'd be cool to see the European TOs respond to the growth of the game in like a healthy fashion, but like spectator battles and stuff like should exist. Like all that stuff should exist. So unless you want to like literally just become Yu-Gi-Oh, where we just show up and only the players show up, and that's literally the only thing in the venue, and we're playing on fold-out tables with no tablecloths, and there's no stream, that kind of stuff. That picture, that photo that everyone was memeing on in like the finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh Worlds on Twitter. As we want to become that, like all these other things existing is like important for the growth of the game and stuff existing. There's probably some stuff that's a little bit silly, but like limit all those side spectator things to Friday and Sunday when the hall is empty. Separate spectator from parents, so parents just there with kids. Limit those side spectator things. No, that's just so silly though. Like the main convention day is like, it's not a convention, but like the main day when people are showing up and doing things and like hanging out is Saturday. That's like the main day. Like there shouldn't be a limitation on when side spectator things happen. Like all those things should exist in the same space. It's just also we should ideally get enough space so that the growth of the game isn't hindered. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there should be though. Separate true spectator from parents, or parents just there with kids. Upcharge Saturday. Maybe there should be though. Nah, Pokemon like Pokemon should definitely go in the direction, I think, that major tournaments should be more than just the tournament itself, and they should try to have as many other like things to do as they can. They had separate halls for side events versus main. That's fine, Boo, but that's just literally just getting more space. Like they could put VG in a different hall or whatever. That's just literally just the idea of getting more space. Like Fort Wayne just got more space, and they put some stuff in like a side hall. But you could put anything in a side hall. It doesn't matter. Like European TOs just need to get more space. It could be like it being a side hall doesn't mean anything, you know. Like at NAIC, the vendors are usually in a side hall as well. Like, but it doesn't matter or mean anything that something's in a side hall. It's the fact that the space needs to begin with. You know what I mean? Boo is here. Is it ketchup milk day? Yeah, I guess. Boo is here. I didn't like mentally prepare myself this morning for the ketchup milk. To be honest, I had kind of forgotten about it. I do have the milk still. I did get milk when I went to the grocery store last week, but it's in the fridge right now. Making a convention is better for sure. Yeah, making it like more of a convention style event is better for the growth of the game, I feel like, for sure. We don't just want to be like a tournament where it's just like a bunch of like, I think what the best way to say this, where it's like a bunch of try hard sweaty nerds and that's kind of it. And they're like you want like there to be other stuff there to like push the potential growth of the game, you know what I'm saying? I don't think anything will mentally prepare you for the mixture of ketchup and milk. Just the idea of knowing it's gonna happen is a pretty big PokeCon insert city here. Yeah, I think it's like trying to do more with it is better. Call me a nerd. We're all nerds. But yeah. And I'm the sweatiest of them. It's not too bad. Have you actually tried it? Also, more stuff to just bring in spectators who are not just parents is a good idea. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like last season I ran into multiple people who was like their first regional. They weren't even there competing. They were just kind of hanging out. So like having stuff to do for people who just want to show up and check out the event, I think is like a really big deal and helps the growth of the game. Now, what are the things, and are some things a little bit silly? I did read some of the things at little regionals that are maybe a little bit silly. So like the extra activities at little regionals are Pokemon themed arts and crafts. That's fine. Trading zone. That's fine. Retro gaming area. I mean, every like regional has a retro gaming area, right? I feel like everyone does. I think the retro gaming area is fine. I mean, I actually go there and play sometimes, to be honest. Learn to play area. That's fine. Photo booth. That's fine. Bounty hunting. I mean, I have no idea what that really is. Pokemon yoga. I don't know what that is. Go experience Leal featuring VV Pokemon Go. Is VV Pokemon Go like a content creator? Or what is VV Pokemon Go? I have no idea what that is. I thought it was maybe like a content creator or something. I don't know what VV Pokemon Go is. And more. Pokemon Yoga, I don't know about that. But like, is that really taking up that much space, you know? That it's like that big of a deal? I don't know, like having all these other little things around, and it's not like taking up that much more space than you normally wouldn't have either. So like, Um. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Pokemon Yoga is maybe something we can skip, but like, how much space is that actually taking up? Like, I mean, obviously, ideally in the next tournament, hopefully it's not there, and there is maybe that, but like, this other stuff is like, I don't think is a bad thing to have. Like I said, I ran into quite a few people last season who, like, you know, they were just coming to their first regional. They weren't even playing. They were just coming to check it out, and having things for them to like see and do and stuff while they're there, gets them more interested in the game and stuff like that. So all I'm saying is like, we don't want to become we don't want to become Yu-Gi-Oh. So I think it's like, ideally, like, there needs to be a higher cap. Like, they need to respond to the growth of the game better. But the stuff that is being complained about, I don't think warrants being complained about. Like, stuff like that. We should turn up there. Sprankles. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of oranges. We got plenty of lemonade. Top player should have a media day for sure. What do you mean, like, a media day? I don't think we're that big yet. I think the first thing that would come would be potentially Tio's having like Tio's putting together like a signing session with top players or something like that. I could see that being like the next step potentially to do, but please know this game is my escape from Yu-Gi-Oh. We're trying to stay away from it. The fact that Pokemon hasn't done LA yet till this season is kind of wild. Well, Worlds was in Anaheim not that long ago. I don't know. LA's got to be like super expensive. I don't know why anyone would want to go to LA. Would bigger venues lead to larger ticket prices due to higher rent? Well, no, not theoretically, because if you get more space and those people pay for the space by, if you get more space and then you have more people showing up, they're still paying. I don't think it would increase the price of tickets. Like, it's just like the players who would fill that space would pay for that space effectively. Game needs more media coverage. True, more news articles is a good thing for growth. Wait. Yeah, more news articles. The only news articles that ever happen in Pokemon are literally about the drama. That's it. Well, I mean, there's probably some positive ones around about Worlds, but it's always just about the drama. Yeah, I don't think bigger venues would lead to increased prices of entry fees, because like theoretically the people that they're putting in the extra space is paying for the space. Top players need to have some personality before we start giving them media days. True. Not wrong, Mamako. But it's not for everyone, so. But if you do want to get, having a personality is pretty important if you are someone who's like looking to get more out of the game by being a top player instead of just being a top player. Stuff like sponsorships and stuff like that. Thoughts on Lost Vacuum and Tina? Seems like okay. With orgs making their way into Pokemon, Pokemon media days are almost inevitable. But orgs are making their way into Pokemon, though. So thanks for the reply on Metafy, trying to figure out what works since kids in school. Most of the openings were midday or late, walking it over with my wife. All right, yeah, let me know. Take a look at it, Duffy, and then if nothing truly works out, let me know. And I can try and find some other time in my schedule to potentially open up. But yeah, see if something can work in my current availability. Yozul, are you caught up with Ahsoka? No. I've only seen the first 2 episodes still. I downloaded episode 3 and 4 to watch on one of my plane rides there or back, but then I ended up just playing Slay the Spire and sleeping instead. Dude, I become like obsessed with Slay the Spire. It's like I've only played with the warrior so far, and I got to like Ascension level 12, I think. I'm on Ascension level 12. I'm trying to get someone told me there were 6 Ascensions level, I think, at some point, so that's what I assumed there was. But apparently there's 20 Ascension levels, so we're grinding up to the 20 with the warrior, and then play the stream Spire one. I mean, maybe tomorrow, because PTCGO, well, no, we'll probably still be VOD review in Pittsburgh tomorrow. Actually, never mind. Where would we start when trying to get Pokemon included at our card show in UK? Who's good to pick their brains? I have no clue. Someone in chat might know. The pseudo random seed? Wait, what do you mean the pseudo random seed? Yeah, for sure, Galaxy. I mean, I'll catch up probably this week at some point. We'll see. We'll see what my time is like. Yo, what's up, Irish? Do I speak Spanish? No. Spires like Pokemon player routes. Yeah, exactly. Rather than being randomized each time. Oh, how does it work? You appreciate the 45 months there, Wizarina. I have no idea how the play the Spire uses a pseudo random seed to generate things like card order when shuffling the deck. So it's not true random. Interesting. I don't know actually what that looks like. I mean, it doesn't matter. You just kind of play to what you're drawing into, anyways. So it's not like that big of a deal. I feel like. What is a little like in Slay the Spire when you're going to like select the hero you want to play? Generate a string of numbers at the beginning of a run and uses that instead of total randomization. It's random enough. Yeah, it's still like close enough, right? What is that thing at the bottom left where it says like random seed? When you're about to start a run and you're selecting the hero you want, in the bottom left corner of the screen, so it says something like random seed, and you click on it and then you type a name in. What is that thing? What is that? Is that just like to add yourself to like the leaderboard or something? I saw it and I had no idea what it was. Everyone is sad. Yeah, I feel bad for the European players there, Benji. It's tough. It's tough. Hang on, give me 1 second. All right. You can see to me, you can basically play the same game as someone else, same map, same first card research. So someone might know a seed where you can get an insane relic earlier. What? Oh, okay. You'll push you 24 months there. Carrot sticks. Yeah. Sorry, I had to go. I had to go check. I thought I heard someone knocking at the door. We had to turn off the water's shut off right now. And someone's coming by to fix it today. So I thought they maybe needed something. Piece the prime sub there. Haha, toast. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all the tables. We got plenty of trees. All right. So today we're gonna be VOD reviewing Pittsburgh regionals. I don't know how far we're gonna get today, but we'll VOD review it over today and tomorrow. I think also PTCG Live is supposed to be down tomorrow anyways, so it's good for us to do it today and tomorrow. Have you seen the new Larry card on Poke Beach? Larry? No. Larry card. It also means that your decisions can affect how things get randomized later on. It's not inherently problematic, but I just like it as a game design. Art Larry from Raging Surf. Flip coin of head, search your deck for up to 2 Pokemon, put them into your hand. If tails, search your deck for a basic Pokemon and put it into your hand. And shuffle your deck. This card sucks. Larry might be one of the worst cards ever. Have I weighed in on whether Iron Hands EX ruins the game? I mean, we'll have to wait and see. There's like no one actually, all the people who think Iron Hands is terrible and is going to kill the game has no idea if it actually is terrible or will kill the game. They actually just don't know. They're just saying that. Now, is it possible that it's like going to be terrible, terribly overpowered? I mean, it's possible, but like, you remember when everyone was losing their mind over Turbo Patch? And then Turbo Patch was like good in Turbo Vikavolt, and that's it for like a month before rotation. Like, we just don't know. Like, we haven't played with the card. We haven't seen how the meta can evolve around the card. Like, Iron Hands could be broken, but the meta could evolve around it to the point where it's like, okay, it's like an okay deck, but there's a bunch of other cool decks to play now because Iron Hands like limits other options. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's just like not worth losing your mind over. Like, no one's like, I don't know. I feel like people are just like, oh, this is broken. This is terrible for the game. Instead of anyone trying to like analyze, like, okay, how can this be good? What becomes bad because this is good? But stuff becoming bad, like a deck becoming unplayable because a card is printed, isn't a bad thing. That's like not a bad thing. It's just a bad thing if like a card gets printed and every other deck is unplayable except like maybe one other deck that is like counters it, right? That's a bad thing. Like, that's a bad thing. Like when Palkia got printed and it's like, well, Arceus Flying Pikachu is like the only deck that can stand up to it, right? That's a bad thing. That's bad. But we don't know if Iron Hands is going to do that. If Iron Hands makes all the current decks terrible, but makes like 10 other decks good because those decks are terrible, that's not a bad thing. You still have like 11 decks that are good in the format. It's just like a bunch of different decks are good now. Like, who cares if it's like you can't play your Gardevoir deck anymore? Like, oh well. Well, I mean, Gardevoir's going to like... No, Gardevoir would still be good by then, right? There's no way anyone can convince me that Iron Hands will be as problematic as ADP. Yeah, it seems pretty unlikely, right? It's just like people are just like thinking with like it's like there's getting PTSD'd by ADP and Stoutland. They're literally just getting like, oh my gosh, dude, I hated those cards. And they're like, this draws an extra prize card. We're doomed. But Lugia, Plasma Lugia, and Articuno, Ancient Trait Articuno, like, were never broken. They're both played and both like solid cards. Lugia was like its own archetype more so than Lugia was more so its own archetype than like Articuno ever was or anything. But both those cards were just like solid, but there was never anything to like lose your mind over, you know? Yeah. It's good, nothing too broken. I mean, it could be broken. I'm not even saying, I'm just on the side of let's just like play it when it comes out and see how good it is. And see how good it is. I'm not even on the side of I'm not even on the side of, oh, it's just it'll be a fine card or it'll be a bad card. I'm just on the side of like it could be broken, but like why are we losing our minds until we've played with the card, right? Like we should just wait, see how it is. It could be broken, and then I think there's maybe warrant to complain or be like, come on, bro, like why are you giving us this broken ass card? Like, come on, give us like why can't we just get some reasonable cards, right? But like we should just chill, like, you know what I'm saying? No one's talking about how Iron Hands is actually Blitzcrank in disguise. True, that actually is true. That's facts. Iron Crank. Big facts. So yeah, I mean, like, let's just wait and see, you know? Like, if Lost Zone next become unplayable because of Iron Hands, that doesn't sound like a terrible thing to me. Like, as long as other decks are viable, that's like the only thing that would matter at that point, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, just like the idea of like acting like it's gonna ruin the game is just like whatever. It's gonna be a high roll deck. High roll deck is like not a thing. Is it? We've had this discussion before on stream. I don't think high roll deck is actually like a thing. I'm trying to think if I like my mind has changed about that. Well, the way that people think about a high roll deck in the Pokemon TCG is not correct, because people think when you flip a coin, your deck is a high roll deck. Like, people think like Lugia is a high roll deck because you flip a bunch of coins, but flipping coins doesn't mean high roll. It just means the RNG distribution of a deck is more visible because you're flipping a coin as opposed to playing a research and hoping it draws like a specific set of cards. But when you like flip a physical coin, it's just like more physically apparent where the RNG of your deck is being distributed in terms of like an outcome. But like, yeah, I don't know about high roll. I don't know. Like, at the end of the day, I think a high roll deck is generally just a bad deck. Like, a high roll deck is like saying that if you need favorable variance, but that means like on average you're not gonna have favorable variance, which means the deck is gonna lose is gonna have not a very high win rate, and it's just like when you do draw well, you're unstoppable, but you can't actually draw well enough throughout a whole tournament to actually do well with the deck. I don't know. I just mean like if it doesn't hit generators, it's not gonna do much. Yeah, but if you also dead draw, you're not gonna do much. Like I can say the same thing about just like dead drawing with literally any deck, right? It's like, well, if you hit 0 energy off your 4 generators, you're not gonna be able to attack very much. It's like, yeah, well, if you just like open Pumpkaboo and 7 energy, you're not gonna be doing very much either. It's like, well, yeah, true. It's like I just said the exact same thing you said, but for Lugia. Higher than normal variants. Yeah, but the way to think about that is then is the deck is just bad. Like, the only thing that matters at the end of the day is win rate. The deck achieves a certain win rate. It's good. It doesn't matter how many coins you have to flip in the deck throughout a game to achieve that win rate. But when you do win, when you do achieve that win rate, your deck is good. And when you don't achieve that win rate, your deck becomes bad. You know what I'm saying? Got hyped over Charizard like a month ago. Was anyone that hyped for Charizard? I don't think anyone was that hyped for Charizard. Put a bunch of grass techs in. Well, people were playing the grass techs because Charizard was popular, which is like a fine response. Like, well, if Charizard is going to be that popular, why wouldn't I play the grass tech, you know? Jesse Parker Miraidon list is surprisingly consistent. I mean, it's just the same as any other Miraidon list. Nothing's really changed. I don't know why. Why are you surprised that it's consistent? What's the difference between like that list or like? I mean, it's basically just Sajan's list versus like, well, even what Mahone played at Worlds is like just as consistent as that would be. People were hyped because it was the best card in the set. Yeah, but it's like, wasn't people weren't like losing their minds over Charizard. It's just like, well, Charizard's the best card in the set. Obviously, we're gonna play a lot with it, but there was nothing else to play with. So like the how much people played Charizard was amplified because there was literally no other good cards in the set. So, yo, have they fixed Toad Scroll yet, or are they gonna fix that tomorrow? Dude, when are they fixing Toad Scroll? When are they fixing my Toad, man? Of course, I just mean that the hype around Charizard EX was way out of proportion and the meta settled quickly. Well, yeah, because there was no other good cards in the deck. But I don't think it was out of proportion. That was like the hype around Charizard was reasonable because there was no other good cards in the set. It's like, you know, it's like, yeah, because the hype can't be spread out because there's only one good card in the set. My boy Toad alone, he needs that extra 40 damage. No, bro, I want to actually play the deck. Toad's never getting fixed. So ridiculous that the Toad's not fixed, man. Colossal VMAX, because nothing else in Vivid Voltage was worth thinking about. Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh, but dude, we had Orbeetle, though. Orbeetle from Vivid Voltage? Yo, the Beetle, bro. That deck was... I loved Orbeetle so much. Bro, take me back to the Orbeetle VMAX days, bro. That was so... The tag call engine of Orbeetle VMAX was so fun. Dude, I loved that deck so much. I mean, Garchomp. I mean, Garchomp's first attack is like really, really good, but it doesn't have a good. The problem with Garchomp is it doesn't have a good secondary attack. So you have to like set. You're obviously having to load something up to actually make the card like good. But yeah, Garchomp has like a really, really good first attack, and then the second attack just kind of sucks. Or it's not. It doesn't suck, but it's like whatever. I want Rapid Strike Mally to be good again. Yo, that would be sick to be honest, Shakar. If enough of these other decks kill off Sableye, we can bring the Lost Mally back. Or the Rapid Strike Mally, not Lost Mally. Rapid Strike Mally back. Or, you know, honest, at that point, isn't United Wings just the better one prize deck, though? You know what happens with Garchomp? I take 3 prize cards with these hands. Could the elephant that swings for 250 be a good attacker? I mean, I don't know how you're setting it up. It takes 3 metal energy, right? Gotta wait for that, the sticker. The sticker is like a savior of so many, like, potential archetypes, to be honest. That's coming out 151. Like, it gives, like, Reverum a possibility. Yeah, the sticker's like a savior of so many archetypes to have, like, a chance. Like, they're not going to be good decks, but they'll be, like, now you can actually play them. And, like, not just, like, have a 0% win rate. I was balanced that Garchomp for 1 energy hits 150 and accelerates energy, and Tyranitar for 1 energy hits 120 and discards from your deck. What do you mean, how is that balanced? Some cards are better than others. Like that's just like the way it is. Not everything is equally balanced with their. So there's not like not every Pokemon TCG card is printed with the idea of having equal value, and then the value is distributed differently. Like, well, this thing's a 2-prize Pokemon, so we need to give it more HP, more attack damage. It's a 1-prize Pokemon, so it has to have less HP, less attack damage. Now these are both stage 2-prize Pokemon, so they need to have equal amount of value, but spread around the card in different ways. Not every card is like designed that way in the Pokemon TCG. Now, if it was, that wouldn't maybe be a terrible thing, and it could be cool because then there'd be more good cards. Like, we need every card's value to hit the 100 level between its attack, attack power, ability power, HP, and other cards that can function with the cards in the format. But that's, like, not how Pokemon cards are designed. It's like, some are good, some are bad. So it's kind of it. Not every card has to be as good as every other card in a different way. It's not like, well, T-Tar does 120 for 1 energy, discards 2 cards from your deck, but its second attack literally 1-hit KOs literally everything in the format, which it doesn't. I'm just saying, like, if that was the trade-off, that'd be like, okay, that's where its power is, whereas Garchomp's power is more in its first attack to accelerate energy. But, like, not everything has to have, like, 100 power level distributed around the card differently. Some cards are good, some cards are bad. You have any advice for getting the most out of coaching? I think coming prepared with questions on things that you feel you struggle with is good. Because then it gives you something like think about what you feel like you want to learn more about is good. Obviously, the coach should be able to direct you, but having some kind of like initial idea around something like that, I think is good to come with, at least initially. You know, put some self-reflection into where you feel like you struggle the most. So you can try and get so that way the coach already knows kind of what to focus on with you. Otherwise, you know, the coach is going to have to help you kind of find that area like where you're going to go from, you know what I'm saying? But you can kind of have like a jumping off point if you come with some certain questions or questions about specific stuff that you want to go over or you feel like you struggle with. Can you tell me why Greninja has the best attack in the game, but my favorite Pokemon Breloom doesn't seem balanced to me? Shake my head. Do you ever coach without any play in any games? Yeah. It doesn't happen all the time. But it's been happening more recently because I've been doing more coaching sessions where we play 0 games of Pokemon, at least like in the first session that I would have with someone, because I'm getting better at going more in depth on explaining gameplay theory and kind of breaking it down. So I can like almost fill like a whole hour, especially if they come with questions they have of themselves, and I can set them up with ideas and good practices that they can take away to apply to their gameplay, you know, in the future. Definitely it's more recently that's been happening, but that's because people I coach with regularly, we almost always play games because we've already gotten past the point of like going over that. But yeah, you could very easily fill a full session of like our coaching session with just like breaking down fundamentals stuff you want to do and put into practice going forward. And then also just like specifically if someone gets like one coaching session before a tournament, I think there's a little bit more value in breaking down every single matchup actually. Instead of like playing through a specific matchup, unless there's like a matchup they really want to hit to go over, I think actually like just talking about every single matchup and explaining to them like the key points to like look out for and things you need to take advantage of and try and avoid is more important. Just set them up with ideas of what to look for when they're doing their testing leading into the tournament, so that way they can be playing matchups correctly, or look for things in certain matchups, so that way they have like open up their mind to how they should be playing a matchup. It's a little bit more valuable than just like playing a game or two of actual Pokemon. My first coaching with Azul was just me cleaning his streaming setup that helped me perfect the Guardian Mirror. Is there some kind of tempo versus value in Pokemon? There is, but it's just like less so than other card games. You ever do the Mr. Miyagi and make people wash their card to teach them about Pokemon? Not yet, but it's a good idea. It's definitely a good idea. I'm gonna if I ever do the in-person coaching at like ICs and Worlds, I'm gonna have my opponent organize my binder, or not my opponent. I'm gonna have my student organize my binder. I'll bring my binder with and have him organize it. But if you have like no idea what to expect from coaching or what you're trying to get out of it, I think just showing up, the coach theoretically should be able to provide a starting point for you guys to work from in your first session of coaching. Even if you come up with no questions or like no idea of like what the heck am I trying to improve on, because I get students a lot like that all the time, where like they show up to the session. I mean, one of the questions I always ask the student that I'm working with for the first time I have a coaching session is like, do you have any questions for me? Is there anything specific that you want to go over or talk about? Do you have an idea of what you're trying to work on, whatever it might be? And a lot of times they'll just be like no, and then from there we'll just kind of work through what the normal process that I go through. But should I record and review my games at local league or just TCG live? I mean, if you have the ability to record and review them at local league, you should. Actually, speaking about that, because you mentioned that, one thing I'll mention that I'm gonna start doing, and hopefully enough of you actually submit videos to do this and consistently do this. I'm gonna try and do for the Twitch subs. I'm gonna do a VOD review stream. Probably every other week. Every week seems kind of like it's probably gonna be too much. So every other week, I'm gonna do a VOD review stream where Twitch subs can submit VODs. Upload it to YouTube, upload it to Google Drive. I'll have a channel in the Discord where you can like share the link, and then I'll VOD review as many of them as I can on the stream. And it could also be like a VOD from like if you played at a regional recently, but I usually VOD review those all anyways. Or if you played like at a League Cup or a League Challenge that was streamed and you have that VOD would also work. Or otherwise just a recording of you like playing on PTCG Live. I'm gonna try and start doing that next week probably. Next week will probably be the first one. As long as I get enough people to actually submit VODs. But will you VOD review old games? Yeah, I can. League Cup from 2017? Yeah, sure, why not? That's fine. What are my thoughts on the Danny DQ? I mean, from everything I know about it, it sounds like it was justified. Are these done over TCG Live, or how does coaching work? Yeah, Discording TCG Live, or Limitless Simulator. Zerk. Which day is Discord's Fun Deck stream? So I'm gonna do that every other Thursday alongside the VOD review streams. So this Thursday, I'm gonna be VOD reviewing Pittsburgh Regionals probably. Why do you get DQ'd? A heated back and forth with his opponent. Keep my binder in alphabetical order? No, I definitely don't. My binder is literally just like, as I get cards, I just put it in there. What about basketball VOD? No, that won't work, I don't think. So yeah, I'll be doing dude streams and the VOD review streams every other Thursday back and forth would be the idea, but got any coaching advice on playing with suboptimal starts? You want to stop thinking about them as like something different. Like suboptimal starts aren't any different than an optimal start. Like there's a correct way to play out your hand every single time. You either make a misplay or you make the optimal play. So you just have to think about, okay, what is the optimal play here? Whether you're looking at a really good hand or a really bad hand, there's an optimal play to make out of any hand, and it's all you want to think about is like, okay, what is the optimal play here? That's basically the way. You got to stop thinking about it as like, okay, how do I play suboptimal starts? You just treat it like it would an optimal start. You're like, okay, what is the optimal? How do I optimally play out this hand? But the thing is, like, a lot of people play on autopilot even with optimal hands and misplay, and they're not thinking in terms of, okay, how do I play out this optimally? It's like, oh, well, I'm playing my, I don't know, Urshifu deck, play a Battle VIP Pass, go get Remoraid and this. But maybe in that situation, it's correct to not get Remoraid for whatever reason. But you just like, you play it on autopilot at that point because you're like, oh, I usually like 90% of the time it's correct. 90% of the time it's correct to get Remoraid off your first Battle VIP Pass, maybe as Rapid Strike. But the 10% that it's not correct to get it, you need to recognize that 10% and then play accordingly. So, how do I play without VIP Pass? There's an optimal way to play out the hand. Figure out what it is. Just think about it in those terms. Just think about it like that. I had to unsleeve your quad Wheezing deck yesterday. It hurt me so. Quad Wheezing. Wait, which Wheezing? The newer Wheezing or the old spread Wheezing? Speaking of, managed to win a game as Lost Turbo the other day after opening with only a Dragon Knight V and energy to power it up in hand. Didn't see it comfy until like turn 5 and still won. Yeah, exactly, right? Just like play optimally from the scenario. Now, when you're in like a best 2 out of 3 match, there's an added factor of, okay, my goal is to win this match. Is it correct for me to stick out this game and continue to play this game, or is it correct for me to concede this game because I am drawing so poorly? So there's like another added layer to it in like a best 2 out of 3 scenario where it's like, should I play out the next couple turns here? Because my chance to lose right now is probably around like 95%. Do I want to play for that 5% and waste time? Or do I want to spend time playing towards that 5%? Or should I just concede and go to game 2 and game 3? What gives me the higher chance to win this match? And you always want to be playing towards the goal of winning the match, not just like trying to get any percent chance to win a game ever. The goal is to win the match. So your high percent chance to win the match is to concede the game, even if there is a percent chance to still win the game at that point. How do I handle a Kochi that wants to play a non-meta deck, for instance, Ting Lu? I mean, that's fine. I think it's fine to play. Like, you just want to have an understanding of what you're doing. Like, if you want to play Ting Lu, that's fine. It's just like, okay. Like, one thing I mentioned to people, it's like, okay, you're playing a... Like, if someone came to me and they're, like, playing a bad deck, I'd be like, well, as long as you have an understanding that your deck is bad, but your goal is to still just optimize the deck and then play the best you can at the tournament, that's fine. But your deck is also bad. And they're like, yeah, I just want to play my Ting Lu deck, and I want help, you know, working on my play as a player, and then maybe going over the list and working on the list. So I was like, okay, that's fine. Then we work on it from there. But I definitely make it clear to them that they're playing a bad deck. Do you ever feel like scooping too early can backfire? Yeah, of course. But that's why it's like why it's like a skill in the game. Like, knowing when to concede is something you want to work on and get better at. So it can definitely backfire, but you need to still gauge that. Like, staying in the game as well could backfire, right? So playing out a game too long where you're like, I'm gonna lose like 99% of the time can also backfire. So it's like you have to like, you know, it's something you got to get better at, just like everything else. I think it's actually I actually think it's often harder to play while having a good hand than a bad one. Play correctly, that is. Yeah, because generally if you have a bad hand, you have less options. So playing optimally with a good hand is a little bit hard. I can agree with that. I mean, it depends on the deck a little bit, I think, as well. Like, playing Lost Box with a really good hand is like so many actions are happening, right? So I saw last regional in Twitch that people can't understand why person scoop game won. Yeah, because like Twitch chat doesn't Twitch can't understand. Twitch chat watching like the main Pokemon TCG stream doesn't know when someone's gonna win or lose a game, for sure. Like, I'd expect everyone in this chat to have a little bit better understanding of that, but like general Twitch chat watching the twitch.tv/PokemonTCG, definitely, I'm not surprised that they wouldn't understand why someone would concede a game. But I would expect more from the Rat Pack. So, what makes someone pro versus casual? Like, there's nothing really. Like, technically, a professional in any area, generally in life, is defined as someone who like makes a living doing that thing. But in Pokemon, it's a little bit different because it's really hard to make a living playing Pokemon. So people like call players, like, pro players are just players who like consistently do well, right? But they're not really professionals because they're not doing it for a living, right? So technically, the only professionals in the Pokemon TCG. But the thing is, like, it would be like professional, like, even like me, the only professional competitor is like probably Tord. That's it. It's the only professional competitor, because everyone else is like a professional. Like, I don't make a living competing. I make a living making content, which isn't like the same thing. So there really is there's only one professional Pokemon player, and that's Tord, that I can think of. There might be some other people who are trying to do it this season. Like Brent Tonneson, I think, is trying to go like full-time Pokemon. So that's 2. I don't know if there's, but I don't even know if Brent's going to be able to succeed in that, right? So now I think I would maybe be able to become a professional Pokemon just player if I like committed my full time to it, but you missed Mershon going crazy over the judges not penalizing the guy who used Mirage Gate before 7. I think that was actually like a really good ruling. Tablemon? Well, I think Pablo has like a real job. Appreciate the 20 months there. That damn Adam. I think me and Chip talked about on the podcast. Actually, that should be in the 2 rulings on stream that they reverted, which we'll run into eventually as we VOD review. I think they handled super well. I think that was good to see, and I think that's good for the growth of the game. Yeah, I think it's just good ruling. I think that's a perfect ruling. So it was like perfect. Now, if they had priors, I think they could have done things differently. But like, I don't think either player had priors. So if neither player has priors, then I think it's like fine. If neither player had priors, I think it's the way that both those rulings were handled on stream is like perfect. It's like optimal. Like, I'd love to see it. Now, if they had priors, it should be a little bit different. But why do you use Carmax and not Burt's Bees? Because I'm allergic to something in chapstick. I used to use Burt's Bees. I used Burt's Bees for the first 11 years of my life, maybe more. But then all of a sudden, I started getting like a weird rash, and I was like, "What is this?" And I stopped using Burt's Bees, and I was like, "Oh, it's the chapstick." And then I tried a different chapstick, and then I got the rash again. I was like, "Oh, so I'm just allergic to something in chapstick. I don't know what it is. It's not like a really bad rash. Like, I just get a little rash on my lips, but it's annoying. So I have to use Carmix because whatever's in Chapstick in general, there's something in Chapstick in general that I'm allergic to, or became allergic to, or they started adding it to Chapstick. One of the two. But yeah, I literally used Burst Beast for a really long time, and then does Tord make enough money off of playing Pokemon to make a living without making content? Yeah, I think so. Probably. I mean, if he wants to, it's like you're not making that much, but if you can make it work and that's what you want to do, for how much Tord is making, pretty sure Tord's making enough. Does PTCG do warnings? Like, can a guy who did out of order sequence with the Mirage Gate just get a warning and later it escalates, but it doesn't do anything this game, that match? Yeah, so the warnings will escalate. He also coaches, right? So he's making money from coaching. So it's not just competing, I guess. So maybe Tord isn't only living off of competing, actually. Maybe it's possible Tord isn't actually just playing off of just competing or living off just competing. So there might actually be no professional Pokemon players. There might be 0 pro Pokemon players. Because pro implies that you're like making a living off it, like I said. But it's different in Pokemon though, because like compared to like sports, because like it's very obvious to tell when someone's like a professional sports player. Like in Pokemon, it's so hard to potentially make a living being just a pro player that like we like a little bit more lenient with the term. We're a little bit more lenient with the term to just like people who like success or consistently do well at tournaments, but I was allergic. That was unfortunate. I like Burt's Beast too, but but yeah. Yeah, I want to see them handle those. The rulings that they did on stream is how I want to see them handle a lot of rulings in the future. I also think more emphasis on board state needs to be put on both players. Like, I think if there's a path to the peak in play, and one player goes to put Luminion in play, it should mostly be on both players to maintain board state. And, you know, and if the person successfully uses Luminion and they're like deeper into the turn, and then finally one of them realizes, it should be on both players. Like, both players can see the board state, right? Like, both players should know what the cards do. So I think board state should become a requirement for like both players to like maintain more so than it is now. All right, chat. Give me 1 second. The people are here to turn the water back on. They need me to go show them something, so I'll be right back. All right. If a player messes up on stream, they should just cancel the whole tournament on. Honestly. I'm not sure how PTCG judges are trained, but it wouldn't surprise me if there's. something to learn from how MTG judges do things. There definitely is, for sure. There's really no training for Pokemon judges. They get kind of just like trained up through the system of like judging locals, then judging regionals, then judging ICs, and so on. So they just like learn from experience, which isn't terrible because they're volunteers. And if we really want to see judges improve, we should be looking towards TPCI and like asking them to compensate judges better, or enforce compensations of judges better through the TOs, as well as like having some kind of like formal training from TPCI. Where's my Worlds trophy? It's like back. Is that black box in the back corner? I haven't gotten to the point where I can fully say how judges get paid, because so far I've only judged for cups and challenges. Yeah, judges don't get paid. They get compensated. Like, they don't get paid with cash. You know, they get the promo cards and all the other stuff. Judges should also play the game. I don't, but there. So like the one thing with that was like there needs to be enough judges. Like enough judges have to exist. Arguably better than money. Yeah, but you can't like make like they just have to go to the way to like the cards are theoretically the Pokemon or TPCI. Like the cards are like officially like worth nothing. It's just like secondary market that inflates the cards. So Pokemon is like they're giving you like the staff promo with the idea that it's worth $0 basically. The TOs know it's worth something, but or like Pokemon knows it's worth something as well, but like Pokemon doesn't acknowledge how much a card is worth, you know? They're not like, okay, here's 2 staff promos, you know? As far as judges should play the game, we can't really demand that unless there's that many. So the thing is like, as players, and this is why like I was saying, like if you have a problem with the judging, you should have a problem with TPCI not compensating and not training judges. That's the problem you should have with judging the Pokemon TCG, because the judges at the end of the day are volunteers. Now, just judges playing the game probably lead to them being better judges? Yes. But when we're in a volunteer system where we're hoping judges show up to want to judge tournaments, we don't really have a choice. We can't really have demands as the players. Like, that's just not fair for us to demand stuff of the judges. They're volunteers showing up to volunteer for a volunteer job. If some of them play, great. But when the TOs are looking for judges to pick for their tournaments, if they have, let's say they have 500 staff slots at a regional, and only 550 people show up or submit applications, it's like, well, we only get to like handpick 50, right? Otherwise, we're just kind of forced into the other ones, right? We get to handpick 50 judges, and then everyone else just gets to come. Like, we get to pick 50 people we don't want. So, judging is 100% volunteer, right? Holy moly! Well, yeah, it's volunteer no matter what. For Worlds and ICs, they pay for your trip to the event, but it's still like volunteering. You're not getting actually like paid. So yeah. Yeah, MTG judges have to pass tests and demonstrate complex game knowledge. Yeah, none of that. You don't have to do any of that in Pokemon. I might eventually, Ninja. So yeah, it's unfair for players that demand stuff of judges when it's just like, I mean, they're not getting paid, they're not being trained. Now, I think if there was a system where they were being paid, they were being trained, the first thing we can do is like hold the TOs to a higher standard of picking better judges, because then theoretically, if judges were being paid and trained, they'd want to do a better job, and if you're getting paid, there'd be probably more people trying to enter the judging space because there'd be better compensation. So then TOs, instead of having 550 applicants to choose from for 500 spaces, they maybe have 1,000 applicants to choose from for 500 staff spots they have to fill, and then they get to handpick a lot. They get to more handpick their judges, right? So, so judges fly out to regionals on their own dime and don't get paid? No. There is, some TOs do stuff differently. I think there is sometimes like a stipend, like judges or TOs sometimes give judges like a stipend that they can put towards their travel expenses in any way they want. Maybe sometimes the TOs pay for the hotel rooms for the judges. At the very least, they have like a judge rate for their hotels. I know that. So like they'll get a block of hotel rooms that the judges can get at a discounted rate. But then they're just compensated in product, like staff mat, staff promo, booster boxes, which once you like sell it all, like the Iono, I think Chip said yesterday that the Iono is worth like $230 right now, the staff Iono. But like obviously that's going to go down eventually. And like that shouldn't be you shouldn't be like, okay, this Iono's worth $200 because like it's a thing that fluctuates. Like you can't really put a value on a stat promo Iono. You know what I'm saying? So you can't really put a value on it. So you can't just be like, okay, here's the second Iono. It's like that should tide you over. It's like, I don't know. That doesn't sound how that works. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, we can't really demand things of judges. I think it's really silly for players to be demanding things of judges and how judges judge tournaments. The only thing I think is it would be fair to complain to TPCI and be like, all right, why aren't we compensating judges better? Make the judging field a little bit more competitive in terms of more people wanting to get into judging because you are paying them. And why aren't we trading judges? And I think that we will get there eventually. I think TPCI will have to eventually crack on that and then start forcing TOs to compensate judges or put forth some of their own money to compensate judges and then also have some kind of more formal training happen. So I think that system, the system of the judging system will evolve eventually till we get to basically to that point, if not close. It's like being paid in stocks. Yeah, exactly, right? Like sometimes people choose stock options over getting paid more money, but they chose it, right? They're not being forced into the stock options, right? We appreciate the 46 months of medal. So now that Lugia and Miraidon dominated the weekend, which mindless bot are you playing? Going to move forward? Mew. We're sticking Mew. Mew bot all the way. Which mindless bot are you gonna be moving forward? Stay fusioning. They're not really a billionaire. They just have a bunch of Pokemon cards. But yeah, I think that's when we can like start making those demands. You know what I'm saying? What deck did I play last weekend? Fusion. Is Fusion actually that much better than DTE still? Yeah, I think so. The turn one attack is like such a big tempo swing. Also, like your Lugia matchup, I don't think is great with not Fusion. Because like, yeah, if Lugia goes first and you just don't do something turn one, like I don't know how you're ever beating Lugia, to be honest. Everyone hooked on United Wings and then play Lost Zone Box. That'd be impressive. That would be some real meta manipulation right there. I watched your tier list video and you said Mew was not great. Props for sticking with the bit and proving it's bad by going through drop. That's not true at all. I said Mew was solid. I literally put Mew in A tier. That's just not true at all. So I was just lying. I said I thought Mew was solid. I watched your tier list video and you said Mew was, oh nice, the copy pasta. Repeat this for the 100th time. How did I place? I went 3-3 drop. How do you feel about Mahone attempting to manipulate the meta with his recent Zorobox worship? He's just not... Well, I can't tell if you're being serious or not. I don't know what... I mean, Zorobox is sick, but it sucks because Sableye is a thing. It might not be as bad. Well, no. Lost Box is like still too popular, I think, overall. Lost Box was like slightly more popular than I thought it was going to be. I thought Lost Box was going to be like 10%, but it ended up being 12. Yes, he only plays Zorobox. That's probably because he enjoys playing Zorobox. It's just probably a fun deck to play. It has nothing to do with like him trying to convince people it's good. Like, Zorobox is a fun deck to play. Like, yeah. People just like overly read into stuff way too much. Once Hands comes out and knocks out Lost Box, then it is time for Zorobox to rise. I don't know. The Hands might be able to swing on Zorobox as well, to be honest. I don't know if you're gonna be able to keep up. How do you store all of your playable cards and organize them for deck building? I have one box that I bring with me to tournaments that I put all the cards that I think I'll potentially need at the tournament to build any deck that I think I would potentially want to build at the tournament in. I'll show it on stream one day, how I organize my cards. And then I have a bunch of one row. I have one of those like, what is it? 3x4 one row box things that holds a bunch of the boxes in it. And I literally have, one of the boxes is filled with standard cards, pre-Scarlet and Violet, and then I have 3 other boxes with 4 of every single card from Scarlet and Violet, sent Scarlet and Violet. 4 of every single card, I have 4 of everything single card from Scarlet and Violet, 4 of every single card from Paldea Evolved, 4 of every single card from Obsidian Flames, and I will plan to continue doing that until I quit playing the game, like as competitively, because I'm so tired of having to go get some stupid Bidoof from 6 sets ago, and having to go out of my way to get that before a tournament happens, and having to go out of my way to like order it and make sure it shows up in time. So I'm literally just buying 4 of every single card for the rest of my time playing the game. Not like every single artwork, every single base artwork of every single card. Did you test Kyogre before Pit, or were you... No. Lost Box I actually don't think was that good of a play for the tournament, because we predicted Lugia to be pretty popular and some good players to play it. So I actually don't think Lost Box was that good of a play for the tournament, to be honest. Because I think Lugia is really good again. Lugia's not like... Kyogre's like fine into Lugia. It's just like definitely unfavorable, but yeah, we were scared of Lugia for sure. We did not want to take a unfavorable to Lugia. Pretty confident in not doing that. So wasn't too much thought into the Ogre or any kind of Lost Box, to be honest, because we knew it was going to be pretty popular. Kyogre's the best way to play into Lugia, though. Yeah, but you're still unfavored. Like, you're still unfavored at the end of the day. You appreciate the 71 months there. Poly Swag. Even bought 4 of Chi Yu EX. Yep, I literally every card. You don't have to ask me specific cards. I have 4 of every card from Scarlet and Violet on. Even all the promos. Well, actually, that's not true. I didn't buy the 4 of the stupid spaghetti cat because it was like $7 each. I was like, all right, I'm not buying that, but pretty much. Man, I wish I could buy 4 of every card, not because of money. Yeah, because to be honest, it's not that expensive to do it either. Like the last couple sets of Pokemon cards are so cheap. The only thing expensive from Obsidian Flames was the Charizards and the Pidgeots, which like you have to get those anyway. So everything else was like, I don't even know. It wasn't even that much. Everything is so cheap now for cards. Spaghetti Cat? Yeah, Spaghetti Cat. Spaghetti or whatever. Spaghetti. You don't have 4 of everything, L? I'll get it eventually. Please show the 4 Dragonite EX? No. You claimed you had 4 of everything. Please show your 4 Dragonite EX. Yeah, the new sets are like so cheap. Like I'm just like, it's just worth it. A few cents per card. Yeah. I just don't want to worry about it. Like one time last year, after Sander did well with that weird Mewtwo V Union Gengar deck, we're like, all right, this seems pretty good. Do we have the optimal Gengars and Gastlys? No. Okay, gotta go to my way to buy those. Like, might play this in the future. Like, gosh. So now instead, I would rather just have 4 of everything. So that way I can just be like, okay, this is kind of cool. All right, I have that. I'm gonna go get that. Put that in my box, bring it to the tournament. I legit buy 4. Since Scarlet and Violet, I buy literally 4 of everything. I showed you my 4 of Dragonite EX. Please respond. No way you have 4. Nope, I have 4 Clawful EX. I have 4 Clawful EX. Literally everything. 4 of literally everything since Scarlet and Violet. One thing I wondered, do you sell cards after they rotate? No, I got rid of bulk a long time ago. Once. Yeah, I don't really sell cards at all after they rotate. I just keep them. Because I think expanded will come back to the Pokemon TCG after they figure out how they want to approach it. After they figure out how they want to approach it, I think it'll come back. Charger X viable and competitive? Yes. Yeah, I don't really sell anything. I don't really play GLC or expanded at all, but I keep everything because I think expanded will make it. I think expanded will come back eventually in some form. I don't know the form, but it will eventually once they figure it out. I think what they'll probably do is they'll rotate up to like Sword and Shield on or something. Maybe Scarlet and Violet on, so it'll be a long time till it comes back, and then they'll be a little bit more aggressive with banning cards. I think that would be my prediction, but it'll be a while. I think it will happen eventually. Expanded needs to be replaced by GLC. No, GLC is not a competitive format. I think GLC would be very unfun if people took it really seriously. If you had all the best players in the game taking GLC seriously, GLC would not be fun anymore. GLC is fun right now because it's a casual. GLC is fun and enjoyable because it is casual. If it was super tryhard, it wouldn't be fun. What is your move if you don't day 2? Go find like a really good place to get some food. I usually try and fly out on Sunday anyway, so I think that applies to any format you could think of. No, GLC is different because the game isn't designed at all to be the way GLC works. So there's a lot of broken things probably that exist in GLC that haven't been discovered, or there's maybe one deck that is way better than the rest and no one really knows yet. So like at the end of the day, it could just be like the end of a GLC tournament could be like top 8 could be like all lightning or something. It's just not a competitive format, and it doesn't need to be either though. Like that's fine. It should just be what it is. It should just be what it is. What's your move if you don't do 2? Yeah, just hang out. I usually fly out. I try and fly out on Sundays anyway. So like my flight's on Sunday no matter what. Try and find one of the good places to go get food around the area. And then like if any of my teammates like need anything, if they need me to go get them lunch or water or whatever it might be during day 2, I'll go hook them up. Go get that for them. Go to my first regional appear. What should I bring besides my deck? Any other tips? Water bottle, protein bars, or some kind of snack. That's it. What time do you book to fly home Sunday? I try and go no earlier than 7 p.m. because 7 p.m. should allow to like win the tournament and then still make my flight. So 7 p.m. is what I aim for, like no earlier than 7 p.m. Like I just booked some flights last night. And there was one that like left at 5 p.m. from, I forget what the tournament was. I was like, nah, let me find a different one. I found one that like left at 7 p.m. So yeah, try and do no earlier than 7. And they had to ban cards to make it fun again. Yeah, exactly. Like it's just GLC should just stay what it is, which I think is perfect. I think the way it is perfect. Well, you say that, Mamako, but for OCIC, my flight, I had to get my flight rebooked for OCIC because my flight left before the finals happened on Sunday. So for my teammates, Grant Manley, Kid Stark, and Caleb Whittemer. Did I skip Pittsburgh? Yep. Well, shit, yeah. Has no real impact on it, but like an IC is a little bit different than a regional, right? You're planning to show up. You're planning to make date. I plan to make day 2 at every single regional, at least. Am I gonna make the finals at every IC? No. And if I do, I don't know. I'm winning what $25,000 for first. There's no way I'm getting second, right? So we're getting that dub. If I gotta rebook my flights, not that big of a deal. Then Pittsburgh go longer than 7? I don't know. Maybe. Also on Golden Go EX for LAIC? I don't know. I haven't played with the card yet. Take the L on the flight. Yeah, I would just much rather like plan to leave Sunday. Like, I like to get back to streaming, get back to content. You know, there's so much stuff to get for me to get back to. Like, I'm not trying to like book a Monday flight for ICs. I'm just taxi steal from the 25. I don't know. Depends where you live. Depends if it's if you want LAIC. If you want LAIC, they take a lot. But you think Mew is the play for local wins? I mean, it's fine. It's about as good as anything else. I had my first IC and booked a Monday flight. Would never again. Yeah, it's just like not worth it. Just not worth. If you win IC, you don't get your money. That's not true. Some people don't. But to be honest though, I think some people forgot. So I forgot as well. I thought I didn't get paid out for LAIC, but then you get paid out to your. You don't. It's not like the e-wallet thing that they usually do for like doing well at regionals or whatever. They like send it straight to your bank account. So I thought I didn't get paid out because I was like, did I get paid out? Check my e-wallet. It's like, well, there's no transaction here, so I don't think I did. But they just Copag does it differently, where they send it right to your bank account. They don't do the e-wallet thing. So I think some people thought they didn't get paid out when they actually did, but it's definitely possible some people haven't gotten paid out from LAIC yet. But not as many as I think people think there is. So you just make money doing content and tournaments and coaching, yeah. Yo, pushes 22 months there. Yoshi. Won a regional in May and still haven't gotten paid. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Copag's just built different, to be honest. Wait, your reg money doesn't go straight to your bank account? No, it does, but there's like it's easier for me to go to e-wallet and then look at the receipts on e-wallet than it is to like go through my bank account receipts or transactions, whatever it might be. It's like easier just if I'm just trying to look for Pokemon transactions. If I played in Cups, what would you play at this moment? Probably just Fusion Mew. This Saturday, I'm attending my first big tournament in Barcelona. Any advice? Win. Do I ever do online events anymore? I don't know. Just the PTCG Live experience of doing online events doesn't really intrigue me. But I'll probably start doing them again at some point. You appreciate the 57 months there, Tyrant. Yeah, I'll probably start doing them again eventually because I do enjoy them. I do enjoy playing in online tournaments. Like I like it, but I do enjoy that, like playing in online tournaments. But like doing like if I played an online tournament and then a game was decided by a bug, whether it's me or my opponent, it would just be like so deflating. It would be like I don't really want to play anymore. Also, like the adding friends process is annoying. Where you have to like restart PTCG Live. You have to restart PTCG Live every single time you add someone, basically. I have heard only one person needs to restart, but like I'm not gonna sit there and wait for my opponent to restart. I'm sure restart. Like that's just like all annoying. Like I'm just trying to like play Pokemon, and it's like it's making it harder to play. But PTCG Live, for what it is and what it's supposed to do, I've never seen something exist that makes it so hard for you to do what the thing was built for you to do. Like PTCG Live is built for you to be able to play the Pokemon TCG, but it's so hard to play the Pokemon TCG on PTCG Live. It's actually crazy. It's so counterintuitive to what it was designed to do. It's actually just, yeah, it's wild. Why do you have to restart? Because if one of you doesn't restart, you don't show up on the other person's friends list. One of you has to restart your client for you to show up on the friends list. Not it's second in that aspect. The DMV barely has it beat. Dude, I've never had that bad of an experience at a DMV. I don't know what's wrong, what you guys are doing when you go to the DMV or what you expect, but like the DMV is not that bad. I think the DMV being a terrible experience and just like being a terrible process is like way over inflated. All you got to do, you go to the DMV, you show up with your phone and some earbuds, and you're just chilling. You just get your ticket, you wait, and then when you go up, you do your thing, and it's done. I've never had like that bad of an experience at the DMV. That's definitely overhyped. The DMV is overhyped with how bad an experience is supposed to be. Also, when you get a reward, the reward window keeps popping up empty. I mean, there's just so many things. After that advice, Pablo became the best Pokemon TCG player in the world 2024. Dude, that'd be sick. When you do coaching, do you prefer the Limitless tabletop? I prefer PTCG Live, but Limitless is fine. Especially because I'm getting better at the hotkeys. When will you do marbles on stream? That's a good question. We're probably going to do the card game, if anything, to be honest. Most of these DMV feelings came about pre-phone, so you just waited with your thoughts for however long. Yeah, I guess that's true. Like, just the idea of DMV sucking is just like a carried on thing. I think the worst part of the DMV is the hours. That's the problem. Yeah, but just like there's gotta be something that works for your schedule. There's gotta be a day where the DMV is open that works for your schedule throughout like a week. It's because of Zootopia. No, people have been hating on the DMV before the movie. Yeah, Zootopia is the thing that's carrying the hate for DMV into the 2020s. Will you do webcam coaching for 2010 format? And by coaching, I mean play games. Sure, if you really want to. I don't have any 2010 decks built except for I have my Shuppet deck, but I don't even know where it is, to be honest. Waiting in line for anything sucks. Doesn't matter if it's bureaucracy or lunch. Lines aren't that bad. Lines being bad is overrated. Plus, if there's no line, it's not good, especially when it comes to lunch. What's wrong with Zootopia? I never said there was anything wrong with Zootopia. Yeah, if you're waiting in line for lunch, that's like a good thing because then the food's good. If you're not waiting in line for lunch, to be honest, then the food's probably not going to be that good. Do you want bad food or do you want to wait in the line, you know? Are you able to fill in the 9 players in Tate's quiz? Let me see this quiz. Hold up. I think that's what I saw this tweet earlier, but I didn't actually. Oh, let's try and do this actually. Yeah, let's try and do this. That's actually Let's try and do this quiz. Dude, how does Tate have this much time, bro? What the heck? All right, but no help chat. If you know the answer, like you could, if you don't know the answer and you're just like suggesting your thoughts, that's fine. If you know the answer, don't say anything. That's cringe. He never plays Tate 2, so he has time to spare. True. What are we gonna... Dude, there's gonna be so many dead Twitter memes if Tate makes day 2 at a regional, to be honest. I like Lugia Snorlax. I'm not a huge fan of it. I think the single strike build is better, but I might not be giving it enough credit, to be honest. Might be a little bit better than I give it credit for. But so far in my experience, the deck is pretty mid. Okay, so this is what Tate tweeted. Oh, I'll have to keep it small. So we gotta fill in the grid. 5 or more day 2 appearances. Limitless page includes Florges. Wait, 2019 to 2020. 5 or more day 2 appearances. We can't use the same player twice. Limitless page includes Florges. So, Sander. Wait, 5 or more day 2 appearances in 2019 to 2020. Jimmy. It could be me, Jimmy, Isaiah, Sander, maybe. I don't know if Sander went to that many events, though, to be honest. I don't know. Back then, did Sander go to that many events? 2019 to 2020, 5 or more day 2 appearances. Wait, 5 in 2019 to 2020, though, actually? Could also be Grant. It could be Grant. Are you happy, Grant? Wait, actually, no, it couldn't be me. I didn't play Florges in 19 to 20. That's after, so that's the 2020 season, right? Which means that's after Henry won. So it has to be Grant, I think. It has to be Grant then, I think. I think Grant's the only one, like the only person who probably has 5 day 2 appearances who also played Florges. Because I played Florges in the 2019 season. So I think it is Grant. It is Grant. This is Grant. Because Grant played it at St. Louis. It was an expanded card at that point as well, right? All right. 5 or more day 2 appearances, 2019-20. Top 8, any regional in Illinois. What does that mean? Any regional? So literally any regional? So Illinois is what? Peoria? Who is that? Collinsville and Peoria? So that Justin? I think Justin would fit that, right? I think Justin Bukhari fits that. Because Justin top 8'd or won Collinsville that year, right? 5 more day 2 appearances, 2019, 2020. Wait, is 2019 to the 2020 season, though? Does that include... That's like just like the half season, right? We're not including the conclusion of that season, right? It's just 2019 to 20. We're not including the conclusion of the season, which is the post-COVID era. So this is, I would say Justin. It was Collinsville then, right? Well, no, it doesn't have to be Collinsville. It's like any regional in Illinois. So what are the other? We've had Peoria a couple times and Collinsville. Who had 5 or more day 2 appearances in 2019 to 2020, and then also top 8'd a Illinois regional? The only person I can think of is Justin. I don't think we got those kind of people over here in the TCG space. But who else? Like who top 8'd Peoria last year? Was there anyone in that who was like popping off in 2019, 2020? And we can't use the same player twice as well, apparently. Grant, Justin, and then 5 or more day 2 appearances in 2019 to 2020. World's top 8. Just in general, seniors and juniors. Tord won Peoria last year. But did Tord go to 5 events in 2019 to 2020? I don't know if Tord did, to be honest. It could be Tord then as well, I guess, because Tord did win Peoria last year. So it could have been Tord. This could also be Tord, but I don't know if Tord actually went to 5 events in the 2019-2020 season. Because I don't think that many Europeans events actually happened, right? Actually, maybe it would have been. This could be Tord, because Tord got oh, European player, top at any regionals in Illinois. So this is Tord right here. Yeah, you're right. This is Tord. This is Grant. This is Justin. World's top 8 juniors and seniors, and also 5 or more day 2 appearances. I don't know. I have no clue who this is. I have no clue who this is. Someone in chat, educate me on this one. Regional or IC champion. Limitless page includes Florges. Reagan, Bradner. Yeah, so Reagan or Bradner, right? Bradner what? Wait, does Bradner have a world's top 8? Gustavo? Did Bradner top 8 worlds? I don't think Bradner top 8'd worlds, did he? Reagan didn't. At that point, Reagan didn't. Or maybe Reagan did. I don't know, to be honest. Dude, who knows anything about juniors and seniors? What the heck? Regional or IC champion, limitless page includes Florges. Florges is on my page. And I've won a regional and an IC. Who else has Florges on their page? Can't be Grant. So it's me or Pendarvis or Isaiah Williams. Isaiah was not in Masters. No, Reagan was not in Masters in 19 to 20. But they don't have to be. Reagan doesn't have to be in Masters in 2019 to 20. All accomplishments must be in Masters unless otherwise indicated. Cannot be the same player twice. Maybe, does this have to be in Masters? Maybe this has to be in Masters. I don't actually know. So then it would be like Bradner. Then Bradner would fill this one, I think. Would fit this one. So it was like this had to be in Masters, but this had to be in juniors and seniors. Okay, maybe that's what it is. This page includes Florges, regional or IC champion, me, Jimmy, Isaiah, Williams, not Bradner. All fit that. I can't think of anyone else who actually fits that, to be honest. Because Sander played Florges as well, but Sander doesn't have any dubs. Yo, when is Sander going to get a dub? Is Sander the best player? Who's the best player in the game right now who doesn't have a dub? Sander would be up there. What do you think of the stream not having Vance Kelly as a notable day 2? I mean, it's just not that big of a deal. They missed it. They probably should have had it there, but... yeah, obviously they should have had it there, but it's like, it's not the end of the world. Like, just a mess up on their side. Manly. I mean, Grant's up there as well, yeah. He deserves more than he's gotten. No, I think everyone in Pokemon deserves exactly what they have gotten, because the skill in Pokemon is high enough to basically have a strong correlation between skill and results. Everyone in the PokemonTCG has gotten exactly what they've deserved. There's enough skill in the Pokemon for that to be what's called the correlation or whatever. I deserve to win. Nope, no fish dubs. So yeah, one of those. Top 8 any Illinois, any regional in Illinois, regional or IC champion. I mean, this one could be like anyone. There's so many people this could be, right? Actually, is there that many people this could be? I think about like Peoria. So how many Illinois regionals have there been? How many Illinois regionals have there been? What are there? Peoria and wait, Collinsville isn't in Illinois though, right? Collinsville's in St. Louis. Wait. Dude, am I like not St. Louis? What am I thinking of? Wait, is Collinsville in Illinois? Not St. Louis. What am I thinking of? That disgusting expanded Collinsville one? Is Collinsville in Illinois? Oh, okay. It's by St. Louis, right? Yeah, St. Louis is right next to Collinsville. Dude, where did I think Collinsville was? What state did I think they were in? Average American Geography? Yeah. No, maybe it is because it's so close to St. Louis. Mahone fits in the middle, but probably others. Regional IC champion. Top 8 any regional in Illinois. Yeah, okay, that does fit. Because you can fly into St. Louis to go to Collinsville. That's probably what it is, yeah. Missouri, that's where it is. Regional IC champion. I assume as a master, world's top 8 juniors and seniors. Gustavo, right? That fits. European player. Limitless pledge includes Florges. Sander. Top 8 any regional in Illinois. Tord. World's top 8 juniors and seniors. European player. Jesper. This one actually wasn't that hard, actually, to be honest. So what do we have? Sander, Tord, Jesper, Jimmy. We just did this one, but now I forgot what it was. Jimmy, Mahone, Gustavo. I wonder if there's only one correct answer. That would be actually curious. But how could you come to the conclusion on there only being one correct answer? Pretty sure European with Florges is like 80 people. I don't know if it is actually, to be honest. It might just be Sander. It literally might just be Sander. I think that's like Limitless pledge including it, though. Europeans who played Florges is different. 5-day 2s or more. Grant Manley, top of any Illinois regional. What did we say this one was? I forget what we said this one was. 5-day 2s appearances or more. Oh, did we have a name for this one? I'm gonna scroll down and see what. We'll see what Hargreaves said. Grant Manley, John Ang, Gustavo Wada, Isaiah Williams, Hedrick, yeah, Ian Robb, Andre Skubal. Oh, really? Did Andre have it as well? Sander fits this one as well, though, right? Sander doesn't have Florges on his Limitless page. Oh, wait, actually? Really? Oh, no, it was Andre that I'm thinking of. At LAIC that year was Andre. It wasn't Sander. I thought it was Sander. Never mind. Yeah, it was Andre. I literally thought it was Sander that had that was at LAIC that year and played Dollstall, but it was Andre. Yeah, Tord here, and then Luke Burke, World's Top 8 Junior Seniors European player. Who did I say? Jesper? Jesper also works for that one, though, right? Yeah, there's definitely multiple names you can do with these. I don't think it's just one person every time, all the time, right? It'd be very curious if there was only one player, if these were the players that had to be. But the other names I brought up worked as well, right? I am stupid. There are a million answers to this. Yeah, there definitely is a lot of answers to this. Ian and Gustavo can be swapped and still work. Yeah. Well, no, actually, I don't know if Ian had 5 or more day 2 appearances in 19 to 20. Actually, to be honest, I don't know if Ian can be here where Gustavo is. I don't think Ian can be here. But you could put Bradner here or John Ang here. Actually, I think. Let Tate know that for how much free time he has, he's still stupid. I mean, it's fine that there's multiple different answers. Yeah, with all this free time, bro. You appreciate the 19 months there, Ridgeway. Checked and he had 6. Oh, okay, you already checked. Yeah, it's definitely is multiple. It's not one answer only, but it's pretty cool. Things like this are cool to do, for sure. Shout out to Tate for existing. The point of these is to have multiple answers. I mean, it'd be cooler if there was only one answer, though. If you're able to do one of these like this and only have one answer for each thing, I think that'd be cooler, to be honest, because then you really have to like get the answer. But it's hard to do that. It's hard to do something like this and then have it not be multiple answers. Like the amount of like fact checking you'd have to do would be absurd. Then Tate has if Tate has that much time and still hasn't made day 2 at a regional, then we have a problem. Because then Tate needs to be doing some more prepping for these regionals to at least get that Limitless page. Also, we got to make sure someone's got to hold Tate accountable, and Tate better not be doing this for the Twitter clout, because the amount of mentions Tate gets because of not having a Limitless page is pretty high. The amount of clout that Tate has acquired from not having a Limitless page is pretty high. So people better make sure Tate's not just like throwing on the winning ins on purpose or something like that to preserve the Twitter clout. Bukari, Lesage, Riley, Tablemon, Danny all fit in the middle as well. Yeah. He's really never made a single day 2. I mean, he hasn't traveled very much. Tate doesn't like go to a ton of events or anything. Also, like, yeah, Tate's like not a player who's like trying to play for their Worlds invite or anything. So Kate still got that limitless page. There's nothing on it. True. Cawthon, Sosa, Szymanski, Wilson, Kettler. Also in the middle, it's a free space. The IC Regional plus Illinois. Yeah, there's probably a lot. What Danny are we talking about? All of them. All of them combined into one. All Dannys are actually a singular person that exists in the world. Have you ever seen two Dannys in the same place at the same time? That's what I thought. Don't talk to me. Oh, wrong screen. Ross has won a regional for sure. Oh, wait, no, actually, Ross has not won a regional. Ross has 0 regional wins. No, Ross has never won a regional championship. Ross has never won a major tournament. So you could argue that Ross is the best player to never won a major tournament, but Ross has been slacking the last couple years, to be honest, as far as accomplishments goes. So I don't even know if I would consider Ross the best player right now to not have won a. I actually don't think Ross is the best player to have not won a major tournament, because I don't think Ross is putting the same effort in that other players are these days. So Ross is definitely not the best player to have not won a tournament, I don't think. If Ross starts putting more effort in, I mean, that's how I like. I mean, Ross literally played Rapid Strike Malamar for a whole season, like the year I won an AIC. So modern major wins? No, I think Ross has 0 major tournament wins. Ross has 0 major tournament wins, but probably the best record of any player at Worlds ever. Did he make top 16 at Worlds last year? Yeah, last year, not this year. Whatever. Yeah, whatever you say. Yeah. He did make top 16 at Worlds this season. I'm not saying he didn't. I'm just saying he played Rapid Strike Malamar the whole season. Like, I could have sworn Ross won Madison Regionals in 2011. That's not what I've heard. I heard Ross has not won any. No, Ross. No, I don't think Ross did. I'm pretty sure not. No, Ross lost to Pram in the finals. I have the one you're thinking of, Mamako, I think. It was Ross Puka finals. Oh, is that a finals? Wisconsin regionals? But I thought he won. I'm pretty confident. Ross has definitely not won anything in the modern year. I'm pretty sure Ross has never won a major. I'm pretty sure Ross has never won a major. Did I mean break down Grant versus Ross for best person to never win? No, it's definitely in the currently it's it's Grant. I would definitely say Grant is better than Ross, but I think Grant puts in more time and effort into the game than Ross does. So just because like Ross has had good accomplishments in the past, if like Ross isn't putting the effort currently, then I wouldn't give him the credit. Yeah, also Grant beat Ross on the winning in at Pittsburgh, so that kind of like finalizes the argument. So best players who have not won a major tournament is Grant Bradner, Sander. I don't know the Europeans or Latin American players as well, so it's hard for me. I also don't like know who's won or who hasn't won over there. Those are the ones I know. I'm trying to think of like Europeans. Has Owen won anything yet? Ryder won a regional, right, with Rosa ADP? No, I don't think so. Where are you getting this from, Mello? Pablo's won a major before, right? Wait, actually, has Pablo never won a major? Bradner's never won a major tourney? No, Bradner's never won a major tourney. Reagan? No, Reagan literally won last year. Ross is way too focused on aliens. Too focused on aliens. Has Pablo really never won a major? That's actually kind of crazy. I guess Pablo's up there as well, probably. Is Pablo even playing this season, though? I don't even know if Pablo's playing this season, so then Pablo wouldn't count. Yeah, Pablo might not count if Pablo's not really taking it too seriously this season. Mexico Nationals count? Yeah, that would be a major tournament. Nah, actually, I'm not going to count that as a major tournament one. Pablo won regionals in 2017. Oh, yeah, Pablo won a regionals. Yeah, Pablo's won a major, yeah. This is the worst flex to ever have. Yeah, it is pretty cringe, to be honest, Grant. Being a good player but not having won a tournament. Ryder hasn't won a regional. Who am I thinking of? I have no clue, Mello. You're lost on this one. Rosa ADP. Oh, wasn't that yeah, I don't know who you're thinking about, to be honest. Probably Pero. Maybe Xander. I wouldn't put Xander on that list, though. I wouldn't put Rahul on that list either. Rosa ADP is delusional enough. Hey, going back to the Rosa ADP. I don't know, I'd have to look at a list of players. Oh, yeah, it's really hard for me to think about. I'm trying to think about European players, but I just don't know who has won. Uh, Xander has won a few. Oh yeah, Xander's also won some regionals too. Xander's won a major. Yeah, I just don't know what European players have won stuff and what ones haven't, so I can't really comment too much on European players. I'm trying though. Owen would be one that comes to mind. Uh, yeah. Who are Europeans? To be honest, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is a European? You know, do they exist really? I don't know. American players. It's even hard to think of. I'd have to like look at a list of American players as well. But those are like the top ones that come to mind for sure. Brian DeVries. Brian would be up there for sure. Brian's never won anything. Yeah, Brian would be up there for sure then. What's more impressive, getting top 4 at a 1,500 person event or winning a 300 person event? It just doesn't matter. Like, it's just not. It doesn't matter. Winning more is all that matters. I wouldn't even say like winning the 300 person event is like winning the next event is all that matters. Like even if you win this event, it doesn't matter. Like comparing to how impressive it is, like it doesn't matter. I would say it's more impressive to win a regional than a League Cup, and I would say it's more impressive to win an IC than a regional. It's more impressive to win Worlds than an IC, but that's all that you really need to quantify, to be honest. That's it. The more impressive thing is winning again. But number of players at tournaments, the people that nitpick over number of players at tournaments is just so cringe. And like people's obsession that like, I don't know, like comparing like, I don't know, 400 person European or Latin American regionals to like 1,700 like it's the prize pool being the same just doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Julius, I don't think I put Julius on that list. No. A lot of good players who have never won. They'll be salty when I win Sacramento with Lugia then. At 33 at 1,800 person tournament, yeah, it just doesn't matter. It's irrelevant, literally irrelevant, Grant. Why would you bring that up? You say that now. Let's see you act. Let's see how you act when 5-3 in Perth gets 1,000. It just doesn't matter. Like you just know what you have to work with. Raz, yeah, Raz would be up there if Raz hasn't won. Raz would definitely be up there. No, Grant did not ID. Oh no, Grant did ID the last round. No, what Grant did was cringe, to be honest. Grant ID'd with Tord the final round of day 2 at Pittsburgh and then got 33rd. So to be honest, Grant, that's on you. You like beans? I do like beans. Azul, I found this. Bro, you found that? Look what I found. Wisconsin, Dells, Ross, #1 Lux Shop. Oh, you might be wrong. You might be right. Ross maybe has got the dub then. You might be right. All right, I guess no modern era dubs, but yeah, Ross has won a major then, I guess. Well, yeah, Ross has won a major. What do we count those? Well, yeah, like I would count that. Like if you count the nationals back in the day, then you should count. But like we don't count European nationals. European nationals were literally like no matter what anyone says, European nationals were just like a big league challenge. Like that's literally what they were. European nationals were a joke, to be honest. Like no hate though, of course, no hate, no hate. I mean, even American regionals back then were like not like a thing, to be honest. American regionals back then, but American nationals, now that's something. This is why we don't count the British. Exactly. You know you love it, Soda. Yeah, I know as many USA players came to Europe. Wait, actually? Wait, like back in the day? Or I don't actually know if you're being serious. Wait, you couldn't even play in those. Review done? Not even started. Winless GOAT just sounds hilarious. Nah, you can't be the GOAT and have no dubs. The Pokemon TCG isn't like that RNG heavy. Like where you could actually be like the GOAT of Pokemon and not have any wins. Every deck in that format has a name. Now it's just Lugia and Miraidon. Luxchamp, Dialga-Chomp, Luxchamp. What do you mean, dude? Lugia is Lug and Chops. Miraidon is blue or yellow, yellow Chi and Pao. You're just not using the names. Smart hasn't won anything yet? No, but I wouldn't put Smart on that list yet. I want to get into the TCG, but I don't know how to balance the collecting and playing. I mean, that's just like a personal thing. It sounds like. What do you mean by that, Vincent? I mean, I think it just comes down to like if you're talking about like financially having to like buy cards to play with, and also like being someone who like wants to other way to buy cards to collect with. I mean, it's just like a personal thing. Try and find like a competitive deck that seems like it'll be around for a while, and just kind of make that your deck. Has Cal Connor won anything? I don't think so. I would maybe put Cal. I think I would put Cal on that list though, of like list of best players who haven't won anything. I think Cal would be on that list actually. Can you comment on who you've been coaching, using seniors or masters that did well in Pittsburgh, and you would like to or recognize them? I didn't coach many juniors or seniors at Pittsburgh. The masters players that I coach, I'm not quite sure how they all ended up finishing, to be honest. Yeah, no, I didn't coach many juniors or seniors. I only coached. I think I only worked with one senior at Pittsburgh, but someone who I've been coaching for a long time. Is it possible to know what registrations for regionals? You know when registrations for regionals start? Yeah, just follow the right people on Twitter. Follow RK9 and then all the tournament organizers' Twitters. You're good to go. Yeah, don't use like expensive cards to play with as well. I assume the question you're asking is like towards like financially. Alex Kreckler counts. I think has Kreckler won? I think Kreckler's won though, right? Or am I wrong? How about the list of worst players who have won something? No, I don't think we're gonna do that list. we could do that list, but we're not gonna do that list. We could rank every major tournament winner in the modern era from how good they are to how good they are down. Kreckler won with a Vikavolt deck? Yeah, Kreckler won. Yeah, that's right. No. Kreckler didn't win. Kreckler lost that finals. I don't think Kreckler has one. That's what I was thinking. Do you know what sets go out of rotation? We're looking at... We just, like, lose the last letter, Vincent. So, like, everything with E rotates, right? Was that where we're rotating E next, right? Dude, how do I not remember this? Like, this should not be that hard for me to remember. And I'm not going to look at chat. I'm going to figure it out myself. I'm going to confidently say... Yes, we're becoming... No, we're losing D, right? We're losing D. We're going to become E on eventually. So it's just everything with the letter. In the bottom left corner of the card, there's a letter. And we're going to rotate... No, wait. No, that's not true, actually. We are E right now. We are E on right now. We lost D already. So we're losing E. E will rotate sometime in, like, next year. The beginning of next year, E will rotate. Yeah, I'm trolling. Shoot. I said it confidently, too. Worst decks to win a regional? We could definitely do that, yeah. Is there like a list of like all major tournaments ever? What are the worst decks to ever win a major tournament? There definitely is some. I think Lugia will be around for a while. I don't know, does it rotate? The worst deck is that Sable House Dragonite. We'd have to do like Modern Era on though. Was that that wasn't the Modern Era, was it? That was definitely a bad one that won though. That deck was terrible. Does Pokemon cease to exist after we rotate Z Block one day? That's a good question there, Rolf. It's gonna be a while. But yeah, does Pokemon just stop? Maybe that's the end of Pokemon. Yeah, so E rotates January or February probably. Or actually it might be January, because like me and Chip noticed this yesterday on the stream, but the set releases for Paradox, for the Japanese sets of Paradox and our set of Paradox is like 1 week difference. So we'll probably rotate like 1 week within each other in January. So our rotation is probably going to be in January with Japan. Yeah, so that's probably going to be when we rotate. Which is really sick. It's really cool to see us actually be on track with set releases in conjunction, in line with Japan. Like us being like in line with Japan is actually like super, super sick. Yeah. 2 weeks after the first set of the year. Yeah. Are they lining up US and Japan to rotate together? I mean, this season last rotation we rotated in the same formats. It's just our rotation happened a month or two later because we didn't get Scarlet and Violet until a month or two later. But when Japan got Scarlet and Violet cards, they rotated. When we got Scarlet and Violet cards, we rotated. So we rotated within the same formats, but now set releases are starting to happen at like almost the exact same time. Rule of the Black Flame came out like a week or 2 weeks before Obsidian Flames. And now whatever Japanese Paradox is coming out a week before our Paradox. So yeah, they are lining us up. So that means our rotations will probably be pretty close as well. Yo, appreciate you what's up there, Robbie. Welcome to the pack. We're all out of doors, but we got plenty of milk. So you think we rotate when H block drops? Yeah, whenever the new block drops is when we'll rotate. That's the way it's always been though. So the January, whatever the January set is, we'll rotate with that set. Do you know when we get that gym battle with the Moonlight? I have no clue. But yeah, but then the timing was way off with 151. Yeah, but 151 is not a major set release, so that's just like a little bit different. Yeah, 151 is not a major set release, so it's a little bit different. I think Paradox cards are going to rule the meta. I don't know. Yeah, 151 is like our holiday set. Yeah, so like, I think 151 will flop. I don't know. I don't care about like. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean by flop? I assume you're saying that. Whenever I hear that, I assume people always talking about that in terms of collector stuff. I have no. I just not something I think about, nor do I care about. Now, how many cards will be competitive? I have no clue as well, to be honest. I just don't think in general. Except for the new Jirachi or what? I mean, if it actually changes things, then it'd be cool. But if it doesn't change things and the game is still fun, it doesn't really matter. It was a little over 2 months. Yeah, so last rotations we were separated by 2 months from Japan. But this time around, hopefully it's just like a week or 2 weeks difference. Like the Mew. Yeah, the Mew's pretty chill. Don't come to the stream for thinking. Yeah, that's like too hard. Colorless Lugia Stadium that heals things in Guardy. With how much CPCI and Pokemon people in general love Charizard, do you see anything coming out to make the new Charizard better? I don't know. Do I think they will purposely print a card that makes Charizard better? I mean, if they did, it wouldn't surprise me. If they didn't, it wouldn't surprise me. It's just like one of those things that it's like, when I like talk about like cards and card design, it just does not matter, to be honest. Like, I just don't care because like I just have no input. Like the reason I just don't care about what cards they print and what they make good and what they make bad is because I have no control over it. So like in the end of the day, I just don't care. It's just like whatever they give us. Hopefully, it's fun and enjoyable to play. Hopefully, every set release from here until the end of time, it makes the game more fun and more enjoyable to play. That's it. That's all that we should really care about as well. Stage 2s don't have to be good. Basics don't have to be good. Charizard doesn't have to be good. If the game is just fun and enjoyable, that's all that really matters. For the majority of people, like, because always there's going to be some people who hate certain metas. So if the game is just enjoyable for the vast majority of people, that's all that really matters, to be honest. And if you're one of those sour grapes in a certain meta, I mean, a new set comes out every 3 months. You know, just hold on a little bit longer. Yeah, I can't have any impact over like what cards are printed or not printed. So, and I just don't care what is good or what is bad, to be honest. Because the game is just fun and enjoyable. That's all that matters. No one hates the Pokemon trading card game more than most of the players. Let's do a VOD review of Jake Gearhart's Twitter. Is there anything? Is it? I know you're just memeing, but I wonder if there's anything actually worth taking a look at. It's just Jake raging about Iron Hands, right? Wait, did Jake? Did someone make a fake Jake Gearhart Twitter? For some reason, I can't find Jake on Twitter. Am I trolling? Did Jake delete his Twitter? I literally can't find Jake's Twitter. Jake K. Gearhart. Okay. I did find it. I found it, yeah. Do you follow the notion that more people will be interested in the TCG if Charizard's dominating the meta? Okay, see, that's an interesting question there, Bailout. See, that's a good question. If that's what you're trying to get at before, that's a way better way to phrase it, because before I was just like, eh. Well, more people will be interested in the Pokemon TCG if Charizard's dominating the meta. I would say yes, but not like a notable amount. Yeah. I think the answer, if someone's favorite, if like someone is watching, if someone is like hears about their favorite Pokemon being good in the Pokemon TCG, they're probably more likely to try and play the Pokemon TCG. And Charizard is probably the most people's favorite Pokemon. So I would say yes, but I don't think it's like going to be like a significant amount. Like it'll be like, it won't be like a relevant amount. Yeah, it won't be like a relevant amount of people. Actually, more people will start playing the game. It doesn't actually change the outcome of like how many people are trying to register for events or anything like that. It won't be an actual significant impact on the game. But I would say the answer is definitely yes. I would say if people's favorite Pokemon is really good in the game, you know, when something comes up about people playing the Pokemon TCG, they are more likely to probably try out the Pokemon TCG or be interested in like further pursuing the Pokemon TCG. But it's even if something like Charizard was the most dominant card in the game, I don't think it ever makes a significant impact on the game in terms of like how many people are actually getting into the game. I think the game is already growing at such a large rate that like Charizard being the most popular card in the game is not actually having an impact on the growth, like a substantial impact. It's just like a margin of error impact. He blocked you. That's what I thought for a second. Either he deleted his Twitter or blocked me or something. It's funny though. Jake was like ranting about Iron Hands. And then there's like a follow-up tweet was like, anyone have recommendations for learning the competitive One Piece TCG? It's like, well, Iron Hands is coming out. The Pokemon TCG is dead. I'm going to go play One Piece. Ninja was good and was hooked afterwards. Yeah, so I think it does have like a potential impact, but not like a relevant one. Because also like, a lot of people like Charizard, but a lot of people like other Pokemon, right? So like if Charizard is only the ever good Pokemon, you would cap out its influence on people being like, oh, my favorite Pokemon is good in the trading card game. Maybe I'll try out the trading card game. That would cap really fast if it's always Charizard, right? So you needed to mix it up and have it become other Pokemon theoretically to maximize growth of people getting into the game based on their favorite Pokemon being good. So you need other Pokemon to be the best at some point. Dude, One Piece is a banger. It's pretty fun. I've played One Piece. I wish I had more time to like commit to like actually doing stuff like that. But yeah, I don't have any time to like actually like potentially. I was like thinking about trying to go to like a regional, but it's like so hard to get into those anyways. But yeah, One Piece is fun. I played it a little bit. So I saw that tweet and died. It was so funny. I started playing Pokemon TCG this week because I saw that sick Terra art of Charizard, even though it's not my favorite Pokemon whatsoever. Yeah. So the cards, yeah, some cards like art style of cards. Certain Pokemon being good in the game definitely will lead to people getting there. But can you comment the increase in prize money and how do you feel this will help grow the game or bring in a large element of those who are looking for a quick buck by attempting to cheat? So it definitely helps the game grow to have more prize money in the game, increase the level of competition and the amount of people who want to get into it because it's just bigger. Like just having more prize money just makes things bigger, right? If things are just bigger, more people want to get involved. Whether or not these people are actually have any chance or have any hopes of actually getting any of that prize money, it doesn't really matter, right? If it's bigger, it's bigger. I mean, there will theoretically be more people who try and get into the game to simply try and make a quick buck by cheating. There are like card sharks who go from just like game to game cheating as much as they can before they get banned or get kind of shunned out of the community, right? Those people do exist. A lot of them come from Yu-Gi-Oh! No hate, it's just facts. Going to game, just cheating as much as they can, whatever. But like it's like it is a factor of more prize money being put into the game, but it's like not something worth like thinking about. It's like it just does not matter. It just really doesn't matter, to be honest. Like there will be more people sharking, potentially cheating at tournaments, yada yada. It's just like it's something that just doesn't matter. It's not worth thinking about. Like because there's nothing that's gonna change. All we want is like hopefully the judging staff and players themselves hold other players accountable, and the judging staff correctly assesses situations and comes to good conclusions for situations like that. So I'm coming from Yugon. I'm not here to cheat, just play a better game. No, I'm not talking about everyone, Freedom. But happy to have you here for sure. I've heard One Piece is great, but the organized play structure is atrocious. It doesn't seem great. It just seems like it's really hard to play the game. Also, how expensive are One Piece decks? That's something I actually never really looked into. I was talking to Chip about Lorcana this weekend. Lorcana decks are like, I think that like Chip had 2 proxy Lorcana decks. he said one was like 350, one was like 550. Yeah. Yu community is way better the last couple years. Trust me. Yeah, but better than what? 1 to 200 for One Piece deck? Okay, that's not that bad. Yeah. I think even if Pokemon decks became more expensive, it wouldn't be that bad. Like Pokemon decks are super cheap right now, but if Pokemon decks became more expensive, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. As long as it like, you know, if it fluctuated a little bit, it wouldn't be a big deal. Well, I hadn't tried TCG in years, but saw a trailer that the Battle Pass gave a full art Charizard deck and decided to try it out again. Now I'm hooked on Chi and Pow. That's actually pretty dope to see, Crow. Dope to hear. That's how like people are getting into the game. It definitely is dope to hear, to be honest. Robin already got Limitless up for One Piece. Can see prices. Oh shit, really? See, I would like go to a One Piece tournament. If there was like any One Piece tournament I could get into, like I would just show up to a One Piece tournament, buy a deck on site, and then just like play in it. Just to, like try it out. But I just don't have the time to. I wish I had the time to. Maybe I'll try and find time in the future to try and. I have too much travel already to do for Pokemon. It would probably be one of those things like when maybe I cut back on my competing in the Pokemon TCG. That's when I would like explore and try out more games to like actually try competing in, because then I'd have like more time. But I guess as long as I'm going like kind of more full-time Pokemon competing, or as much as I can into that, then I just really don't have the time to do it, to be honest. But can I go with Pram? Yeah, I could go with Pram, but like I just don't have the time like to like learn the game. Like I'm either streaming, making YouTube videos, or traveling to Pokemon tournaments and competing. Like I literally have, or coaching. Like I literally have zero extra time to work with, so for the most part. But online regionals events to do as well via webcam. I hate the idea of those. It's better. I guess it might be just better to have them than not. Yeah, I have seen those. I hate the idea of those. I feel like the cheating potential in a webcam tournament is just so real. Be less time with the kitty. That's all right. Lorelai can give the cat plenty of attention. The quality of Stardust on PTCG Live is so much better now too. Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, the decks you get for free on PTCG Live is definitely really good. And then if you just want to commit like $100 to buying a bunch of codes, like that'll set you up for a long time, if not forever. Yeah, the cat will be fine. Don't worry, the cat gets plenty of attention. Yeah, the idea of webcam tournaments is, I don't know, just like the potential for cheating that just like feels so high. I mean, I'm sure there's like more cheating in them than it was. I mean, there's nothing to really be done about it. It's good. It's better they exist than don't exist, but I mean, maybe that'll be my entrance into playing in One Piece tournaments. We'll be trying to do one of these online regional type things. Maybe. I'm definitely not opposed to it. Yeah, because One Piece was pretty fun. A little bit that I played with it. That's what I'm on the verge of doing now, wanting to try Mew and Lugia. Yeah. I don't know how good the I don't know how the economy feels for PTCG Live right now in terms of like, can you really get enough credits for when a new set drops to actually build a new deck between like where you are currently and when the set drops, or between sets? I don't actually know if that's possible, but you really don't have to put. PTCG Live is really like not that big of an investment monetarily. You can do it free to play, but if you want to drop like $100, $200, you're like set for a while, like if not forever on credits. So it's not truly free to play in terms of like being able to build anything you want whenever. If you want to do that, you do have to put a little bit of money into it, but it's really not that much. Like if you think about like what you spend money on for entertainment, like if you go to the movies for like a 2-hour movie, it's like what, $15 usually? Unless you go to like the early ones, but like a new movie release, whatever, $15 for 2 hours. How much hours do you put into PTCG Live? You know what I'm saying? Like once you like start to quantify it like that, it's not like that unreasonable. It's not that once you start to quantify it like that, it's not that unreasonable to spend like $100, $200 on PTCG Live. Don't talk to me ever again, J-Car. Way easier than PT. Yeah, way easier than PTCGO for sure. You can put the majority of meta decks free to play on Live. Okay, see, I don't know. I have no idea what the economy is like on PTCG Live trying to do it free to play. Talk about Ian Rob's meta manipulation by tweeting Guardvor good. Dude, I can't believe. Yeah, it's funny. Actually, people believe in meta manipulation. It's crazy. Code market crash big time, which helps the affordability of Live. Yeah, that as well. Codes are like worth like nothing right now. Worth nothing. They're still worth something, which is probably good for the code sites and card sites and all that stuff to be able to have codes that are worth something. It's probably good that codes are worth something for the secondary market, but Definitely worth way less. Almost enabled rant, almost. I'm kind of done ranting about people thinking meta manipulation is real. That shit is just so cringe. It's just like, it's not real. That it can't be real that people actually believe meta manipulation is real. Like, those people can't be real. Well, and half of them don't understand the difference between meta manipulation and influence the meta. If you ask any top player, I think any top player would be like, yeah, I could potentially. If you asked any top player would be like, yeah, there's a potential that I influence the meta by what I say. But there's a difference between influence the meta and meta manipulation. And a lot of people just don't understand that those are two different terms and mean completely different things. But they're just like not the same thing at all. Anyone who thinks they're the same thing just doesn't understand why they're different. People believe in meta manipulation because Yu-Gi-Oh players used to actually do it. I mean, there is one instance in the PokemonTCG's history where it definitely happened for sure. Meta manipulation happened, but it's like not something that's happening in the current day and age of Pokemon. They'd band together and top stuff with bad decks. As soon as the actual important stuff came around, they whipped out the actual meta deck and wiped the floor. I mean, if you're that good that you can play a bad deck and still win tournaments, I don't, to be honest, that's not really meta manipulation. That's different. I wouldn't even call that meta manipulation, to be honest. Like, that's just like, if you can be that much better than someone else and play a bad deck, still win the tournament. Like, yeah, I to be honest, that's like a different thing, to be honest. If I could do that in the TCG, I probably would. If I could play a deck that I thought was terrible, show up, win Pittsburgh, and then show up with an actual good deck of Peoria, I would do that. Like that, yeah. I don't think that really actually classifies as meta manipulation. I think saying meta manipulation is not real is a fat lie. I mean, then give me an example of meta manipulation. I think thinking meta manipulation is real just means you don't understand the difference between meta manipulation and meta and influence the meta, or you're just like, you have too much time on your hands. Can you tell us about the time meta manipulation happened? It was before I actually started playing the game, but basically a group of players, really good players, hyped up a deck and a card that was terrible, Clade All EX on the article site 6 prizes. Explain the difference between the two. Okay, give me 1 second, morning. And then a lot of people thought Clade All EX was good, and the card was like super expensive at the actual tournament, and people played it, and the deck was just terrible the whole time, which is not good. Meta influence means if, like, I put out my tier list on the meta going into Pittsburgh regionals on my YouTube channel. Now, people took the ideas from my tier list and applied it to their deck choice or what decks they teched for. That would be me influencing the meta. But I do not care if anyone takes any of my thoughts and applies them to how they play the game. Meta manipulation is when you put ideas and opinion and information out there with the purpose of trying to abuse that information that you're putting out there. Like, you tell everyone Mew is terrible, don't tech for Mew, consistently, just like constantly just bringing that up, constantly saying that with the idea that you want people to not tech from you and then you're going to play Mew. That means there has to be intent behind the information and the opinions you're putting out there. But like when I put out my tier list before Pittsburgh, it was just my thoughts on the meta. I was like, well, here are my thoughts on the meta. I don't give a fuck what anyone does with this. I'm going to beat you anyways. I don't care. You could use this information. You could not use this information. Literally does not matter to me. Manipulation means you plan to try and put information and opinions out there that you're trying to abuse. You're trying to have intent behind the information you're putting out there to gain an advantage. That's the difference. There's no such thing. You put Mew as the lowest A tier. I don't order my tier lists highest to lowest. Then you played Mew? Yeah, I put Mew in A tier. And then I played Mew. I said Mew is a good deck, and it's a good play. And then I played Mew. Like, Mew is a good deck, and a good play. And I played it. Like, what does that mean? But look, I don't organize my tier list. I don't organize the decks in a tier list. I think that's stupid. You should just add another tier if that's what you're going to do. Basically, if you won Worlds with Tina... No, even then, because my opinion could change. My opinion pre-Worlds, like let's say my opinion was pre-Worlds was Lost Tina is literal garbage. And then I show up to Worlds and actually test games against Grant, and Grant beats me playing literally everything with Lost Tina, and I'm like, well, I guess I'm just wrong. My opinion changes. I'm going to play Lost Tina at Worlds. That wouldn't be meta manipulation still. That's not meta manipulation. My opinion pre-Worlds was Lost Tina sucks. But then Grant bodies me with Lost Tina no matter what I play against him. I'm like, well, I'm just wrong. Lost Tina's good. And then I play Lost Tina, and then that's not meta manipulation though. That's just me changing my opinion. Now, whether or not what I said before influences the meta, that's fine. But meta manipulation would be me specifically being like, Lost Tina is garbage, while the whole time I'm planning to play Lost Tina, but I wasn't. If you didn't order it, then I can understand that. Even if I did order it morning, I could still think Mew is the lowest of the A tiers going into the tournament, then change my mind going into the actual tournament. That's still that what you're saying still does not describe meta manipulation. You're just saying things. What is that meme? That meme was so funny when someone said it in chat the other day. I was saying something, and then someone was like saying like, "Oh, you're acting like people who work 8 hours a day aren't tired." And I was like, "What?" And then someone in chat, that would come off as sus. Yeah, if you're a moron, that comes off as sus. But I can't babysit everyone's brains. Someone said that's a whole new that meme where someone responds like that's a whole new sentence. That shit is so funny. Your suggestion about adding extra tiers instead of ranking within a tier means you need a separate tier for each thing that you're ranking. I mean, theoretically, 2 decks can be close enough equal where you don't need to like rank them in the tier list. But if you feel like you really need to rank things differently in a tier list, then you should add another tier. Well, that's how I feel about tier lists. People can do it differently. What would change the night before a tournament that would make someone change their list so drastically? Just like you thinking like a matchup goes one way and then someone proves to you that it doesn't actually go the way you thought it could. And one matchup difference could be enough to make a deck from like, meh, not that great. Like if I think the most popular deck is going to be Lost Tina and I think something is a really good play, but you auto lose to Lost Tina, and then someone shows me a tech card or a way to beat Lost Tina, and now I'm all of a sudden 60-40 against Lost Tina, that deck would go from unplayable to me in the tournament to maybe the best deck in the tournament. Like but it's not meta manipulation. My opinion just changed. Still can't believe you've never had corn nuts. I know, it's pretty crazy. I hear about it all the last time with last event ending. Yeah, exactly. Right? Like it sounds like what people want is like for no one to ever put their opinion out there on the internet. But that's just like stupid. Like that's just like silly. Like it's like no, you can't have an opinion. If you have an opinion, you have to literally follow that opinion no matter what, otherwise it's meta manipulation. Hey Azul, what is the selection process in your group and how do you collectively choose a deck to practice/play? I don't know, it's like a lot of things. We have a spreadsheet, and then we also just like cumulatively come together with all of our knowledge and then apply that to picking a deck. I just want to stop facing Lost Tina on ladder. Not possible. All this is Azul streaming. All this is Azul stream manipulating to not have to drink ketchup and milk on stream. Is Boo still here? I'll go get the ketchup and milk when I go to get my lunch, which I'm going to do here in a second. Meta gaslighting. I feel manipulated right now, to be honest. Testing is what can change your mind. Yeah, testing or just like discovering a new tech card or like there's so many things that can change your mind. You all should be practicing yourself instead of getting influenced. Yeah, but it's also fine to take the information. Like, I forget if I said this on stream or if I said this to someone I was coaching. Like, if all of a sudden, like the night, have you ever shared the spreadsheet on stream? No. The only real meta manipulation is from the Pokemon company. Exactly. They're the ones who are actually manipulating the meta. If anything, you guys should be mad at TPCI or the Pokemon creatures for creating cards that are better than others. That's true manipulation right there. When they make like a really good card and a really bad card, they're forcing you to have to play the really good card. How does that make you feel that you're being manipulated by creatures and TPCI when they release cards? How does that feel? I told my wife I wanted tacos, but then later said I wanted pizza. Is that meta manipulation? That might be. What'd you end up getting, though, is the real question. Do you preheat your oven for pizzas? Yes. Right outside Creatures HQ. You manipulated me into Lost Tina, TY, good sir. I do what I can. You could get a Mexican pizza from Taco Bell. Oh, that could have been the outcome, yeah. When they power creep and manipulate me into playing Iron Hands EX. Yeah, the thing is, like, people don't understand influence the meta. The big thing, I think, the big thing people don't understand is they don't understand the difference between influencing the meta and meta manipulation. Once you understand that there's a difference between those two, I think a majority of people will be like, oh, okay, I do, yeah, that's what I meant. I meant influencing the meta. Because when they say people claiming that they don't meta manipulate, be like, but you do. When you tweet this, I'm sure people will take it as, oh, you think that deck is actually good, and then they'll be like, oh, if this good player thinks this deck is good, maybe I should think the deck is good as well. Which is fine. That's just like influencing the meta based on opinions and how much people respect your opinion. But once you explain the difference between the two, most people are like, oh yeah, it is just influencing the meta. But when people claim to not do meta manipulation and they think influencing the meta is meta manipulation, they're like, why are these people lying about doing something, saying they're not doing something when they are doing it? But it actually is a difference. And once you explain that, most people are like, oh, okay, there's two different things going on here. And there's no one actually out there manipulating the meta. It just does not exist. And not only does it not exist, but for it to actually take effect would be close to impossible in the current day and age of the Pokemon TCG with how much information and how big the tournaments are. Like for meta manipulation to actually take effect and someone to actually gain an advantage from opinion and information they put out there is almost impossible. It probably is just impossible in the current day and age of Pokemon, but no one's even doing it to begin with. Yeah, no one is doing it, and it literally couldn't happen if they tried. But influence does overlap into manipulation, probably where the confusion comes from. It doesn't overlap at all. There's no overlapping because there has to be intent behind one. There's literally zero overlapping. Meta manipulation day would have to take a massive gaslighting effort. Yeah, there'd have to be some insane gas getting lit. Gas getting lit. Proof of that is how you trash or talk trash about Lost Tina for months and it never dropped and how many people played it. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure there's some people who probably took my opinion of Lost Tina and then maybe didn't even try Lost Tina or stopped playing it because I said it was terrible. But that's like fine. That's fine. They respect my opinion and I put my opinion out there and they chose to be like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and like utilize that information that's free. You know, just my opinion out there is like free. Like, and one way I'm going to explain that is like, if for some reason before Pittsburgh, I had played 0 games with Lugia, had no opinion of Lugia, but decided, oh, I'm going to play Lugia for Pittsburgh, I would have just gone on Limitless and taken Raz's Lugia list from Worlds, and then that's it. I would have played that 60 cards probably, right? Now, is that Raz gaslighting, or is that Raz meta manipulating me? Because Raz did well with that deck at a tournament, and I respect Raz as a player, and Raz has put more time into Lugia than I have? No. It's just, oh, Raz played Lugia at Worlds. I respect Raz as a player. Raz has put way more time into thinking about Lugia than I have. I'm just going to copy Raz's list for Pittsburgh. If I was like set on playing Lugia the night before Pittsburgh and I put 0 time into it and had 0 opinion on the deck at all, I would just like literally take Raz's list from Worlds and play it at Pittsburgh. I've met and talked with Raz. He gaslit you. Raz has been gaslighting me this whole time. I've literally talked to Raz once, I think it was at Worlds this year. And that was probably the only time I've ever talked to Raz before. You influence the meta has then caused it to be manipulated though. But that's with anyone. No, but it hasn't been manipulating, influence and manipulating are different things. Like you're just like construing the words for no reason. Like you're literally just saying one word is the other word, but it's not. They're different. Manipulation requires intent and generally I think some level of maliciousness, whereas influence is just something that happens through the process of your opinion and thoughts and information you put out there. Something changing doesn't mean it was manipulated. 5 years of sub if you play Tina at Peoria. It's going to take more than that. So one's influenced me to play a Alolan Doug trio to a regionals. Wait, actually, Punch, did you actually play Alolan Doug trio at a regionals? You have a goal when you manipulate stuff? Yeah, exactly. You have to have a goal. There has to be some kind of intent behind the manipulation. There has to be. Or it's not manipulation. It's just influence. And influence is just like neutral. It's just like, yeah, it's just neutral. And get his subs and a hug. Final offer. Nah, you're getting closer though. Yeah, that's what they think, J-Car, but like they're misunderstanding the difference. That's the thing. That's what I'm saying. Like a lot of people just misunderstand the difference between influencing the meta and manipulating the meta. And most people come around to the correct opinion that, oh, it's just influencing the meta, which is like not harmful and just kind of neutral and shouldn't be like discouraged or frowned upon or anything like that. Once you explain the difference between the two, once you explain the two, they're like, oh, they understand that influencing and manipulating is different. But a lot of people look at them as the same thing just because they don't understand the difference between the two. Was it between clickbaiting and influencing? I don't know. What is the difference? I mean, you're just making things up now at this point. I don't know what you're saying. You said Easter Weezing was bad, so Aiden Koos would win with it. Yeah, I've been trying to influence the meta for Aiden specifically for years, and Aiden is finally starting to take advantage of it. For years, I've been manipulating the meta for the favorable outcomes specifically for Aiden Koos. Before COVID, I ran your Weezing spread deck in the locals. Poor schmucks got farmed. Dude, that deck was so fun. It's like saying wearing the same clothes as cool kids in school is being manipulated. No, they were influenced. Exactly, yeah. The cool kids do not give a fuck if you wear the clothes that they wear. Regidrago is considered a super strong card. On paper, there's an answer for everything, but he only performed well recently and won a junior, which can be said to be a bit different. No one considers Regidrago a super strong card at all. I don't think. On paper, there's an answer for everything. On paper, there is an answer for everything, but in reality, the card sucks. Bring back Wheezing Spread. There is a Wheezing Spread deck coming out. It's not as good of a spread deck, though. Are you telling us your coaching sessions are you manipulating and not influencing how your students play? Exactly. You got it. You're catching on. This would be like when Mahone plays Maridon on stream and then ladders full of Maridon equals influence. Yeah, exactly. Like, real talk, will you be watching Barcelona with us? No, I'll be watching it afterwards. It's too early for me, or too late. Yeah. What do you do on what you do on stream or on Twitter can influence the meta? Yep. Whereas manipulation is someone intentionally trying to convince. If you're a content creator and you should be able to just freely state your opinions on decks without being called a manipulator, although your content could influence. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, though. So you explained it perfectly, Morning. But earlier you said that meta manipulation is real. So have I just changed your opinion on meta manipulation for influencing the meta? Or do you now have an actual... Do you actually have an instance of actual meta manipulation that you've seen happen before in the Pokemon TCG? That's where I'm going with this. Because you said you did, but then you wanted me to describe the difference between the two. So now that I've done that, is there actually an instance of actual meta manipulation in the Pokemon TCG? What if chat gifted 50 subs by the end of the stream? Would you wake up? That's the real question. Would I wake up? Well, I'm currently awake, so the answer, I guess, to that would be yes, I would wake up. But if you're referencing, would I play Lost Tina at Peoria? The answer is no. I think it would have to be more than 50 gifted. I think you're a cool guy, and then I find out you're talking trash about Chien Pao. Dude, Chien Pao is so mid. Who ended up getting top 8 with it? Was it Lucas? Lucas had to get so lucky, bro. What a luck sack. There's just no way they got there on the power of the deck or their own skill. All luck. You're awake, but are you woke? Good question. You'll appreciate the 3-month resub there, Jojo Rizzi. What do I play for Pittsburgh? Fusion Mew. I'm saying wake up to stream. Oh, wake up to stream Barcelona? No, I just want to keep my sleep schedule. I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule to watch Barcelona. I will rewatch Barcelona immediately, the same day, immediately after. When I start my stream on Saturday and Sunday, we're going to rewatch Barcelona. But I'm not going to wake up. Well, I would just be staying up, to be honest, because Barcelona stream starts at like midnight for me. So I would just be staying up. But I'm not trying to stay up till like 7 a.m. No, it's not happening. No, I do want to try the turbo build that like Lucas was playing. I do want to give that a shot and see how it feels, to be honest. I do want to try it out a little bit. I never really had the chance to try it out after Worlds, but you pick Lost Tina or Torterra if you had to pick one? Lost Tina. What kind of question is that? I think people need to go look at the definition of manipulate. The first one is to handle or control in a skillful manner. No intent mentioned. And too many people tie it to being malicious. To handle or control in a skillful manner. I mean, that implies like intent. Dream. Malicious. I guess the question of whether or not it has to be malicious is, I guess, the question. Probably meta manipulate his way to top 8. Shake my head. Yeah, there's no way Chien Pao just naturally made its way to top 8. The meta had to be manipulated for Chien Pao, Excalibur to make top 8. There's just no way. There's just no way, man. There's just no way. Yeah, because like you're intending an outcome in that situation, Dream. Like to handle or control in a skillful manner means you're intending for an outcome to happen. So intent is implied. Now malicious, whether it has to be malicious, I think is like it probably doesn't have to be malicious, I guess. People are no, that's not people. So not only does creatures, the creators of the Pokemon TCG cards, manipulate the meta by making some cards better than other, but actually the devs at PTCG Live are also manipulating you into thinking Toadscroll is better than it is because they gave it a bug. Actually, the PTCG Live devs have kept the bug on Toadscroll around on purpose to hope people don't notice that it's not as good as it actually is, because they own stock in Toadscroll. They own Toadscroll stock. So this Toadscroll being better than it actually is actually making Toadscroll stock rise. And before they fix the bug, they're going to sell their Toadscroll stock. Literally exposed. Easy dub. This is the real manipulation. Wake up, people. Talk about Azul waking up. Thoughts on the Twitter debate over the pace of play with Guardy? I think generally what Celio is talking about is against the rules in the Pokemon TCG. It's hard because it's like that back and forth that I had on Twitter a while ago where I was like, if you want to take an extra turn in the game to see more of your opponent's deck, that seems fine, right? It is eating up more of the clock to play through the game, but like, yeah, I don't know. Like, if that became illegal, I mean, you could never make that illegal to do, though. You can't tell someone when they have win on board. But if, like, someone sequences their cards in a way that maximizes time, I don't know, that could be identifiable and potentially punishable, but it's such a gray area. Like, the best example is Tord against Pedro at NAIC. The best example of that is Tord versus Pedro at NAIC. Pedro Petrucci. Where in game 2, Tord just never planned to even attack the whole game. Yeah. I don't know. It does, like, feel bad when you look at that game, but it's like, how do you tell Tord to sequence his actions differently, you know? Or to play more concise? Like, you kind of can't, you know? I think you're basically saying what we think you're doing is suboptimal, and we want you to play optimally. You know what I'm saying? At that point, like, how do you, like, it's like impossible to, like, so it's hard to take in those kind of situations. It's hard to, like, be mad at the players. I think I forget who tweeted it. Like, it's not against the rules. I forget who tweeted this, but someone retweeted one of Celia's things. It's like, it's not against the rules, or it's not illegal, but it is like, you don't have to think it's illegal, but you don't have to respect the player. It's like not respectable, basically. Which I guess you could, like, but that's like a kind of like a personal, like, moral thing, right? So it's possible the player doesn't see the win con. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't, like, enforce those kind of things. I don't know. You didn't sequence your hand correctly, DQ. Yeah. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's not illegal, but unethical. Yeah, you can view it as unethical, but it's just, it isn't illegal. So I don't know. What specific rules for rate of play? Is there a specific time limit for each action, like PTCG Live? No. There's not. There's like a suggested time limit. It's not illegal, but it's frowned upon. I mean, yeah, I guess it's up for the community to decide, though, right? It's up for the community to decide what is frowned upon. So generally, I guess most of the community would frown upon it. So yeah, I guess. What if I try to draw my whole deck with Guardy before I play the boss in my hand in order to have my opponent think I only play one? But yes, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's like a reasonable strategy there. Have to, like, if you dig super deep for the boss, like, maybe your opponent thinks you only play one now, but you have like a boss in hand the whole time. Dig through your whole deck, you know, give them the idea like, okay, maybe they only play one boss here. Like, see, I think that's like reasonable strategy to apply. I don't know. Do I frown upon it? Answer carefully, streamer. Yeah, I generally frown upon it. I'm always just trying to play as much Pokemon as possible. That's how I've been approaching the game. I'm always just trying to play as much Pokemon as possible because I think the idea of trying to play 3 games to begin with favors the better player overall. So I'm trying to be able to play 3 games in a set. But some decks just naturally make that not possible. And I think Lost Zone and Guardy are 2 of the decks that are popular right now that are a lot of the times 1-game decks, which I don't think is like a bad thing to have decks exist in the Pokemon TCG that are 1-game decks. There's just a lot of them now, which makes things feel worse than it does on average, I feel like, in the Pokemon TCG. Because there's so many 1-game decks in the format, it makes it feel worse. It makes it seem like it's more of a problem than it actually is. But if you look at like Mews and Arceuses and stuff like that, like those are generally 3-game decks pretty reasonably, right? Not all the time. Sometimes you're not going to finish 3 games. Just most of the time it is going to finish 3 games. I don't know, if we get to a more evolution-based kind of game, then if we get to a more evolution-based kind of game, do we end up in a scenario where every game is a one deck game or 1-game deck? Maybe, I don't know. We just have to kind of get there and see what happens. You appreciate the prime sub there, Morning TCG. Welcome to the pack. We're all out of orange juice. We got plenty of granola. Don't worry, you'll play 3 games with Iron Hands. That's the plan. Iron Hands mirrors. Iron Hands was created to get rid of ties. It's like playing one water with Greninja. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't know. Like, some things I feel like are like you're applying some kind of strategy to the game to gain not an advantage where you're trying to 1-0 your opponent, but an advantage where you're trying to like get more information out of your opponent or bluff that you have a certain card or don't have a certain card. And I think that kind of strategy should be like should be applied. Like, I don't know. Like, imagine if you have game on board, but you go out of your, like, if you're playing a Lost Tina deck, it's like you have game right now. All you have to do, you can like attach one card or play a boss and you just win the game. But you go out of your way to play the turn in a way where you still win, but you purposely dig through your deck to get a Mirage Gate, to use a Mirage Gate, to utilize the energy you get off Mirage Gate to maybe retreat something instead of playing a switch card. But then also you like specifically get your 1 water energy and put it on your Greninja, just because you want to show it to your opponent to be like, okay, next game you better bench your freaking Manaphy because I might be able to attack with Greninja. They're like, oh shoot, they got a water energy, but you actually only play 1 water energy. So you just want to show them your 1 water energy to be like, I play a water energy, and your opponent's like, well, if they play 1 water energy, they probably play 2, and if they play 2, they can attack with Greninja. So the next game they bench Manaphy, going into game 2 they bench Manaphy, and then you just beat them by, you know, attacking that turn, whatever it might be. But like you take extra actions to get to that water energy, right? Like I think like that's the point of playing a single water energy in the Lost Tina deck, is to show it to your opponent and be like, all right, play around Greninja the rest of the game. They're like, all right, I see your water energy, I'll play around Greninja the rest of the game, right? So that seems like it's fair strategy, even if you took more time than you needed to win the game, right? So I think there is a difference between simply trying to take as much time as possible with the purpose of a game not ending, and then taking more actions with the purpose of applying like a deeper level of strategy to it. I think there is a difference there. Now, can you really rule them differently? I don't know, to be honest. I don't know if you can actually rule them differently at the end of the day. We'll see if Pokemon starts to apply any more different rules or enforcements around that kind of stuff in the future. Or maybe we even see like an eventual adjustment in time rules as well. That could happen as well. We will see. But when we get to like, well, once we get rid of Lost, I think Lost Box is one, Mew is another one. Like, Mew takes so many actions. You shuffle the deck so much, you're drawing cards with 3 to 4 different Pokemon on your turn. You play yourself, like, there's so many things. Mew, Lost Box, Guardy, there's just so many actions. There's just so many actions. This is an insane amount of actions. So yeah, there's just so many actions. That's like the thing with those decks. There's just so many actions. Like how games just take a while, you know. But if you're playing like a Arc Intel or a Rapid Strike deck, the Rapid Strike deck has like 2 actions and that's it. And when you go to use like your artillery to search your deck, you know exactly what you're getting. Like, you're not taking a while, right? You know what I'm saying? So it just depends on like, but I think it's like fine if decks exist that are naturally 1-game decks in a best 2 out of 3 system. When we just have a lot of those right now, so I just don't think it's that big of a deal. But I don't know. But if my opponent does not play down Manaphy, am I allowed to say, shoot, I think my other water energies are prized? No. Because you're not allowed to lie in the Pokemon TCG. I'm pretty sure the answer would be no there, have to. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I mean, I personally would never do that. I would never do that. I also just hate talking to my opponent, so also don't talk to me ever. But if my opponent does not play down Manaphy, am I allowed to say, shoot, I think my other water energies are prized? When you don't play any more water energies that would lie attack. I'm pretty, I mean, in the rule book, I'm pretty sure it says you just can't lie. So you could like dig through your deck as if you're playing to use Greninja, but you're not lying when you whiff the Greninja, right? Bluff with actions, not words. Yeah. You can't lie in the Pokemon TCG. I'm pretty sure that's a rule, but I've been told recently that that's not a rule, but I'm pretty sure you can't do that. I would never suggest anyone do that, and I would never do that, but I talk to you in between rounds? Yeah, sure, why not? Can you wear headphones to avoid listening to your opponent? I wish. No, I'm joking. You can't wear headphones, though. Not allowed to lie? Yeah. But I don't actually know if that's a real rule in the rule book or not, to be honest. I don't know if that's a real rule in the rule. Yeah, the best way to put it is bluff with actions, not with words. Bluffing with words is cringe. I start every game by saying this deck contains multiple water energy. Yeah, sit down across from your opponent. Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you. How was your last couple rounds? They were pretty good. How about you? I play multiple water energy in my deck, actually. Line equals unsportsmanlike conduct. I mean, it can be perceived that way. But, yeah. Sounds like a lie. Yeah, like if you knowingly don't have water energy in your deck, you're like, I prize all my water energy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just can't do that. Call a judge over and ask him if you can lie. You talk to me during lunch break? Yes. But lunch breaks don't exist anymore, so I guess we're never talking. Just unintentionally mislead your opponent. Yeah, if you can't do it. Meta manipulate your opponent. Unintentionally meta manipulate your opponent into thinking you have water energy in your deck. Hello, I may or may not have basic water energy in my deck. How are you? So if I VAPS don't see Ninja, say, damn it, Ninja's prize again, and then I draw and play it, would it be punished for lying if it was unintentional? I mean, probably not. It's just like weird to say, damn it, my Ninja's prized again, I guess, to begin with, to be honest. You can request your opponent be deck checked, right? Yeah, you can request a deck check on your opponent. Dude, shut up, Soda. Yeah, I don't know if it says specifically in the rule book if you can't lie or not, to be honest. I don't know. We could look it up, to be honest. All right, maybe I will go look it up. Should we look it up? We got nothing else better to do. Let's go look it up. So is it PokemonTCG rule book? We'll get to the VOD reviewing eventually. I have to eat lunch first, though. Tournament rules handbook. Tournament operations and specifics. Concession intentional drawing. Dropping from tournaments. Rules, violations, and penalties. Introduction. Type of penalty. Penalty categories. Prevention from recommended penalty. Diversity. Reporting. Ketchup milk? Don't worry, I'll get the ketchup milk. Arcanine just tweeted that Little Regionals would be full within 30 seconds if it was first come first serve. Wait, was it not first come first serve? When do you call a judge for your opponent cards looking mad sus? I don't know, whenever they look mad sus. Arcanine has some built-in semi-lottery system? Wait, really? Interesting. Dude, I don't know if I can actually find this freaking thing. It would be unsportsmanlike conduct, though, right? Cheating. All right. Major unsportsmanlike conduct is a characteristic by behavior that displays a lack of respect or consideration. A player attempts to distract or intimidate their opponent into misplay. Intentionally violation of the play Pokemon. Refuse to cooperate during a match. A player makes legal plays that have no effect on the game in progress. Attempting to view opponent's screen to gain the use of profanity, slurs. Violation of the assault, theft, or other crime activity. Willingly lying to tournament staff. Okay, tournament staff, though. Such as during an investigation. Bribery or coercion of other players. Determine the outcome of a match by random means. But it doesn't say anything about lying to your opponent in these things, actually. You can't lie to staff. You can't assault at regionals? Unfortunately not. Unlucky. No assaults. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about lying to your opponents in here. My opponent was using a proxy round 1. I personally didn't care, nor did I call a judge, but I told them that about it, and then they got all defensive saying that they could use it if they wanted to, so I just walked away after the round. Should you say something about it to a judge? I would have. I would have been like, well, I would have told my opponent, I was like, no, you can't use a proxy. I would get that changed. And if they said, no, I can do whatever I want, go away, then I would have been like, I would have told the judge after, I'd be like, judge, I just played against my opponent. They had a proxy in their deck. Like, yeah. I would first try and reason with my opponent and let them know that, no, you can't use proxies in your deck. And if they weren't being reasonable, I'll be like, all right, whatever, judge. They have a proxy. Like I'd first like try to be like, yo, like I wouldn't care. I'd be like, yo, you should just go get a new card after the round. Oh yeah, I'm trying. I don't see anything about like lying to your opponent, to be honest. Maybe you can just lie to your opponent. Dude, I'm just gonna sit. I'm just sitting down across from my opponent and being like, I got water energy in my deck. That's it. Every single round for the rest of my career. Even if there's no good watered Pokemon in play, bro, my opponent's always gonna be thinking I got water energy. If they're being a bitch about it, snitch. Yeah, if they're being a bitch about it, snitch for sure. But like, first try and let them know that like, yeah, you can't do this. Hey, look, it's the water energy guy. I got water energy in my deck. Slaps down Miraidon. Have I talked about the Danny drama or don't care about over it? I mean, it seems like it was pretty reasonable that Danny got DQ'd, but that's about it. Seems reasonable. Would you like to see some water energy? I played against one of my best friends at a challenge this weekend. He had proxied VIP passes in his Lost Zone Glamora deck. I called a judge on him, and now I'm not invited to the wedding. What do I do? It sounds like a Reddit thread. Only snitches they call you a bitch. People got punished for putting fake translations of Crawdon EX and Dusknoir DP at Nats in 0708. Damn, bro, it's wild, wild west back there, bro. Everyone's cheating. Can you imagine Miraidon in the water? All the fishes would get zapped and be unlucky. When you used to be able to have, like, 6 Japanese cards in your deck. Oh, yeah. You used to be able to have that, yeah. Pokemon Malmorios didn't sell out immediately last season. They sold out eventually, though, right? Am I the asshole / yeah. R/ am I the asshole? Yeah, there's nothing about like lying to your opponent in here, to be honest. That maybe I'm missing it. I might be missing it. Oh wait, soliciting and acting upon private game information such as the contents of an opponent's hand from an external source. I don't know. Intentionally drawing extra cards. Adjusting the special condition. No. Dude, can you just lie to your opponent? I'm not seeing anything in here. That would definitely fall under like what is it called in Pokemon? Not unsportsmanlike conduct, but spirit of the game. It's just straight up lying to your opponent. Definitely just falls under spirit of the game, right? Like you can't do it just based on spirit of the game. Like Pokemon's spirit of the game, whatever clause. Yeah, you definitely don't lie to your opponent. I'm not trying to like just because I can't find it in the rule book doesn't mean I think you should lie to your opponent. I was just curious if it's like in the rule book, hard in the rule book, but it definitely is against spirit of the game. And I guess unsportsmanlike conduct would fall under that as well. So yeah, don't lie to your opponent intentionally. Don't be like, oh no, I prize my 2/2 Urshifu line in my Rapid Strike Giratina deck. I can't want to KO your Arceus turn 2. Don't do anything like that. If someone asks you something you don't want to answer, you can just say, I don't know how to answer that. No, you just don't answer them. Like you should literally just consistently never answer your opponent. If your opponent asks, yo, was your thing prized? Be like, find out next time. Yeah, don't answer any questions. It's literally just lawyer up immediately. You go into lawyer mode immediately. If your opponent asks you any questions, immediately go into lawyer mode. A judge comes over, asks you a question, lawyer mode. Don't say anything. Except, I would like my lawyer, please. I don't know. You tell me. Heads or tails? Don't ask me that. Yeah, lawyer mode. Activate lawyer mode immediately when anyone asks you a question at a PokemonTCG event. Just like literally lawyer up immediately. Lawyer mode, lawyer up. Request an attorney. I have the right to remain silent. Yeah, that's hilarious. If you actually said that, if your opponent asks you, someone at the tournament this weekend asked me if they KO'd one of my Pokemon I benched at the Sableye, and I shouldn't tell them yes or no. I did say just yeah, you got it, because I didn't really care. I was getting bodied anyways. But what I should have said is, I have the right to remain silent. That would be hilarious. That would be if that should be everyone's response to someone asking them a question like that gives their opponent information in a game. The answer should always just be I have the right to remain silent. That's what we should do from now on. That should be the go-to. I like that. I like that a lot. But yeah, don't lie. Don't lie. Just don't say anything. You just don't have to say anything. Like, just, yeah, don't lie. I'm like, so, just because I couldn't find it in the rule book that you can't lie. I'm just curious if it was like a hard rule in the rule book. It doesn't seem to be unless I missed it. But I'm not saying you should lie. Don't lie. Just don't say anything. Just shut up. No one wants to hear me talk. Nobody wants to hear you talk. We should all just be quiet. If my opponent's taking 60 seconds to do math, that's me, bro. I take forever to do math sometimes. I say, yeah, you got it. Funny as hell, you're in the winner's interview and stare at them and say, I plead the fifth every time they say something. Yeah. So what does it feel like to win the Pittsburgh Regional Championships? I have the right to remain silent. But I want to hear me talk. All right, good. That's a good argument actually against, to be honest. All right, chat. I'm gonna go get lunch. It's been a good stream so far. I've been enjoying the stream so far. I've been having a good time. I hope y'all have been having a good time. We are gonna be VOD reviewing some of Pittsburgh when I get back. We're not gonna be doing it all today. I didn't plan to do it all today. I plan to do a little bit more of it today, but we've been talking for a while, and I've been not liking this chatting stream, to be honest. So, so I will be right back. I'm gonna get lunch. I'm also gonna go get that ketchup milk that I have to drink, unfortunately. So ketchup milk and lunch on the way. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right, so for those of you wondering why I'm doing this, I told Boo asked me how many gifted subs to drink milk with ketchup, and I said 5, and then he gifted 5 subs, and I have to drink the milk with the ketchup. That's it. That's why I'm doing this. So, like, 1 good squirt should be good. Here we go. That wasn't a good squirt. I'll do a little bit more than that. Okay, that's enough. Okay, I'm gonna stir it up. Dude. Ugh. No, it's fine, it's fine. It probably doesn't taste that bad. It'll just be like sweet, right? Is it Heinz? Yeah, Heinz ketchup. I'm sick already. The ring for it? No, no reason. Finally a cooking stream? Yeah, this is the cooking stream. Well, I gotta use this fork to eat my lunch, so. Alright. The color didn't change that much, to be honest. I mean, you guys can't see it very well. You didn't need. You don't need subs. Please stop this. Boo already gifted me the sub, so I'm already locked in. A long-awaited cooking stream. Yeah, tune away now if you don't want to see me watch it. There's no way I like throw up or anything, but I do have my trash can next to me. All right. Want the vinegar on the ketchup curd the milk? I don't know. Is that how that works? All right, I'm gonna drink. Ready? Here we go. It wasn't that bad. Yeah, it was the texture that felt bad because there was like little chunks of ketchup in it. The idea of it is definitely worse than it actually happening. The idea of it sounds worse than it actually is. We're good though. Light work, no reaction. Yeah, exactly. Light work, no reaction. Holy moly. All right. Not like chunks, like little. I didn't like stir into it super smoothly. There wasn't like actual chunks, but. What's for lunch though? Same thing as always, just a salad with potatoes and ground turkey. How do you feel about One Piece having you take your product cards when you take damage versus Pokemon and you take them from KO? It just the games are designed differently. They're just like it doesn't matter. One is designed for the game to operate that way. The other is designed for it to operate the other way. It's like it being different is it doesn't matter. Yeah, it just doesn't matter. Like it's there's no reason to compare them basically. Like One Piece is a different game. That's cool, and so is Pokemon. The fact that they have like that similar kind of mechanic in it, that it's kind of flipped, doesn't really mean anything. I don't know if I would do that for 5 gifted again. I may have to increase my price to be honest, because that's kind of gross. I don't know if I could do that. Depends what it is though. Ever have the purple or green ketchup? No, I've never had those. I know what they are, but I've never had them. And I could definitely do it for 10. I do it with swap the ratios. Oh, that's a lot of ketchup. No, no way. Oh. I'm a businessman. Yeah, like 1 piece of spinach. I mean, the majority of it's salad. It's just under the potatoes and the turkey. All of it's under the potatoes and the turkey. I just put it all in one bowl to make it easier. So like I build the salad first on the bottom of the bowl, and then I heat up the turkey and the potatoes in the microwave, and then put them on top. It's there. Don't worry. Yo, appreciate the 2 months there, Lamer. I don't have any question or anything. What do you say? So I'll just say hi. Hi. Ketchup milk greater than mayo milk? Maybe we'll have to do like a comparison. They're probably both pretty gross. I can't imagine one is like that much better than the other. Oh yeah, I remember that chicken wing. On a scale of 8 to 10, how hyped are we for Arbok EX? I'm pretty excited to try it out. I don't know how good it'll be though. I heard the commentators go hard on players in some rounds. So I want to hear the juice. I'm not gonna play it with the commentators on. So did they? Were they going like? What do you mean by going hard? Like they were calling him out for misplaying and stuff? Yeah, I'm gonna do it with the commentator because I'm gonna play it at 1.5 times speed. So on callouts for misplays and missequencing. That's what I heard. I mean, they've done that. It's not like this is the first time that they would have done that. They've done that before. Maybe they were being a little bit more aggressive than usual. Was there like a new? It's all the casters. All these have been casters before, right? Which I think it's fine to do. I think it's fine for the commentators to like have an opinion. Right? We want commentators to have an opinion, right? I think it's stupid. It is a little bit different. Like when you kind of compare it to sports, it's a little bit different because in Pokemon there's only one optimal line of play, whereas if you look at like the way that sports play out, there's theoretically multiple ways to like play out a situation. So a commentator can be like, well, they chose to do this, but like this has definitely had to be better. Like I don't know what they were thinking. But obviously on like the players and the coaches side of things, in the sport, it's like, well, we could do this or we could do that, or we could do this. But in Pokemon, it's like either misplay or you make the optimal line of play. So when a caster, it is pretty easy to tell when a caster messes up. When a caster's like, oh, that's not that good, and then the player doesn't, it's like, oh wait, that's actually just the correct play. It's like, yeah, then the caster kind of looks like an idiot. But there's like no like margin for error, right? You either are correct or you're wrong. And the same thing is with a caster when you're calling out like a play, you're either correct as the caster or wrong as the caster. Just has like the player's correct or incorrect to like make that choice to begin with. I know he wins a lot, but damn, feels like Hedrick is on stream a lot. Yeah, it's because he wins a lot. There's a direct correlation between being on stream and winning. There's a direct correlation between being on stream and winning a lot. That's why no one has any excuse when they're not on stream. We'll just win more. If you win more than anyone else in the tournament, you're guaranteed to be on stream when the finals happens. So there's never an excuse to not be on stream besides just you didn't win enough. Just win more. There's sometimes where the players don't know what players made their play. Yeah. But it's definitely good for the players to like have an opinion on like plays happening and like potentially point out other things they could have done or maybe should have done better. Because I hate, yeah, dude. I remember because some people in the chat are like, or some people will make comments on this like, why aren't the casters, instead of saying about what could happen or what they could have done better, why don't they just say exactly what's like going on the stream, which is just like way less entertaining of casting, just to like hear the casters basically narrating the players' exact plays. I remember when I used to stream the League Cups back in the day, the Cups and Challenges at Comic Book University, back when I lived in Indiana. I one time had someone message me a really long message, but the gist of their message was, what they said is like, "Hey Azul, love your content, but when you're commentating games, you need to just commentate the games. Your job as a commentator is to say what's going on the screen. When you're pointing out people's mistakes or what you would have done or what you could think they could have done better, that's not commentating. You need to like focus on like saying what's happening on the screen." And I was like, what the it was a huge ass message. I was like, what the fuck is this? I didn't actually respond or anything because I was like, this is unhinged. Like, what? I'm not like a professional commentator for Pokemon. Like, they only had Jesse on in the finals, I believe. Yeah. You have a question mark moment? Yeah, big time. I was like, what is this? I'm not even trying to be like I'm not even trying to be a commentator. I'm just like streaming a League Cup and talking about the gameplay that's happening at hand. Like back then, that's what I was doing. So yeah, it was just funny. I was like, dude, how can you be so wrong as to what I should be doing? There's nothing. I don't have to be doing anything. I could just put the stream on and literally not say a single thing and go, I don't know, eat a pizza. They want play-by-play casting? Yeah. If you don't like what I'm doing with my commentary, then just don't tune in. The biggest thing is like if you just don't enjoy what I'm doing with my content in that, like streaming a League Cup and commentating over it, you just don't like my commentary or how I'm doing it, then just don't tune in. Like it's so simple. Like super simple. I know. I just thought it was wild and bizarre, and it made me think of that when we were talking about while we're talking about commentators right here. All right. I'm just gonna be eating while we watch this first game, so my analysis of this is probably not going to be great, but this is also just not a great matchup to analyze, to be honest, because it's a terrible matchup for Victor. This matchup is really bad because as soon as Andrew sets up and puts V-Guard energy on stuff like Lugia's or T-Tar, and then gets Serena in play, Andrew basically just wins the game, so. We'll watch through it. We'll see if there's anything that probably Victor could have done better, because to be honest, the matchup's like pretty straightforward on Andrew's side, but this matchup was like pretty abysmal. What's up, Max? Just watched the pod. Really enjoyed the episode, especially the combo about showing prize cards at the start. Really interesting to know you knew you prized Phoebe against Sander. Well, I know I prized Phoebe or double Flying Pikachu VMAX. I knew one of them was prized. I didn't know which, but when I searched my deck, I figured out. And it's not so much a problem I knew, although I knew I prized it and I knew where it was. The problem is like Sander could have figured out that I prized it, and that would have been the problem. Serena just counters Inteleon Urshifu. I mean, it's really good against it. I don't even know if Lugia would need Serena to beat Inteleon Urshifu, but it makes the matchup like go from Inteleon having a chance to basically unwinnable. You appreciate the prime sub there. Hey Karen, welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of vanilla, but we got plenty of spinach. There we go. Why don't start the stream till 3 or 4? I think it's just because like the expected work day they're trying to do is like that's too many rounds. I guess I don't know how much. I don't know how much more they would like have to pay them or whatever. How many points are you on for Worlds? I'm on 100. It doesn't matter for me. I already have my Worlds invite. Your first season, any tips? Keep playing. Play more Pokemon. Yeah, just keep playing Pokemon. Might have to do OT or some overtime or something. No, some nonsense. Yeah, but like for ICs, they do pay the extra money because ICs they stream every round. And same thing with Worlds. So I guess just like rounds 1, 2, and 3 are not in the budget for. Yeah, rounds 1, 2, and 3 are just not in the budget. So feels like the first 2 rounds would just be boring of a regional. I mean, it's not that far off from what you get in some of the other earlier rounds. It's definitely worth streaming. It also gives you a better opportunity to like build storylines because like in the first couple rounds you should definitely just be picking top like known players. Ideally known player, like in the first couple rounds of regional, you want to pick known player versus known player or just known players. And then as the tournament progresses, you pick the players that are doing well, and that could be a good known player, an unknown player, a player with a cool deck, whatever it might be. It doesn't matter at that point, but still. I think it would be really cool to see the early rounds being streamed, especially in day 2. That's the biggest thing. If day 1 you're not going to stream rounds 1, 2, and 3, that's like okay, whatever. But going into day 2, they don't stream until round 12, so they miss like the first. They stream round 12, 13, 14, 15. They missed the first 2 rounds of day 2. Like that's actually the part that sucks. Missing those rounds is actually the part that sucks. Missing the first couple rounds of day 1 is kind of like okay, but it's still be cool to see. It's gonna be cool to see the first couple rounds of day 1, but missing the first 3 rounds or whatever of day 2, is it 3 rounds or 4 or 3 rounds or 2 rounds, whatever it is, that sucks. That's the ones that suck to miss, to be honest, because those are like you just pick table 1 and you just like run table 1 for the first couple rounds and that's like fine as long as it's not the same person. If it is, then you don't. But like yeah, that's kind of silly. Yeah, if we're gonna miss the first couple rounds of day one, it's like, okay, whatever. But missing the first couple rounds of day two sucks for sure. But it does keep it at around 6 rounds, right? Because if they do 6 rounds day one, and then day two they do the last 3 rounds plus top cut, that's 6 rounds as well, right? I don't know. Stream them without commentary? Well, I'm pretty sure the commentators are fine to want to cast the games. I think it's probably the production that is I think it's the production side of things more so than anything. That is the big deal. In this instance, what's my opinion on pot noodles? I mean, I don't know what I've maybe had pot noodles. If they haven't been, if they aren't pot, like, I have no idea what pot noodles is. I need more information here. What the heck is a pot noodle? Instant noodles? Like a cup of noodles? Like on a scale of 1 to 10 on food? Like a 4? I mean, is pot noodles just is pot noodles just a cup of noodles? I've never heard anyone call it pot noodles before. Pot noodle is British? Well, if it's British, then it automatically loses like 3 points. So it's like a 1 out of 10. Like, if you take any food and you go from American, like if you take pizza and you go American pizza is like an 8 out of 10. Pizza's just good. But if you do British pizza, it's like a 2 out of 10. You lose some points from being UK based. Yes, Max, yeah. Yo, I wasn't paying attention, but Hedrick popped off there. This is why this matchup's impossible. You don't do any damage as the... like, what is Victor even going to do here? Like, I don't even think there's anything Victor can... Like, what do you do? G-Max Rapid Flow and what? To what? I mean, I guess you can KO the Archeops, but... if you KO the Archeops, how do you ever KO this Lugia? And then by that point, Hedrick could have built up a T-Tar. Like... we'll see, though. I guess with the 1 chops in this kind of situation, to be honest, there is a possibility for Victor to win. But Victor would need to get the KO on the Archeops this turn, and that hand does not have KO on Archeops in it. In fact, I think we're just going to see a retreat and pass. Yeah, retreat to Luminion? All right, hold up. Giving up 2 prize cards? Maybe it's fine. If you have 1 prize card, then 3, it's the same thing. But now you can't bench a V as Victor. But losing Octillery or Alakazam there is also really bad. All right, it's fine. That's okay. Everything's bad here, to be honest, for Victor. Everything sucks. Maybe you set up Inteleon here, to be honest. Actually, I kind of like that. I think Victor should set up Inteleon here. Let it take a hit, because the Inteleon goes back to the Urshifu and you force a boss from on Andrew's side of things. Okay. What can Raptor tech for this matchup? Second Cheryl and maybe Basculin would be enough. Yeah, second Cheryl and maybe Basculin maybe would be enough. I don't even know if that's enough, to be honest, because I haven't like tested the matchup. Mawile? We do Mawile. Well, didn't Hedrick play a Jet? I feel like Hedrick played a Jet. I guess Mawile, well, you have to play Boss too. You don't want to play Boss in your Urshifu deck. So you have to play Mawile and Boss.
I think your deck just sucks. Like that's like teching for me, and then they hit you with the jet they play, and you just lose anyways. Unless you're using Malt to get the plus 90 damage. Let's see, did Hedrick play the jet? I know Hedrick or Rahul played the jet. I don't know which one. Yeah, Hedrick played the jet. Here come the pings, then the Iono. Oh, couldn't Melanie actually. I guess you do. You're not drawing prize cards this turn, so you're not triggering a gift, so you do want to limit Andrew's options. But I don't know what Victor's like game plan is here. I definitely saw one Cheryl on the pass through. There might be two though. I couldn't tell. But see, not mentioning this V is like really, really bad. Most of them played Penny. Hedrick had Penny. No, I think Rahul had Penny. Hedrick didn't have Penny. Yeah, Rahul had Penny, but Hedrick didn't. I think the jet energy has to be better than the Penny, though, right? I mean, they do different things, but for the purpose of not getting locked, I guess, yeah, the jet's always, if you're just trying not to get locked, it's better, but it does depend on the purpose. Because, like, you can get Luminion out of play and stuff with Penny, which is nice. So, because you could, like, this would be a situation where, like, if Hedrick has boss in hand, I would show it to Victor, but it depends if they have it in hand. Because obviously, if like a Luminion or an Ultra Ball, you'd have to like prove you'd be able to get to it. So, but it's like a situation where like if Andrew gets cheesed in game 2, then going into game 3, you'd want that extra time to work with. So, yeah. So what do we Gmax Rapid Flow? I guess are we KOing the Serena here? I guess you kind of have to, maybe, right? Uh oh. Wait. Oh. Wait, what's the HP on Serena? That actually KO'd? Oh. I thought it was 150. Guess I'm wrong. I don't know why I thought it was 150. It's 140? Huh. I remember when people thought T-Tar Lugia was fake and there was no way it would make it to Scarlet and Violet. Who thought that? Well, no, you're right. But that was like at the beginning of it all. You appreciate the 2-1 sub there, Rufio. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of monitors. We got plenty of salt. All right, nothing in hand here for Hedrick. But there's not that much that Victor's not really doing that much anyways. But I can see it. I can see the line here from Victor to actually possibly win this. They didn't record the juniors and seniors finalists? Nope. They only show juniors and seniors finals for ICs and worlds. Otherwise, they show 0 juniors and seniors. Wait, why did we send up the Urshier? I'm just like punching with Inteleon? Maybe not. Yeah, why are we sending up Urshier? Sending up Urshier here is... Well, I guess we're going for another... Okay, you can just Gmax Rapid Flow? I don't know. You appreciate 20 months, Jaeger. Always interested to see juniors players. I think they're creative with their decks. I mean, it's like, to be honest, it's like partly creativity, but it's partly also juniors can kind of play whatever they want. You know? Yeah, so partly it's creativity, but a majority of it is like juniors can like get away with more. I think more so than anything. They can get away. Actually, this is actually getting pretty close, to be honest. Oh, wait, what is Shouldn't Victor just like hit the active with an Inteleon this turn? Oh no, then you die to the T-Tar. You can't do that actually. Sheesh. When I do retreat to what? You retreat to the artillery? I thought Victor could hit with Inteleon this turn, but there's 4 single strike energy on the T-Tar, so you can't do that. Hedrick top deck collapse, but I don't think you ever put collapse in play here. Although you could, it wouldn't be that big of a deal to be honest, but there's no reason to really do it. You probably just attach energy to the active with Archeops, retreat attack with Lugia. Stadium, take the knockout, go down to 1 prize card. And then still Victor is like not in a good spot. Yeah, need the evolution, I guess, there to try and use Gmax Rapid Flow. I don't know what you would have actually done there though as Victor if you could have Gmax Rapid Flowed. Do you ever not attack here though as Andrew though to not open up the bench space? I could see that. Oh, goes with the T-Tar and goes with the mill knockout instead. It does have the gift energy as well, so if it gets KO, well, could we Yoga Loop this now though? Could this get Yoga Looped? Not really, right? Wait, could it? Move to... No, so it can't get Yoga Looped. You have to trigger the gift energy here as Victor if you want to KO this, which I guess you don't have to because you could just retreat to... You could retreat to the Urshifu and Gmax Rapid Flow the bench. Build a second Ursh. Oh, did it really get milled? That's terrible. Oh, it does have the Clara in hand, so it can go Clara to recover it. Oh, but you don't have the Rapid Strike energy. Sheesh. Wait, that mill was huge actually. Yeah, the mill was huge. Hedrick just knew. Hedrick meta manipulated into Victor playing Rapid Strike for this exact moment where Andrew would, where Hedrick would mill the Urshifu. Don't quote me on that. Wait, what was even the point? You had to use Clara there because right now none of your Pokemon survive a hit. That's not true actually. You can go Urshifu. Oh, Urshifu survives the hit, actually. Urshifu survives it. Oh, no. If you kill the active with Inteleon, you survive the hit. Yeah, never mind. I'm trolling. I'm trolling. This is fine. You can just attack with Inteleon and pray there's no boss. Pray there's no boss. You can KO the active with Urshifu or Inteleon and just pray there's no boss. But it's not like a good play. It's like the only play you have. How's Lost of Skyward win against Single Strike? It's unfavorable. It's pretty tough. Yep, there's the boss. So 2 V-Guard energy are prize, and also actually probably more important is Victor, 2 Rapid Strike energy are prize, which is probably the bigger deal. The V-Guard energy are very good in this matchup because it completely shuts down like the damage potential from the Rapid Strike deck. Put like one of them on your... You can even put a V-Guard energy on your Serena, to be honest. We saw like in that first game, Hedrick probably shouldn't even... No, T-Tar's like solid. You probably still want to set up the T-Tar. Yeah, V-Guard on T-Tar, V-Guard on Lugia. V-Guard on Serena so it can't get sniped. But yeah, being down to Rapid Strike is not that good. I mean, the V-Guards are like good in this matchup for Hedrick, but they're not like game breaking to not have. But only access to 2 Rapid Strike energy might be tough for Victor to deal with, especially when Gmax Rapid Flow is like your go-to attack. Victor will get to go first in this one though. No Lugia start's not great for Hedrick because you like the potential of the read the win, but how impactful read the win is really depends on your opening hand. Because if you just have like a research, discard a couple, dude, like, all right, hold up. Hey, I just saw this on Twitter, so I want to talk about this. So Stefan tweeted, I wrote a support ticket to at Play Pokemon about the low capacity at EU events. I don't know if it will do anything, but it can't hurt. If you're feeling like it, maybe try running one too. With more tickets, they may realize the scoop of the situation. Bro, does TPCI just like not have someone on Twitter? They should. How do you not have someone on Twitter who like follows all the top players or prominent figures in the game and like listens? Like, how is that not a thing? Right? Doesn't that make sense for that to be a thing? And then iCaterpie tweeted, following the example of Stefan, I've opened a ticket to Pokemon.com/support in order to complain about the situation. During last Worlds, I talked with TPCI about problems like this, and they reply, no one has ever sent a ticket, so we didn't know. So the only way to reach the only way to reach TPCI is to submit a support ticket? There's no way that people aren't paying attention to what is being said on Twitter, and then it like gets back to them, or like RK9 doesn't like report back to them like, okay, this capped this fast, so on and so forth. Like that's blowing my mind. That a support ticket is the only way TPCI actually, like, they literally everything else they just block out. Like if any of their employees like see something on Twitter that they bring up to like someone who's higher up, there's like, nope, it wasn't in a support ticket form, so I can't take it as an official complaint. There's just no way. That can't be true. Twitter and Pokemon go hand in hand. Yeah, but like, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, there's like, how do you not have someone who just like notices stuff and then like can pass that information along? Do you not remember until 2017, you literally had to write them by snail mail? I actually don't remember that now. Did you actually? That's our default response. Yeah, but like, how do you not know these? But if these things are that big of a complaint on Twitter, how do you not take note of that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that makes no sense. Like, it's just like so stupid that you haven't like. There's no way that can be the first time you've noticed this being a problem. It's crazy. Did I sign up? Can I ask you to sign my playmat in Sao Paulo/Brazil? Yeah, sure, Tony. That just like blows my mind that if that's real. I mean, I don't think iCaterpie's lying here, but like, dude, what? That's like absurd that they're not like. That's absurd that they're not like paying attention. I don't know. How's Lost Fox, however, win Single Strike Lugia? I don't know, get lucky. It's unfavorable. It's just like so wild to me that like, oh, we've never noticed a complaint before. It doesn't matter how many people tweet about it on Twitter. We don't actually consider Twitter a real form of communication. So if you use Twitter, we're not gonna know it. Like, what? Dude, you gotta have someone on Twitter who can like just like follow everyone and just be like, all right, this is what's happening in the in the PokemonTCG community on Twitter. Reg caps for European events are too low, and then pass it along to someone else. Like, what? That seems crazy to me. They like, it seems like they, yeah, like, I don't know, that's just crazy. I have nothing else to say. It's just like such a wild response. No one ever had sent a ticket, so we didn't know. Like, what? Bro, it's 2023, bro. You have someone on Twitter, bro. Just ask them. Dude, what? They're like kind of getting with the times with some things, but some other things are just like crazy, man. All right. Ooh, we got the Jet. Dude, the one of Jet. Hedrick is literally the luckiest player in the world. Jet's to the active. Also, Victor's start was like pretty bad too. Only one Inteleon. No Remoraid is like the biggest thing whiffed here. A pretty bad start for Victor. Pretty good start here for Andrew. And once again, this matchup is terrible for Victor. Like, literally awful matchup. Literally terrible matchup. I'm ready to be the head of organized play. The head of organized play who should be on Twitter listening to players. Or at least, they don't need the head of organized play, but just like, someone should be able to gather some kind of feedback from just like what generally Pokemon players are saying on Twitter and then pass it to someone else who like then does something with the information at the same value level as submitting a support ticket. Like I don't know, just that does not seem that hard to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm trolling. Maybe I'm trolling, but could be trolling. I don't think I'm trolling though. This is a trade match I select early on in the stream. I mean, it's two notable players. Yeah, I guess maybe a little bit. It's like two notable players though. The matchup is pretty lopsided, but they maybe didn't know exactly what they were playing. They maybe just went off the names more so than the decks, and that's why we ended up here. But it's definitely not a matchup. If you knew this was the matchup, you probably wouldn't want to get this match. But if we're gonna like deck roulette on not knowing what people are playing, I'd rather have them pick two notable players than not. You know, if we're just going full in on deck roulette. If I want to call, I'm not gonna finish that one, Soda. I do that job for minimum wage while I work a full-time job. What, just social media, TPCI social media translator, community translator, official TPCI PokemonTCG community translator. Mako. So easy. You're hired. That's your title. They probably didn't know the decks, GT. I'm sure if they knew the matchup, they probably would have gone with someone else. But they don't have that much time to select a match. They don't have that much time. Oh. Yeah, once again, it's looking like an easy dub here for Hedrick. Slapping the Inteleon. Everything is fully set up. No Luminions in play for Victor to try and take advantage of. So I don't even know, like, if you... Yeah, I don't know. And also, like, Victor's start just kind of sucks, so... It's literally all bad here. Wait, could Hedrick have actually KO'd... One-hit KO'd the Inteleon with Urshifu? Or am I trolling? Also, would it have been worth it, I guess? Wait, I think Hedrick could have. Right? I think Hedrick could have got the one-hit KO. Once you go straight energy and discard? Oh, okay. Makes sense, makes sense. This was already the unofficial cheater identifier, and they don't use that info. True, true. Editor's still not banned. Did show up to Worlds. It's wild out here. The cost of that circle is why we don't have round 3 stream. The circle on the the circle on the display. I wonder how informative it actually is to have the circle. Like, to truly know, I'd have to ask like someone who's newer to the game and like watching the stream. Wow. I'd also want to like listen to like what they're saying as it happens. Shit breaking his back, making circles out here. The Scarlet Violet games look like shit, so we can have circles on TCG streams. That's worth it, to be honest. If the VGC players are suffering, it's like, it's probably for the better. I'm down with it. Can players refuse to be on stream? No. You can ask to not be on stream, and then it's possible they could be like, okay, we're not gonna put you on stream if you don't want to be on stream. But they could also be like, nope, you have to be on stream. And if they say that, then you have to be on stream, or you get game loss, which I'm sure no one wants. So, is Victor really gonna play around the October getting bossed here? I don't think that's the correct play. I think Andrew's probably pretty content with just KOing the active. But maybe would boss KO the lone Urshifu if that existed? You can always refuse. Yeah, you can't refuse without potential punishment, though. Or potential penalty, I should say. Imagine if I was someone refusing to be on stream. It could happen. It could happen. They would just make them be on stream, or that'd be like weird though. Like imagine if they refused to be on stream up until the point where they got disqualified. I mean, they would just get disqualified, and they should be disqualified at that point, to be honest. Would be wild times for sure. Crazy they didn't stream one game of Torden day one. That's not that crazy. Have you ever been asked to play on stream but you didn't want to? I mean, it's been many times I didn't want to. Oh, this is a weird choice here from Victor. So just choosing to do no damage for the turn. That can't be right, can it? Doesn't seem right. Yeah, but you can ask not to be on stream, and they could be okay. We're not gonna put you on stream, but if they want you to be on stream, you have to be on stream. They never stream round one for some reason. They never stream the first 3 rounds, not just round 1. They just don't stream the first 3 rounds of a regional, day 1 and day 2, which like sucks. Sucks for day 2. Day 1 is really not that big of a deal, to be honest, because the quality of game is like theoretically gonna be less. But in day 2, you know, like the level of player is gonna be higher. You know what everyone's playing, so missing like rounds in day 2 kind of sucks for the stream for sure. I doubt Europe's going to be any different, but I guess we'll see about the stream this week. Imagine going 9-0 and dropping. Wild times. Yeah, but I guess we'll see at the European regional. Oh, so Hedrick is going with the boss play here, even to the point where they're putting Luminian in play. Interesting. Wait, what is Hedrick going to boss here? The Inteleon before it gets Sherald, maybe? Yeah. Just chasing the prize cards. I guess that seems fine. Ooh, collapse away. The Luminian as well. Pretty good combo. Wait, actually, who's supposed to... Yeah, it is. I think it is Andrew who's supposed to discard first. Victor gets rid of the Medicham. It just doesn't matter, man. I'm trying to think of any way that Victor could ever win this. It's just like not possible. The game's over. Back it up. With Barcelona's schedule, it seems like round 2 is when the stream will start. I wonder if they'll stream round 2. Is it going to start around round 2 and then they're going to stream round 3? Guess we'll see. Cross Switcher Lost Cena is broken. Danny, everything you say that is good is always terrible. So you know what? This tracks, and yeah, keep it on. That's what ELO was like. I don't remember going 9-0 and dropping from like nationals, but it maybe happened. I mean, you maybe should. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, I guess we'll see with Barcelona if they plan to stream more than the. Because like Limitless streamed every single round, but now that the official European tournaments are being run by TPCI, then I don't know. Actually, no, to be honest. Do you think Guardy decks can cut reversal once the new stadium comes out? Definitely. I mean, there definitely is like a potential reason to. Whether or not they should will remain to be tested, but I definitely think it makes it way more viable to potentially do that. People want 5-0 drop. Yeah, people want at least a 5-0 drop for sure. But once you're 9-0, you've maybe built up enough ELO where you could take an L and cut, to be honest. Yeah, the ELO system back in the day was super cringe. I guess the limited streams were limited after all. Actually, I think Hedrick could have put a V-Guard on the Serena last turn, right? And probably should have. The V-Guard on the Serena is... Oh, no, there's 2 V-Guards prized. Never mind, couldn't have. There's 2 V-Guards prized. The V-Guard on the Serena is kind of sneaky in this matchup. It's actually pretty good. Yeah, there's the V-Guard in the hand off the prize cards. Let's play the Mezzagoza. That's curious. I wonder why. Maybe just to get out of the deck? That's possible. Oh, I guess if you're going to research... Well, wouldn't you rather keep Victor board locked? I don't think I actually like that Mezzagoza from Hedrick. Unless Hedrick's like specifically looking for a Pokemon after this research. or like on the next turn or something. I feel like the Collapse Stadium makes more sense for Hedrick to keep in play. Because now there's like the threat of the Echoing Horn, I guess. I don't know if Victor actually plays the Echoing Horn, but now that you've played the Collapse, you've opened up your bench. You could have benched like another Lugia V to fill up the bench to like make Echoing Horn less of a possibility. I guess nothing's really stopping Victor from just getting one of their own stadiums and then like opening up the bench for Hedrick. But then you kind of force them to have to do that with their Octillery on the next turn if Victor wants to open up the bench. So I don't think I like that Mezagoza placement there. Unless there's like I can't think of like a Pokemon that. Yeah, see, Hedrick even bumped the Mezagoza. He may as well just kept the Collapse in play. Yeah, I don't think I like that. The Mezagoza play there from Hedrick, I don't think it made a whole ton of sense. Unless Hedrick's like, well, maybe Hedrick really wanted to get Luminion off of Mezagoza to then be able to find Boss next turn, just like to a Kalos Urshifu, and force Victor to have Cheryl this turn. But Victor could always just have a Iono? I don't know. Doesn't seem worth it. I don't know. Yeah, let's Victor get the... Okay, there's the Echoing Horn. The Luminion's back on the bench. Yeah, let's Victor get back the Metacham. Like, actually use the Metacham. I don't really like that. Was that 3 Pokemon, though? Yeah, but, like, I don't know. I don't know. I think just keeping Victor locked makes... Just Victor being locked is, like, the bigger deal, for sure. Not even so much, like, leaving your bench more locked. Because Andrew didn't even bench a Pokemon anyway, so it's not like you could have done it. Yeah, so it all just comes down to, does Andrew have the boss this turn? Once again, nothing's getting KO'd this turn. And we're going to see... Victor could risk the attack with Inteleon. Oh, wait, is Victor out of Rapid Strike energy? Oh, checking your prize cards is so important, people. You got to check your... Wait, Victor even knew. Victor used Heavy Ball. But Victor was definitely thinking they were getting a Rapid Strike energy there. That's why removing Collapse didn't matter for Hedrick, that is? No, it did matter for Hedrick, because then you open up Victor's bench. Why would you want to open up Victor's bench? The best deck in the format? Probably still Guardy. How does Victor not know that there? I feel like Victor should know that the card is prized. Run to Rem and pass. Boss wins the game here for Andrew, but if Andrew doesn't have boss here, it's really not the end of the world, to be honest. It's kind of weird that Victor isn't taking advantage of the easy win, advantage of every win condition he has in this matchup. He could easily just beg and maybe Andrew will give him a prize if he's earned it. Maybe 2 if he's lucky. Now, Victor, if you're a good boy, as a treat, I might give you a prize card. But if you misplay, I'm not going to give you a prize card. Then Victor throws. Nothing for you, buddy. That's a good that's a good copy pasta there, to be honest. I actually like that one. You guys usually aren't very creative, but that's a good one right there. Come on, Andrew, don't be a bitch. Let me have that prize card. Yeah, Victor's definitely not maximizing the odds here in this one. Definitely could have begged for the prize card. And as we see here, it's coming down to the wire. With the lack of begging for the prize card, Victor has 2 Rapid Strike energy still prized. This comes back to what you were talking about, Chip. If Victor had just begged for a prize card, maybe 2 prize cards even, and Andrew had let him have them, could have seen a Rapid Strike energy for Victor to work with. But now the lack of begging is really catching up to Victor in this one, and we see struggling to get an attack together here. And actually, Andrew's going to leave Victor board locked, and now we're going to have to see the basic energies from the Clara to build up damage on that T-Tar to go for a KO on the T-Tar here. And then we'll have to pray to get the Rapid Strike energy, but it's going to be a couple turns late potentially as well. The Rapid Strike energy would have been way better last turn. We will have it this turn, but it's a little bit too little too late should Victor have begged. Victor should also try lying about his water energy. Yeah, that might be the difference maker. What a bump. Yeah, pretty unexciting round. All right, we'll take a little bit more seriously in this next one. But yeah, it's really hard to like overanalyze that game because this is something actually, I'll talk about this real fast. It's really hard to overanalyze that game because that was like, it's just like the matchup is so bad. Have they ever asked you to cast? No. They've never asked me to cast, no. This game is a prime example of why playing to your begging outs is so important. It's such a difference maker, bro. Like, not enough people beg. Like, come on, just give me one prize card, bro. Please just give me one prize card. Just like, you gotta play to your outs, man. This is why you guys won't get out of bronze. This is why you're hard stuck bronze. Drawing 2, maybe 3 prize cards a game. You're not begging for that extra prize card. You never know what it's gonna be, and it could be the difference maker between getting all 6 or not. I want them to show like more than just the top 6 decks. They should do like two graphics. They should do like 5 and 5, and then they have this first graphic here with the top 5 decks, and then they, you know, pan over to the next graphic with the next 5 decks. It would give them more to talk about, a little bit more in depth on the meta percentages. Yeah, I'd like to see it like moving forward. I mentioned this to Chip as well, hopefully Chip passes it along to like people. Just do two different graphics, top 5 decks, the next 5 decks. You don't have to put them all in one graphic. You know, make it look nice with 5 decks, and then slide it over to the next graphic. We got the next 5 decks. We got 5 more decks. Just a little bit more in-depth analysis on like the tournament. There's like a lot more there to like look at. For sure. I guess depending on the meta as well, you maybe wouldn't want to do that. But for the current meta, you could definitely look at the top 10 decks. But maybe like back in the day, NAIC, like the NAIC I1 where it was like Mew, Palkia, Arceus, probably just do like a top 5, top 6, and that's fine. But if we're looking at a meta like this, where there's like 10 decks that are like reasonable to look at, and it's like, because like the decks right after Mew are about 8%. Like it's gonna go like Mew's 8%, the next deck is 8%, the deck after that is 7, then 6, then 5, then 4. You know, it's not like it's drastically dropping off or anything. So, appreciate the 42 months RCFS. So I would like to see a little bit more from this graphic, to be honest. I think they could do a little bit more with it. Show off some more decks in metas like this. You know, just do it kind of based on the meta. If there's a lot of decks in the meta, just take a look at it. If there's not, then keep it at the 6. I just had to be able to reference it, you know. I just had to let you guys know what I was talking about, you know. Chip needs to submit a support ticket. True. Chip telling Chip's contacts aren't good enough. But if Chip submits a support ticket, then they'll see it. That's true. Remember, guys, the only way to reach the Pokemon is to submit a support ticket. That's it. Nothing else works. Support ticket or bust. Imagine if these are all the decks. I mean, that'd be like one thing, but they're not. I know they're not. You can't trick me. All right, I'm gonna go get. I need. Looks like we got Lost Tina versus Lost Box here. I'm gonna go get some advanced. I need a little bit of a caffeine boost, and then we'll get into some really analyzing some gameplay. I'll be right back. The Azul squad. Yeah, that's it. It's my squad, okay? Do we have a team? Yeah, we're Team CGC. All right, folks. The Manly Bunch. Yo, okay, that's a good one, actually. I like that. Don't let Grant hear that, though. Grant's name can't be in it. I got my advanced. Check them out over at advanced.dg. Use code AzulGG. If you're looking for a new energy drink, energy supplement, check them out. Finally, VOD reviewing. Yeah, Cyrus with the Lost Box. No, Cyrus is actually playing Sablezard, I believe. And we have Aaron playing, looks like Lost Tina. To be honest, this matchup with how many Paths to the Peak and Disruption cards the Lost Tina player plays, I actually think this matchup is probably fine for Lost Tina. Because, like, I feel like you need to use the Zard at some point to, like, get your last couple prize cards against the Tinas. Because Aaron can just let their board be picked apart and then leave it only with Tinas in play. And then Cyrus's really only way to deal with the Tinas at the point is to use the Zard at some point to hit hard enough to deal with them. And at that point, you have to use the Zard, but that's when Aaron can hit like the Roxanne Path combo or Iono Path combo to try and shut the Zard down. So I'm actually not sure about this matchup. I don't think Sablezard's a very good deck. So it's like a deck. Oh, well, yeah, I don't think Sablezard's a very good deck. So it's a deck I have like zero knowledge of in any of its matchups. Because I don't think it's a very good deck. I put zero time in with it, so I have no idea where I feel like this falls into any of its matches, to be honest. But that's kind of like my theoretical take on it, on how this matchup should go. But we'll see. It seems like it's probably pretty close because the Lost Tina player is playing so much hand disruption and path. We'll see how it goes. I'm interested. I'm going to learn about this matchup. You're going to learn about this matchup. We're all going to have a good time. It is Sablezard. I saw the Zard in the hand for Cyrus. And a heavy Pokestop build as well. There's a Pokestop in the prize cards, and there's a Pokestop in the hand here for Cyrus. So a heavy Pokestop build Sablezard, which is interesting because I feel like Sablezard doesn't need the extra aggression from the Pokestops. But I think Cyrus is probably going with a kind of build that probably relies pretty heavily on Lost Vacuum to get off like a turn, more guaranteed help like a turn 2 Sableye play happen, I would assume. And we see from Aaron immediately Battle VIP after 2 Comfy. I don't love this. Like I said, I think you could play with a little bit more high HP board here from Aaron. But Aaron doesn't know the matchup, so that's kind of fine. But I guess depending on the matchup, because Aaron doesn't know the matchup, I don't think Aaron should be so aggressive. Because Aaron doesn't know the matchup, I don't think Aaron should be so aggressive with Triple Comfy. Triple Comfy is like a really bad thing to do depending on the matchup. And he immediately grabs Manaphy as well. So I think Aaron has a suspicion here that Cyrus is playing a Lost Zone deck or knows it's a Lost Zone deck. And you do kind of want to grab Manaphy as Aaron to like play around a turn 1 Greninja play. So I understand the thought process here from Aaron. So I don't hate this line. It didn't get Greninja. Did we even see? We saw the prize cards, right? There was no Greninja prize. It's possible Aaron doesn't play Greninja, though, and that's why there was no Greninja grab. But you definitely would favor Greninja here over one of these Comfies or the Manaphy. But if you do know Cyrus is playing a Lost Zone deck, you don't want double Tina either. So I feel like the Pokemon take here is a mess from Aaron, because if you know you're up against a Lost Zone deck, you don't want double Tina in play necessarily, because you don't want to be attacking with like Tina's into Sableyes and then having to like Lost Zone 2 energy. But if you attack with a Tina as a Tina V instead of a V-Star, it just gets 1 KO by a Dragonite theoretically. And if you're taking Manaphy here as Aaron and you think it's a Lost Zone deck, then you think they probably play Dragonite. So I think what I would have liked is even if Aaron does play Greninja, definitely get Greninja. So double Comfy Greninja, maybe even get the Cram ahead of time. And hold off on the second Tina until you know what they're playing. Hold off on the triple Comfy until you see what they're playing. I think like you're going like all in. I think he thought it was Palkia. Oh, that's fair, because Cyrus most recently did play Palkia at Worlds. So, okay, that would maybe be a fair assumption here from Aaron, actually, is thinking that Cyrus actually is playing Palkia. But if it is Palkia, I don't like the idea of not leaving a bench space open here to punch with Cram, because you're probably not punching with Tina turn 2 here. But you could do it if you do the triple Comfy route. You may not know it's Lost Zone yet. My assumption as to why Aaron thought it was Lost Zone was because Aaron grabs Manaphy here. But it's actually fair for Aaron to maybe assume Cyrus is playing Palkia, I guess. I don't really know how hard you want to read into even though Cyrus is a known player and you knew what Cyrus was playing, how hard should Aaron read into thinking Cyrus is playing Palkia, I guess is the question then at that point. Reading a little bit into it, I guess, is like, okay. I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on that, to be honest. If Aaron's hand is really good to like execute the Tina play next turn, though, I don't hate the triple Comfy grab here. And then the Manaphy, I guess, is okay as well. So you could attack with Tina next turn. But if you're attacking with Tina next turn into a Manaphy, that's not actually like a terribly good trade-off. But to be honest, is attacking with Tina, that's not a great to attack with Tina. So you should still save room for a Cram here, actually. Palkia doesn't play Manaphy, though. Oh, that's true. Palkia doesn't play Manaphy here. Yeah, so yeah, Palkia doesn't play Manaphy. Would you ever play Palkia and Manaphy, or Manaphy and Palkia all of a sudden? I don't think so, right? Maybe you're taking for Kyogre. Yeah, so I think Aaron's just reading too hard into something here, and like it's just grabbing Pokemon. I think there's better Pokemon to grab here for Aaron for sure. I don't like this sequence here from Aaron. But if we do think it is Palkia, we should definitely grab that. Unless there's no Colress in hand, but if there's a Colress in hand, all right, you're gonna do a decent amount of digging here from Aaron, and does have the triple Comfy setup, so going triple Comfy here is probably fine. I'm not too hype on the Manaphy plus the double Tina grab here from Aaron, because you're really, like, if Cyrus is not attacking next turn, you're really bench locking yourself into, like, Shred or Pass. Like, no potential for a Cram attack or a Greninja attack. It really is, like, pretty close to, like, Shred or Pass. I mean, I guess you could get to the Tina V-Star, but Tina V-Star KO Manaphy is not great. Yeah, there's the Path to the Peak, which, I like the idea of being aggressive with, especially if you expect it to be Palkia. But it is a Lost Zone deck here for Cyrus. And the Pokestop rip coming in right off the rip here, only getting a Nest Ball. The Path to the Peak should be put in the discard pile here in a second, hopefully. And the Nest Ball, I'm sure, is going to go for a Comfy here, doing a little prize checking. And then we should probably see a Comfy grab here for Cyrus. I can't tell how good the rest of the hand is. Maybe that was a 4 Seal Stone in hand. If that's a 4 Seal Stone in hand, then Cyrus could go for like a Pidgeot. And we're assuming that the Pidgeot is in the deck because we did just see a 4 Seal Stone hit the discard pile here. So, and for Cyrus, all you're looking to do here is attack with Cram and then start attacking with Sableye the next turn. And then, to be honest, if you need it, because actually Cyrus might not need to, you can use Charizard at the end of the game. But between Echoing Horn plus the board state Aaron has created with all these low HP Pokemon, you actually might not need to actually ever attack with Charizard. It depends if Aaron ever benches another Pokemon as well. If Aaron ever actually benches another one prize Pokemon. Because if Cyrus goes KO Comfy here, and then Aaron attacks with Cram next turn, if Cyrus plays the Echoing Horn, which I'm just going to make a guess that Cyrus plays the Echoing Horn because it's so good in Sablezard, then you can Echoing Horn, and then that's 5-1 prize KOs, and you just win the game that way as Cyrus. You don't even have to ever use Charizard. So the potential of like the path plus the disruption never becomes a reality that you have to actually play around. So, but we'll see. Jeez, that's a new angle right there. Take a look at that again. Yo, what's that Manaphy up to? What is this angle? Why do they have this, like, pre-saved? Why is this something that they just jumped to? What are we seeing here ever? Is this like an up? What are we looking at up close on here? Is it just the board? That's different for sure. Yeah, what is this? What are we... What is this for? It has to be, like, to look at the bench closely, right? That's got to be the reason that exists. All right, there's the Pidgeot. I do believe... Oh, it's a Battle VIP Pets, excuse me. I do believe there's a 4 Steel Stone in hand. There it is. Cram attack looking more and more likely here for Cyrus. Enhance the bench. Enhance. Yeah, Chip, explain yourself. That Manaphy was up to something? Yeah, the Manaphy was kind of sus, to be honest. I kind of agree with the close-up there just to make sure everything's all right. All right, here we go. Colress for 5. 3 Forest Seal Stones? Jesus! This is like a aggressive Sablezard. Wait, is that a 4 Seal Stone? It looked like a third 4 Seal Stone. This is an aggressive Sablezard build for sure. Holy smokes. 3? 3 of them, Timmy? All right, Cram and Sableye. What Cyrus is looking at here. It looks like Escape Rope might have to be the play from Cyrus. So it'll be interesting to see what Aaron chooses to send up here when Cyrus does play the Escape Rope. I'm actually not sure what I would like to see Aaron send up here. Depends on the hand a little bit as far as switch cards go. Obviously, if you set up Manaphy or Comfy, it's going to get KO'd. And there it is, Escape Rope. It's just going to be another Comfy. But there is like some value in sending up a Tina here. Because then if you can like switch card that Tina to the bench and evolve it to a V-Star, just leave it on the bench, Cyrus has to go out of their way with like 2 Sableye attacks to KO it, right? So if we push up Tina here, we switch card it back to the bench. You know, it takes 110 from the Cram, go down to 80 left. You evolve it to a V-Star. Then Cyrus has to do 200 damage counters with Sableye to KO the V-Star. But to KO a Comfy and a Manaphy is only 140 damage counters. So that means Cyrus has an extra 80 damage counters to work with as opposed to an extra 20. So I don't know what Aaron's hand is, but if Aaron could have looked to have actually sent up Patina here to kind of force more damage out of Cyrus to actually get the KO. So I would have hated to have seen Aaron send up Patina there, to be honest. All right, Fire and Sableye off the... Like I said, depending on how this actually goes, Cyrus could win this match with literally only taking knockouts or literally only attacking with Sableye after this initial Cram attack. So it's also possible that Aaron just doesn't get an attack off next turn. But like I said, also, if Aaron actually attacks with Cram here, if Cyrus plays Echoing Horn, Cyrus can just go for 5 one-prize knockouts. I guess that's not true. Aaron does probably play... Aaron probably does play Super Rod, of course. You could Super Rod the Pokemon back into the deck before they could get picked on. That's actually true. But it's unlikely. The Echoing Horn should be able to happen at some point. And we do see the Cram in the hand here for Aaron. So I feel like Aaron is going to go the Cram route. I think if Aaron has the choice, Aaron should just go with a Shred attack here. Aaron should have a pretty good idea of what they're up against here. It looks like Sablezard. It smells like Sablezard. It's probably Sablezard, right? So we should be pretty positive. Cyrus is playing Sablezard. Shouldn't attack with Cram here. Should instead go with the Shred here, which is definitely possible from Aaron. This is going to be the 7th in the Lost Zone here. But with the attachment to the Comfy, it is going to have to be double Mirage Gate from Aaron. It actually gives up a Switch Card, but I think it was Switch Card off that Comfy there. So you don't really have a choice. You still want to try and hold on to Switch Cards in this matchup? Oh, 2 Switch Cards in hand. There's the Cram bench. So does not have the ability to attack with Shred or doesn't understand the importance of attacking with Shred this turn. But if we had 2 more Switch Cards in the hand there from Aaron, Aaron could have switched into the Comfy, used Comfy, Jet Energy to the Giratina, and then gated to the Giratina. And I think there is a gate in the hand for Aaron. So Aaron could have attacked with Giratina this turn without benching Cram. But now that the Cram's on the bench, now, like I said, Cyrus can completely ignore Giratina for the rest of the game. And now, but also Cyrus has the option of not ignoring Giratina and KOing one with a Charizard if they want to. So yeah, Cyrus has got all the options now. Now that this Cram has hit the field, Cyrus can literally do whatever she wants. She can knock out 5 one-prize Pokemons, 3 one-prize Pokemons, and a Tina. Like, the options are just open for Cyrus. But if Aaron had just attacked with Tina this turn and not benched the Cram, then Cyrus's Echoing Horn only gets them to 5 one-prize Pokemon in play. So 5 total prize cards to be able to draw off 1-prize Pokemon. So Aaron is really giving a lot of options over to Cyrus this turn by not trying to play down the Shred line. And your Giratina's not under any threat of getting 1-hit KO'd by Charizard next turn. So it's not like the Charizard's going to get knocked out all of a sudden next turn. 1-hit KO'd. Like, you should, like I said, looks like Sablezard, smells like Sablezard, probably Sablezard. It is Sablezard. Play as if it's Sablezard, you know? This turn we should probably see the... I definitely like that Cyrus didn't put the Pidgeot back into the deck last turn. Probably should see it go back into the deck this turn, though. Because now would be a potential opportunity for Aaron to, like, next turn boss KO the Pidgeot. It would still be kind of unlikely, to be honest, but it is possible. We're getting pretty close to the 10 here for Cyrus. I think we are going to probably need a Vacuum, though, to get all the way there. The Pokestop's still in play, and there's still one more Comfy to be used. So we're pretty close. That's almost a really, really good one. The Cola biting the dust there is not great, but Level Ball and I believe Switch Card, pretty good. There's the Escape Rope. Another debate here from Aaron on what to send up. Goes with the Comfy. Seems pretty good to me. The only problem with this Comfy send up here, though, is that, like, if Cyrus... Once again, Cyrus could whiff the KO with Sableye, or the attack with Sableye this turn, and then Aaron... And then instead could just have a Cram Punch KO the Comfy. But you'd rather have the Cram Punch a Tina, like I explained earlier, so... Not like a huge fan of the Comfy. I still kind of like the Tina send up there from Aaron. And does have the Switch Cards in hand to, like, be comfortable with sending up the Comfy. So I think I would have liked to have seen that there. For sure. We'll see how it plays out. Here's Level Ball from Cyrus. Another Sableye on the way, I assume. Oh, the Hawlucha, actually, instead. I don't know if Cyrus is going to be aggressive with the Hawlucha here. You don't really want to draw 2 prize cards this turn as Cyrus, because then you do turn on the Roxanne from Aaron. So you don't really want to draw 2 prize cards here as Cyrus. You want to find a Vacuum. I don't know if there's a Vacuum in the hand. That's a lot of cards in hand. And, like, whoa, is going with the Hawlucha. Okay. I'm not sure I agree with this if it actually goes all the way out. I actually maybe saw a Vacuum in the hand as well. So I think the Vacuum is here. Looks like a Vacuum. Yeah, I don't like this aggressive double KO here at all. I don't like this at all. Yeah, here comes the Vacuum. Thinking about getting rid of another... Oh, getting rid of a boss. I don't hate that. The boss probably isn't going to be too important in this game. That's a lot of cards in hand to get rid of a boss, though. Gets rid of the Super Rod instead. I don't know if I like that either, though. Like I said, at this point, as long as Cyrus does play the Echoing Horn, which I'm kind of just assuming at this point, it's like you can just kind of chain Sableye from here as Cyrus. So the Super Rod's pretty good at helping chain Sableye. So we'll see how this plays out. There's a switch card into the Sableye, attached to the Sableye. Would love to see another Sableye get benched this turn as well from Cyrus. So I'd like to see the, Pidgeot shuffle back and then bench another Sableye. And there's actually just not that many cards left in the deck here for Cyrus. But I don't really like this double knockout from Cyrus at all. Well, we'll see. Cyrus doesn't have to take double knockout, but does go for the double knockout. The reason I don't like this double KO is because now Aaron can Roxanne. Like, I think it's actually a really bad play here from Cyrus. Just keep Aaron board locked, actually. Why not just keep Aaron board locked? We could just keep Aaron board locked here as Cyrus. Keep him board locked. Spread out the damage on the Comfey, the Cram, the Comfey, the Manaphy. Don't let Aaron get their own Sableye in play, potentially. But more so, now Aaron can just go into that board state where I was talking about. Like, Aaron can just let Cyrus pick apart their board, KO the Comfey, KO the Cramorant, whatever. Evolve to the Tinas, and eventually Aaron's board is just 2 Tinas. And now you have to go through the Tinas at that point. And then, that's more work for you to do. And now when you're going to get Roxanne earlier now as Cyrus, and there's nothing really that important prize here for Cyrus either. Like, why do we need these prize cards? These are trash. These are garbage. We don't need these. The energy's cool, I guess. The energy's cool. But the other ones, like, we don't need to aggressively... There's nothing prize that we need to aggressively see right now. So Cyrus should just play it a little bit slower. She does have Horn. Okay, so Cyrus does have the Horn. There's no reason to be this aggressive. Just, like, play it slower. Don't get Roxanne early and just, like, lose to getting bricked off the Roxanne. There's no reason to be that aggressive. But now this opens up an opportunity for Aaron. Aaron could get the Roxanne this turn, and that could be, like, the end of the game, to be honest. We'll see. There's a top deck course. I don't see a Roxanne in hand right now, and there's a course play, so not getting punished on Cyrus's side of things. And a lot of Lost Tina players do play the double Roxanne as well. So, yeah. You don't want to get turned undone with switch cards. It doesn't matter. The switch cards aren't that big of a deal. You're still ahead on the prize exchange as Cyrus. And if you just keep them board locked, there's no possibility for Aaron to come back on the prize exchange with their own Sableyes. Aaron will be locked into a board where they have to draw 1 prize card a turn. So Cyrus will always be up in the prize trade through just using... as long as Cyrus uses Sableye turn after turn after turn, even if Cyrus doesn't take any KOs, the amount of switch cards cannot catch up with the amount of damage Sableye is doing. And the only way that Aaron could actually catch up in the prize trade is to attack with their own Sableye. But when Aaron's board locked, Aaron can't use Sableye. So all this play does from Cyrus is give more opportunities to Aaron. Attacking with the Sableye is great, but what Cyrus chose to knock out and how aggressively Cyrus chose to go for KOs was incorrect. And gives Aaron, like, a ton of opportunities to come back in the game that they didn't have before. More Comfeys here. Probably should have seen there is, like, some... yeah, so here's the Sableye play now from Aaron. Doesn't have the Roxanne to go with it, which would be, like, ideal, but... Is there 10 in the Lost Zone? I assume there is. But see, now Aaron can attack with their own Sableye and can actually build up multiple knockouts, right? Here comes the Sableye attack, KO the active Sableye. Build up damage on the Hawlucha or the Manaphy. You don't want to put any on the Comfeys, because if you put the damage on the Comfeys, then they can be switch carded around. We're going 1-1-1-1. Does 1-1-1 make sense here? You send up a Comfey as Cyrus, you switch card to another Comfey, you switch card it again, but there's still the 1 on the Manaphy, 1 on the Hawlucha that you can then use Sableye to draw a double prize card knockout at some point. Sure, probably. I think it's probably fine here from Aaron. Just trying to force a Sableye double KO at some point. This is now 5 1-prize Pokemon in play here for Aaron. So now Cyrus can just win by KOing these 3 Pokemon, completely ignore the Tinas for the rest of the game. So now Cyrus doesn't even need the Echoing Horn. Now the Echoing Horn can make it a little bit easier for Cyrus to win. Like this turn, if Cyrus can find Echoing Horn, you probably want to Echoing Horn the Manaphy to the bench here. And then just go KO Sableye with a Sableye and put damage on Comfey and Manaphy to set up for a 2-prize knockout on the Comfey and the Sableye on the following turn. But we'll have to... There's a couple switch cards in the hand here for Aaron, so we'll have to go through all those. More Pokestop. I think there is a Clara in the hand here for Cyrus. There it is. A couple Sableyes, a couple Energy. Oh, actually, it was with the Cram. Thinking about not taking the Cram. Does just want to attack with Sableye over and over again, but attacking with a Cram could be like a... Wouldn't it be a terrible thing to have the option of if Aaron does hit you with a Roxanne, and if you find like a Nest Ball but no energy, you can just barely get into a Cram to attack for a turn. It's better to get a prize card than not. So I wouldn't hate to see the Cram recovered. But we do have the double Sableyes making their way to the bench. I believe there's 1 switch card in hand here and a Vacuum, which you'd want to probably play the Vacuum as well. But to be honest, I don't know if you want to Vacuum the Pokestop. You maybe just want to keep... And there's the Echoing Horn. Going to get the Manaphy. Forcing the 5 1-prizers into play. Switch card into the Sableye. You do kind of want to thin out your own deck with the Vacuum, but you also kind of want to leave Pokestop in play in case Aaron... in case Aaron can't find a path to the peak. So I would choose to Vacuum my own Pokestop here based on how many paths Aaron has gone through so far. If Aaron has played like 1 path to the peak, I would probably Vacuum my own Pokestop, because during Aaron's turn, if they play the Roxanne, they'll probably find a path to the peak to bump my own stadium, or they might play the Vacuum themselves. But if they're down like 2 or 3 paths to the peaks, then I probably wouldn't bump my own Pokestop here as Cyrus. And I think at this point, Cyrus is more concerned with their side of the field as opposed to Aaron's side of the field. So Cyrus is pretty comfortable with here with just leaving the extra draw power in play for Aaron to potentially take advantage of. I don't think Cyrus really cares if Aaron uses Pokestop. And then we see the knockout on the active, the split on the bench. So Aaron does need double switch card here to stop Cyrus from winning next turn. And I believe actually Aaron does have the double switch card in hand. So Aaron can go switch card, and then ideally does want to attack with the Sableye as well themselves. So we'll see if Aaron can also set up the Sableye, but also wants to Roxanne. So you want to like KO the active Sableye from Cyrus with your own Sableye while using double switch card. And then on top of that, you also want to attack with Sableye yourself as Aaron. So needs to get a Sableye, got the double switch card. And there's a Sableye, so we're just a Psychic away now. That's what I was talking about with like putting the double Tinas in play off the rip here from Aaron. Like literally neither Tina is going to get used this game probably. Maybe as an attack at the end, but probably not, right? Like literally not getting used. And that's why I didn't love Aaron being super aggressive by getting double Tina until Aaron truly knew what they were up against. So yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of how Aaron played out that early game. Debating where to put the Grass Energy. You are going to switch card the active, so the Grass Energy on the Comfy doesn't make a... I think I still like the Grass Energy on the Comfy, though, here from Aaron. Because... assuming Cyrus at least knocks out your Sableye next turn as Aaron, you're going to be able to want to send up Comfy and then retreat Comfy. So I think I still like that Grass Energy instead of on the Tina being on the Comfy, to be honest, overall. I don't know if it's like a huge deal one way or the other, but I think I would like to have seen that Grass Energy go to the active, even though you're still just going to switch the active with the switch card. Yeah, and we'll see once again. The big card here is, of course, Roxanne. If there's no Roxanne here from Aaron, I would bet on Cyrus winning this one. And I see a Colress in the hand, I think, but I do not see the Roxanne. There was a Roxanne prize. There's a boss as well. Might go for like a boss on the Hawlucha to try and make it harder for Cyrus to set up another Sableye next turn. We still have 3 or 4 prize cards for Aaron to get here as well. I don't even know. What does the prize trade look here from Aaron? You definitely have to KO the Sableye of Cyrus. So you KO the Sableye. Got 4 left to work with. You got 3 prize cards left. I don't know. 1 on Hawlucha, 1 on Comfy, 1 on Manaphy, 3rd on Manaphy, I guess. I don't even know where you go from here, to be honest. That wouldn't even be enough to like draw all of those on the next turn. Yeah, it's pretty tough here for Aaron. Can Aaron even draw 4 prize cards in 2 turns? Or am I trolling? 6, 6, 8, 4. No, we're 2 damage channels short here from Aaron. So yeah, Aaron can't draw. So there's the boss on the Hawlucha. Aaron cannot draw 4 prize cards in 2 turns. Maximum 3. So Aaron needs to like find some time here. And is going for... Ooh, I don't like that. That's actually a bad play there from Aaron. Aaron actually just loses the game on that play. That was a terrible play there from Aaron. Aaron should always KO the Sableye here from Cyrus, because now Cyrus can go switch card plus attach to Sableye, and then Cyrus just wins on board. This is a terrible play here from Aaron, because this never progresses Aaron's win condition to winning faster next turn. Getting the extra prize card this turn doesn't do anything for Aaron. So this is a terrible play here from Aaron. Aaron definitely needed to go KO the Sableye. Draw like a 1 prize card faster here as Aaron. Never wins you the game. In fact, it probably loses Aaron the game here. It probably loses Aaron the game here, because now we're going to see this from Cyrus. Yep. Oh, another Sableye. I was hoping for an energy grab here. So not fully punished yet. We could see Cyrus getting punished here for getting rid of the Super Rod when they did. Like I said, I didn't like the Super Rod getting rid of there, because chaining Sableyes was always the play here. But actually, is Cyrus going to struggle to actually get that Psychic? No, there's Psychics in hand. Okay, it should still be just like a dub here for Cyrus. Here comes a Nest Ball. Gets the Pidgeot. I'm sure that will be shuffled back to the deck, unless Aaron's at a boss. But there we go. Switch card. Oh, Even's going to be able to use a Comfy here as well. Takes the Fire Energy. A bench of Zard. Oh, literally just has Game. Okay. I didn't even see Game was possible here for Cyrus. I wasn't thinking about Game. I was just thinking about second Psychic on second Sableye, and then just attack with 1 Sableye. You have 2 Sableyes in play. You always just win. But also, you know, winning this turn is also pretty good as well. So, double with the Charizard. I didn't think Charizard would actually get used this game at all. But yeah, we did see it at the end there. All right, let's see if Aaron approaches this a little bit differently. It looks like Aaron doesn't play Greninja. I don't think Aaron does play Greninja here. No Water Energy. We haven't seen any Water Energy. We haven't seen any Water Energy. We haven't seen the Greninja itself. So I don't think Aaron plays Greninja. They definitely could. Prize cards here on both sides. Kind of whatever. Heavy Ball is prize, but there's nothing prize for the Heavy Ball to find anyway. So both prize cards for both players or whatever. Negligible. Doesn't really matter. We'll see if Aaron approaches it differently this game. Definitely would like to see less Tinas on the bench. More Greninjas if Aaron plays Greninja. Like I said, I don't think Aaron plays Greninja. We're going to see a quick pass through here of the deck here. Definitely doesn't play Water Energy. 100% does not play Water Energy. We know that for sure. No Water Energy in the deck here for Aaron. And I would assume this might be a no Greninja build as well. Double Comfy off the Battle VIP Pass. That's fine with the first Battle VIP Pass, but I definitely want to see things be played a little bit different here with like this Nest Ball. I still want to see the Tina. I want to see the more aggressive Tina attacks here from Aaron, though. Like, Shred is just a fine attacker in this matchup until you get to your Sableye as Aaron. So definitely want to prioritize. Definitely. Oh, the problem with triple Comfy is just you have 3 low HP Pokemon in play. These are just easier KOs for Sableye. Not a huge fan of the triple Comfy here. I don't know. I'm just not a... I'm not digging it. I'm not digging it. I don't like this. I don't like the triple. It's like that many more low HP Pokemon. Like I was saying, now Cyrus can just ignore Tina the whole game and just go after these low HP Pokemon with Sableye the whole game. And Cyrus is going second, so Cyrus is probably going to get the first prize card here. We'll see. Maybe not, but I would bet Cyrus is going to get the first prize card here. We'll see. So if you can kind of play the game with like putting less Comfies in play, at least attempt to play the game with putting less Comfies in play to begin with. And then if you have to put an extra Comfy in play at some point, okay, at that point, go for it. But like attempt to play it with less Comfies initially. And play with some higher HP Pokemon. Like I said, I would like to see a Tina become... Oh, getting rid of a Roxanne for... What is a Nest Ball? Is that worth it? You're attacking with Cram next turn? No, Roxannes are just too important, right? That's got to be that's a mistake there from Aaron. This Nest Ball's going to get... You're going to get a Tina off this Nest Ball here from Aaron, which I was like kind of talking up Tina before, but it's not worth the cost of a Roxanne. Like, Roxannes are the matchup for Aaron. Like, Aaron, this is definitely an unfavored matchup, I would say, overall for Aaron. Well, actually, I don't know about that. Because Aaron hasn't really been forcing the Tina issue to force Cyrus into... But if you're forcing the Tina issue as Aaron to force Cyrus into Charizard, the reason that works is because of Roxanne. Because you can go Roxanne path, attack with Tina, and then on Cyrus's side, if there's not enough small HP Pokemon in play to take advantage of a Sableye, at that point, you have to use Charizard to match the Tina. But if you get Roxanne and pathed, it's a little bit harder to attack with Charizard than not. So yeah, I really don't like this. I really don't like this Roxanne here. I really don't like that. I really don't like that Roxanne. You don't have to bench Tina this turn. I think I would like to have seen Tina over the third Comfy here, because like, I don't know, just putting 3 Comfies in play, if you can avoid it, having all that low HP in play is just better. But yeah, I don't like the Roxanne. I don't like losing Roxanne there at all. The Roxanne is just too good. That's like your win condition in this matchup, because you're almost likely always going to fall behind. Really good hand here for Cyrus. I think I see double Battle VIP Pass. I could be wrong on that, but I think it's doubles there. So we'll see some Comfies. We'll see some Crams. We'll see some turn 1 attacks here, or a turn 1 attack here from Cyrus. Doing a quick check on the Pokemon and the energy. Price check. And then, like I said, yeah, we should see... the Cram attack is going to be the goal here from Cyrus. So yeah, it's a really aggressive list here. A lot of vacuums. Yeah, a lot of vacuums, a lot of Pokestops. I assume there's probably a Palpad in there as well if you're playing that many Pokestops, because your supporters are going to get wrecked in the crossfire of... trying to find your item cards. So I would assume there's a Palpad in there, but maybe not. One more check through. But like I said, we're probably looking at double Comfy. We might be seeing triple Comfy Cram. We could see Sableye, Cram, Comfy. That would also be reasonable. I wonder if like Cyrus has fully picked up on the fact that there's probably not a Greninja in Aaron's build, or at least a way to attack with Greninja, even if there is a Greninja. But we'll see. We'll see what Cyrus goes for here. Thinking about the third Comfy. See, even Cyrus doesn't want to put third Comfy in play, because Cyrus is like, third Comfy, another low HP Pokemon that Sableye can take advantage of. Do I really want to do this? Do I really need this? The answer is no. Cyrus doesn't need this. If Cyrus can go Comfy, Colress this turn, into Comfy, Colress, Vacuum next turn, then Cyrus gets to 10 with only 2 Comfy in play. So yeah, Cyrus is really thinking about, do I really need this Comfy? I think the answer is you probably don't need to take this here as Cyrus. Definitely want the Cram. Could just grab a Sableye instead. I would just grab a Sableye here, I think, instead as Cyrus. Yeah, you just don't want to put the extra low HP Pokemon in play that you don't really want to sit in play. You always have to put the Sableye in play, right? So now... if you take Sableye here instead of Comfy, you do still have 3 low HP Pokemon in play. But if you put Sableye in play after the Comfy, then that's another low HP Pokemon in play that all of a sudden you have to worry about. And also the 10 more HP can make a difference depending on how many switch cards you're able to consistently pull off. So I don't think you need this Comfy here. So it depends on the composition of the rest of the hand though. Like if we have a Colress in hand and stuff like that, then needing this Comfy is less likely. But if you have just like a bunch of switch cards and no Colress, then it's like, well, I want to grab this extra Comfy so I can dig a little bit deeper. So it depends on what's in the hand as well, to be honest, a little bit. It's not just you never want 3 Comfy in play. Like we need to get to that Colress as well still. So I'm not sure what the grab there was there for Cyrus. And I can't see the rest of the hand. I think there was a Vacuum in hand. Oh, it might just be a pass here from Cyrus. Does bench the Manaphy. I don't know if I like that Manaphy bench there. I think maybe it's there to play around Escape Rope a little bit here as Cyrus. Or maybe Cyrus is still playing in fear of the Greninja a little bit. Yeah, the hand sucks here for Cyrus. Yeah, Cyrus might be playing in fear of the Greninja here, to be honest. which we know doesn't exist, but I don't know if Cyrus fully picked up on that in game 1, that the Greninja probably does not exist in Aaron's deck, or at least does not have the ability to be able to attack, but couldn't ever see Aaron's hands. It was a little bit harder for Cyrus to tell than for us to tell. But we should easily be seeing a Cram attack here from Aaron. No problem. Even gets one more Comfey off use before that. And we definitely want to see Aaron take the knockout on the active here. Over like playing an escape rope, because if you play an escape rope here, if Cyrus has picked up on it, Cyrus would push up the Manaphy. So yeah, probably want to see Cyrus go with the, or see Aaron go with the knockout on the active if possible. We'll see. Got to see a switch card from Aaron. I think there is a switch card in hand. Does Aaron not have a way to switch? No way! Wait, what? No way! That is a huge mistake. I was like, there's no way you like send this Comfey up. Yeah, there's no way you don't just retreat to Cram here if you don't have a switch card in hand. Instead, Aaron hard retreats Comfey to Comfey. And then, yeah, that's just a huge misplay there from Aaron. You just retreat to Cram here and take the knockout. Just take the knockout. The prize card is like too valuable. You just get the prize. We're chilling. That's a big mistake here from Aaron. All right, we'll see how this goes for Cyrus. So Cyrus didn't really do too much last turn, so we'll see how much of a punish this can possibly be. And it looks like not that much of a punish at all, because that was like a Sableye and an Echoing Horn. All right, there's the pass. So no punish from Cyrus. You hate to see that. So no punish. Aaron gets the chill. Another Colress here, getting up to 9 in the loss zone. Can get into the Sableye this turn for Aaron. It's possible to Sableye this turn. There's a Sableye and takes it. So Sableye plus Mirage Gate, switch card plus Psychic Energy. A lot of ways to attack with the Sableye here. Should be no problem, I would assume, for Aaron to actually pull off the attack with Sableye. I see a Psychic in hand. I see a Mirage Gate in hand. Is there a switch card in hand? I guess is just kind of the question. Or we're going to have to Mirage Gate to the active to be able to move this thing. And if we are Mirage Gating, why are we attaching to the Sableye then? Do we want to get both energy out of the deck, possibly? Do we want to leave more energy in the deck? And we see now Aaron is eyeing up the Psychic Energy. And we can always attach to the Tina, so it doesn't really hurt too much to get the extra energy here. I feel like this is probably being a little bit more aggressive than you need to be. You could have conserved an energy. Maybe that doesn't really make any sense. Maybe this does make more sense from Aaron to get the extra energy play. Okay, we see the Sableye attack here from Aaron. And to be honest, I would maybe KO the Cram here as Aaron. I would maybe go Sableye KO Cram. Cyrus has had a really slow start, and likely the only way Cyrus will be able to attack next turn is through a Cramorant. Cyrus doesn't have energy in hand or switch cards, because Cyrus would be going one Comfey pass. If Cyrus had energy or switch cards, would be going Comfey. So the value, removing a Comfey from play theoretically doesn't really do very much because of how, because the composition of Cyrus's hand and the information you have on the composition of Cyrus's hand. So to be honest, I think Aaron should KO Cram here. I think we should see a KO on the Cram here from Aaron. We'll see what. Hey, okay. All right, I like it. And one to the Manaphy makes sense. Good choice from Aaron. There's a switch card finally for Cyrus. There's a Colress as well. Now, can Cyrus get to the 10 in the loss zone this turn? It is possible. There was 2 in the loss zone to begin the turn. Colress for 4, 5, 6 from 2 Comfreys, double Vacuum, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it is possible to actually see a attack here from Cyrus with Sableye. It's just really unlikely. And more likely than not, we'll have to settle for some kind of attack with Cram. But we'll see. There's a Super Rod in hand there for Cyrus. It looked like there was no other Cram in the deck here from Cyrus, so I assume Cyrus only plays the one Cramorant. Does play a Heavy Ball, but that's also prized. I mean, it doesn't affect anything anyways. Comes a Pokestop, a switch card, and that's it. Man, Pokestop got nerfed so bad when they made tool cards. We're getting close here, Cyrus. We're about to get up to 7 here with this next Comfey. I guess you could go quad Comfey here as Cyrus and shuffle the Pidgeot back into the deck, to be honest. You actually could do that. Yeah, you actually could do that here as Cyrus. There's no Echoing Horn for Cyrus as well. So Aaron can limit their bench to just the 5 low HP Pokemon and then start building up Tinas from there as well. Okay. Oh, there's plenty of vacuums in hand, actually. But there's only one Stadium. Okay, so Cyrus is like missing another target for the vacuum, actually. That's what Cyrus is missing here. Switch into Sableye. And scratch for 20. Let's go. Hoping that Aaron's Tina is stuck in the active. Let's go. couple plays here for Aaron. Oops, where did I skip ahead to? Aaron could boss KO the Pidgeot here, and I actually think I might like that play better than any other play. If Aaron can pull it off, if they have boss and a V-Star in hand, there's a V-Star in the Lost Zone, at least one. If not, just attacking with Sableye here from Aaron is also fine. Just going Sableye, KO the Sableye, build up some damage on those bench small Pokemon. Gets rid of the second Roxanne. I don't know what that card was. I'm going to go ahead and bet it's not better than Roxanne. Even though you're ahead in this matchup as Aaron, Roxanne is still so good in this matchup. It's a switch! Why are we taking a switch over a Roxanne? That can't be correct. I do not like that play. The Roxannes are so good. Even in a point where you're ahead. We're really far ahead here as Aaron. You got to take the Roxanne, though. You got to take the Roxanne. Like, we're ahead. I get it. We're ahead. That's cool. I like being ahead, too. But Roxanne is really good in this matchup. You never know when things are going to start to fall apart. Also, you know Cyrus plays, like, the Hawlucha and stuff to, like, even spread extra damage and play to start to pull back into the prize exchange. So, yeah, I don't like that at all from Aaron. We should see the Sableye attack here, though, from Aaron. We'll see. It did already attach return to the active, so can't do that again. That'd be illegal. All right, Sableye here. And we should see Sableye knock out the active Sableye. Remove that from play. Make Cyrus work that much harder on the next turn. We got 4 left. Loads it all up on the Manaphy. I think I am fine with that. Pushing up Manaphy to then switch cart your Manaphy in a situation where Cyrus is, like, this far behind does not feel good. So this one's looking real rough. Actually uses the Super Rod before... Interesting. Uses Super Rod before anything else. What does Cyrus have in hand where you wouldn't want to, like... Are we trying to get one of these pieces off this Comfy use? Because it looked like Cyrus was ready to use the Comfy. Interesting. Was there enough... I don't know if... Does that make sense there? I don't think that makes sense from Cyrus at all. Does it ever make sense there from Cyrus to Super Rod before using the Comfy? I can't tell fully what Cyrus's hand is. But I don't think that makes sense. Like I said, I can't tell what the hand is, but I think you would want to dig for the Colress first off the Comfy. Unless Cyrus wants to shuffle the deck, but I don't think there's any reason that Cyrus would want to shuffle the deck here. Yeah, I'm not sure I like that sequence there from Cyrus. We'll see. It looks like the Sableye will be attacking this turn, though. The Sableye will be attacking this turn. We'd have that for sure. And there's the 4 Seal Stone. I have no idea what Cyrus grabbed. We should definitely see this Pidgeot probably make its way back to the deck now, because it's definitely possible Aaron has, like, the boss knockout. We don't really want to give that up for free here as Cyrus. So here comes a Vacuum. Oh, there's Pokestop. Or actually might use the Pokestop first as well here. We'll see. Has a switch card in hand, but you kind of want to switch card that damage off the Manaphy, I think. There's a... Ooh, got the whole squad there. So you could switch into Manaphy, switch card the damage off Manaphy. It might make a difference in later turns to remove damage. There's the Charizard as well still here for Cyrus that could come into play later. So the Charizard could still be a big deal to want to carry that Tina off the bench. So we really need to see Aaron, like, evolve that Tina at some point to, like, keep it out of range of Charizard unless Cyrus wants to commit some Sableye damage to it. Does heal the damage. Now this doesn't stop Aaron from getting a 2-prize knockout this turn, but it prevents, like, the further buildup of damage towards later turns. I mean, from Aaron here, we should still see Aaron should try and find Sableye, KO Sableye, build up more damage on the bench, kind of repeat. There's the Hawlucha play from Cyrus. I don't really love Hawlucha being benched. I guess it's okay. And just goes for the double Comfy KO. Okay, that's interesting. Not answering the threat of Aaron Sableye, though. I don't know how much I like that. Doesn't answer the threat of Aaron Sableye. Interesting. Let's see how it plays out, to be honest. I'm actually not too sure how this is going to go from here. I feel like you should answer that, because this gives, like, an opportunity for Aaron now to go, like, okay, bench Sableye, attach a Sableye. And I have 2 Sableyes in play. And now even if you Roxanne me, but I don't even know if Cyrus does play Roxanne, even if you Roxanne me, now I definitely have another attack set up with my next Sableye. So I don't know, like, it gets you the prize cards. I don't know how much that matters. There's a boss from Aaron, so Aaron doesn't really have too many options to work with. Just going with the boss play here on the Hawlucha, and then going to snipe around the Hawlucha. There's the Tina V-Star. I think Aaron had that in hand last turn and just didn't do it, but should have done it. That's fine. We got it there now. I actually wonder if there was a way that Aaron could have healed this 20 damage off this Giratina, which I think you definitely actually want to do. If Aaron has, like, a jet in hand, you could have jetted the Tina V into the active and then switch carded it back into the Sableye. Because this 2 damage counters, I don't know. I don't want to do the math, but it could make a difference for, like, a Zard all of a sudden being able to boss KO the Tina off the bench. So I think I would like to have seen it happen. So there's another dude. Why are we doing? We don't need prize cards. You don't need prize cards. Cyrus, why are we so obsessed with drawing prize cards? To avoid switch card from healing the damage. Maybe Cyrus does need to be obsessed. Maybe Cyrus, on Cyrus's side, maybe Cyrus does need to be obsessed with drawing prize cards, to be honest. But Aaron definitely doesn't need to be obsessed with drawing prize cards, right? What if you just went KO Sableye and then 1-1-1-1 and then Sableye draw 2, Sableye win, or Sableye draw 2 and then Tina win, right? Especially if you're bossing Hawlucha, not killing Sableye is question mark. Yeah, like the point of bossing the Hawlucha is to make it as hard as possible to attack with Sableye on your next turn. But if you're not KOing the Sableye, it's really easy for Cyrus to attack with Sableye and then establish another Sableye with an energy and then have the back-to-back Sableyes. But I guess if Aaron doesn't have any Roxanne to work with anyways, you're never disrupting Cyrus's hand, so you don't really... Like, they're always going to be able to chain their Sableyes if they want to. I think on Cyrus's side, it might make sense to draw... I don't know if it makes sense on Cyrus's side either to just draw prize cards faster, though. What's Cyrus's prize trade here? So Aaron KOs, draws down to 2. Cyrus goes... Draw 1. There's no way for Cyrus to win this trade if Aaron attacks every turn, right? Aaron just has to go attack, attack, win. So on this turn from Cyrus, you go Sableye, KO Sableye, 4, go down to 3, attack again, KO something, go down to 2, and then either Sableye again for the last 2, or boss KO Tina. 1, 2, 3. No matter what, Cyrus wins in 3 turns. On Aaron's side, no matter what, you win in 2 turns. So you just don't need to be as aggressive. So they both should have KO'd Sableye here, I feel like. Because Cyrus should have KO'd Sableye, hoping that then Aaron whiffs Sableye for the rest of the game and can't take a double prize knockout like Aaron just did. And Aaron doesn't need to take a double prize knockout here. Could just leave Cyrus bench locked, KO the Sableye, and be like, okay, you probably can set up another Sableye next turn, but I'm going to force you to set up another Sableye next turn. So I think both, like, just drawing the... Neither player advanced the game faster, even factoring cards. Yeah, also the cards don't matter either. Like, yeah, that's the biggest thing is, like, even though it is playing around switch card, it's playing around the possibility of the heals from switch card happening. The heals from switch card actually don't make a difference. And both players have played a decent amount of switch cards as well. I don't know if either players are counting how many switch cards are left. So yeah, even though Aaron is still staying on the prize trade track, you always KO the Sableye here because you may as well make it like, okay, if Cyrus whiffs, then I just literally just win the game. So Aaron may as well take the advantage of, oh, if you whiff the Sableye next turn, I win. Why not put your opponent on if you whiff I win? You should always put your opponent on you if you whiff I win. There's no reason to not add that as like an extra out, right? Yeah, so I really don't like this. The sequence from either player on that last turn. I didn't really like the sequence from either player right there. But it is looking like it should be a dub here for Aaron. Because I think what's going to happen here, Cyrus is going to do this attack. I mean, now you KO the Sableye as Cyrus, so... KO's the Sableye. Tina's now in range, but now Aaron's just going to go attack with Cram, attack with Tina, and the game should be end. Even if Cyrus has boss KO on Tina, I would hope that Aaron has like a boss left or an escape rope or can set up another Tina to respond to the Charizard. If Aaron can't respond to the Charizard or has a Sableye, there's like so many things Aaron can have here. We only have 9 minutes left as well, so it's not looking like there's enough time here for game 3. The attach to the Cram is... Whoa, what is going on? All right, so right now, Aaron's overvaluing the potential of switch card heal the Comfy. But Aaron should have just gone to bench Sableye, attach to Sableye, attack with Cram. And then Aaron literally wins on board. Now, I could... No, it's looking like it's not going to happen. I'm trying to come... Yeah, well, I guess that's maybe fine for Aaron to do if Aaron has this play still. Because now Aaron's just going to go Mirage Gate to the Sableye and still have the Sableye set up. So I guess it's fine, to be honest. Because you have the Mirage Gate still, you still have the Sableye fully set up. So this makes his play fine, actually, from Aaron. At first, I was like, are we... Because if Aaron just had, like, retreated and attacked with Cram, then all of a sudden there is, like, a possibility for Cyrus to... Is there actually, though? There really isn't, to be honest. You could have, like, whiffed at that point, I guess. Yeah, but I mean, your hand is so big here. I guess it's like there's never like a mistake that's actually happening here as Aaron. You're always winning. Even attacking with Sableye here is fine because either Sableye gets knocked. Yeah, so you attack with Sableye here, knock out the active Sableye, put 4 on the Hawlucha or 1-1-1, 2-1-1, and then you have Tina set up and Sableye set up. So the game is just over. So Cyrus should just concede right here. Cyrus is quickly doing the math. Yeah, so Cyrus should just concede right here. Cyrus forgot that their Sableye got knocked out and then drew their card. But Cyrus should concede here anyway. There's no win condition, right? Unless I'm clowning. But yeah, I don't think there's a win condition here. So Cyrus should just pick it up and go to the next game. Let's try and win game 3. Let's donk somebody here. But now they're talking about it. Penalties being dished out. And it should be a 2 prize penalty to Cyrus. I'm trying to think of how this ever couldn't be a 2 prize penalty. I mean, the Sableye is always knocked out. You're always sending up Comfy here as Cyrus, but what you send up could change based on your top deck. So this should be a 2 prize penalty against Cyrus, I guess, here every time, like how 2 prize penalties work. See, in this kind of actually, this kind of seeing a card, like if someone plays a research and sees the 8th card, I'm not as big a fan of that being a prize penalty. I do think this should probably be a double prize penalty though. Yeah, so I'm like fine if this becomes a 2 prize penalty, which it probably should. And now, like, yeah, now the time just being eaten up for no reason. And now Cyrus probably, I mean, it lessens the chance of Cyrus having, I mean, they're going to get a time extension here at some point throughout all this. So, like, they're going to go through the ruling. The ruling's going to be dished out. It's going to be a 2 prize penalty against Cyrus. They'll get a time extension. So they will have a little bit more time to work with. But Cyrus should have conceded, like, a little while ago to give themselves as much time as possible going into game 3. It still probably wouldn't be enough time for Cyrus to win. Or for Aaron to win. There's probably never going to be enough time for either player to win the match. But you may as well give yourself the best odds. You sat down going into this match. Cyrus and Aaron sat down being like, I'm trying to win this match. Aaron has to win game 2, so Aaron can't ever concede. Cyrus is in a situation where they can concede and have more time in game 3 and, you know, be the, you know, like your goal is to just like play as much Pokemon as possible, because then if you are the it's like this is the replay. If you are the better player, you're trying to play as much Pokemon as possible, right? So here we go, going into game 3. Not much time left. Actually, I'm not sure how much time we have left. Take a look at these prize cards real fast. They probably won't be too consequential one way or the other. A Sableye and a Heavy Ball being prized is kind of annoying. Cyrus does play triple Sableye, but you want the possibility of like setting up 2 Sableyes on the board to play around Roxanne, or even triple Sableye on the board to play around Roxanne, and it's harder to do that when one is prized, and the Heavy Ball is prized as well. It's going to be really hard to find this 3rd Sableye to potentially set that up, and it allows you to play around Roxanne a little bit better. Once again, not a whole ton of time though, so who knows if that will even get to a point where Roxanne happens. Prize cards for Aaron. One of the Sableyes is prized, which kind of sucks. Same with the Super Rod, but they're both in the early prize cards. Chorus and a Pokegear in the prize cards as well. Same thing with the Force System and the Chorus and the prize cards for Cyrus. Could lead to either player not being able to find Cyrus as soon as they would like, but like nothing too consequential here. Just like the Sableye Heavy Ball, both being prized there for Cyrus, can be a little bit annoying heading to late game. And it looks like Cyrus chose to go second here to try and get the potential donk. And yeah, only 2 minutes left, so I think it's a reasonable choice there from Cyrus to be like, all right, I'll go second. Hopefully I donk you. And then, actually, in this matchup, I think you want to go second no matter what, actually. In this matchup, you're going second no matter what. So, yeah, I think you're always choosing to go second here, Cyrus. And this is the added effect of, okay, we have like 2 minutes left. Hopefully I donk you. But I think it's pretty obvious. Both players have a pretty big hand. There's a couple mulligans from Aaron, but also has the Battle VIP pass. So I think we can probably just skip ahead here, and we will see a tie commence here in just a second. And that's time in the round. Thank you for coming to the Pokemon TCG round 4, 5. Pick it up. Yeah, so Cyrus should have skipped a little bit sooner. Obviously, it probably wouldn't have mattered, but min-maxing is just important. And min-maxing in Pokemon is super, super important. So, like, trying to get those extra couple minutes, you never know what's going to make a difference. Both players played, I think, a little poorly in both games, especially Aaron in game 1 with like the aggressive bench setup and then like some follow-up stuff, obviously, but it was all right. Let's check our next match. I'm going to go pee. Oh, the Zard? Let's go. Wait, they didn't get a time extension for the judge call? No, I believe they did, but it all got eaten up in the mulligans that Aaron mulliganed a lot, so all the time extension got eaten up in the mulligans, I believe. Is Iron Hands broken or overhyped? It's brokenly hyped. It's like accurately broken hype. Sort of Lost Box always. Yeah, you always want to go second. Well, actually, I don't know if Tina wants to go second. That's actually just such a weird thing then. But if Tina doesn't want to go second, then you should want to go first. No, you just always go second, I think, actually. I don't know. Tina going second. Yeah, I think you always go second. I don't know, to be honest. Because it feels like Tina wants to go first because the deck is just less aggressive. No, you go second. I think you go second and try and turn one attack with Cram. But you're never getting like a... The thing is, if you go second, the problem with going second as Tina is if you go second, you're never getting a turn 2 Sableye. No, if you go second, you could get a turn 2 Sableye, I guess. I don't know, to be honest. I'm actually not sure, to be honest. I'm going to go ahead and say you go second as Lost Tina. Actually, you know what? The real thing is you just don't play Lost Tina, so you don't have to think about this. The deck's mid. Picking whether you're going to go first or second as Lost Tina is also mid. It's all mid. Just play a different deck. We're good. Yeah, I'm not sure. Only if you go second, you can with Abyss, you can turn 1. No, if you go second, you could go Chorus, Triple Comfy into Chorus, Triple Comfy as Lost Tina. You could just do that. Go second, attack turn with Cram, Triple Comfy Chorus into Triple Comfy Chorus. I need to go pee though, so I'll be right back when we get into this next match. What does that mean? You talking to me? You are an idiot. You are timed out. Wait, why did I just time that person out though? Why did I just ban them? That doesn't make any sense. I should just ban them. I don't care. What was their name? What deck should we play? Whatever you want to play. So how does the upcoming evolution TM work? Would it also be able to evolve a Charmander to a Charizard? Yeah. That's so goofy. That's what I'm saying. Why did I just time him out? I should just ban him. He had a point though. True. Careful, Echo. Yo, what's up, TP? It's so goofy. Bottom, to be honest, he has the real takes. Yeah, he's a real one for sure. I think I meant it for that ninja comment, but I don't know. Oh, what was the ninja comment? Dude, there was no ninja comment. What? How many servings do you get per? 20 to 40, depending on how many scoops you do. 2 scoops is 20. 1 scoop is 40. They said ninja playing. Oh, maybe I missed that. All right, let's get into it. So the only Charizard I think that made it onto stream today is this one here. We got Charizard, Pidgeot, I believe Arceus. I actually don't know for sure if there's Arceus in this build here. Versus Lost Box. And it looks to be like a pretty straightforward. Well, we prized the Dragonite and the Raikou. That kind of sucks. That's actually like pretty bad prize cards. If we get an early Forest Sealstone, that's not going to be very helpful. But we'll see what else I got. This is a pretty tough matchup for Lost Box, to be honest. I think you're pretty unfavored against the Arceus deck. Yeah, I don't know. It's just tough. It's just tough. Oh yeah, it's just tough. It's tough. Everything just got so much HP, and like you rare candy like 2 things out on turn 2, and it's like you got a Charizard, a Pidgeot, and an Arceus V-Star, and it's like your cap is hitting with like Dragonite, but like Dragonite, even then, Dragonite's getting like can get like 1-hit KO'd. So it's pretty tough. We'll see. There's a Charmander. There's the Pidgey, and then we have a Nest Ball in hand as well. Could become a couple of different things here. If how do you say the name? Zeri. If Zeri knows they're up against Turbo Lost Box, Manaphy is a good argument here to grab, but Manaphy is prized, so looks like they're even eyeing up second Arceus, which would also be a pretty good grab to play around Escape Rope, to be honest. We could also grab another Charmander. Goes with the Mew grab, though. I don't know if I like the Mew grab here. So we're definitely looking for like a turn 1 Greninja here. On the Lost Box side. To KO the Pidgey and to KO the Charmander. Yeah, what is this Mew grab? What is this? I don't think I like this Mew grab. So if we play Escape Rope, the Mew gets pushed up. The Mew gets KO'd by the Cram. They don't play Escape Rope. The Mew's not going to the active, and then it's just a free prize card to get picked on later. If a turn 1 Greninja happens, I don't see how Mew's helping you when a turn 1 Greninja happens. You're just losing your Charmander and your Pidgey. If a turn 1 Dragonite happens, okay, so it is good against turn 1 Dragonite, I guess, right? If turn 1 Dragonite happens, but then wouldn't you just rather have a second Arceus V in play? The hand sucked. There's a Colress in the hand here for Zeri. I think it's always just better as a second Arceus here, to be honest. I think this is just always better as second Arceus. I think it's always just better as second Arceus, which we did see was in the deck. And I don't believe one of the V-Stars was prized, so he wouldn't be hanging out with an extra Arceus on the bench. There's the Drapion in there as well. So they at least have if they find a Forest Sealstone, they can at least grab Drapion here. But they did prize the Raikou and the Dragonite. The Dragonite's like the biggest thing that's prized here, because you would love to get a turn 1 Dragonite KO Arceus here. That'd be like ideal here. Ideal would be definitely knock out the active with Dragonite. For sure. And just shut down the V-Star potential. Starbirth potential. Comfy and Greninja so far. Like I said, Dragonite's prize, so that will have to come through a Heavy Ball, which I assume they play the Heavy Ball. I don't know for sure. But pretty good to assume that there's a Heavy Ball in the hand here. We'll see. Here comes a Greninja use, I'm sure. Get rid of the Lightning Energy here. And you want to get rid of the Lightning because if you are planning to attack with Dragonite, if you draw into a Lightning Energy, you might want to be able to or Super Rod that Lightning Energy back into the deck so you can actually attack with Dragonite. And we got some switch cards, so a couple Confuses on the way. There's a town store. There's no V Pokemon to... I think you do grab the town store here, though. Because then the town store could become a Forest Seal Stone. Well, I only saw the Sky Seal Stone in the deck, to be honest. Yeah, I don't like that grab. I mean, it just kind of depends, to be honest. There's the Escape Rope. They already seems like they're planning to not actually get a knockout on the Arceus. Once you use the Escape Rope, you're basically locked out of that. But we can get to 4 in the Lost Zone here, so you can go Nest Ball. Yeah, we can go Nest Ball for Cram. Beach Court Retreat. Lost Vacuum, get rid of the Beach Court. Attack with Cram, Cram knock out Mew. And then go from there. Yo, what's up, Slap? Like I said, it's going to be the plan here. I didn't love the town store get rid of because that takes away the Forest Seal Stone out. And the Beach Court wasn't like necessary to get to the bench either, so I kind of like chilling a little bit more, to be honest. You just get rid of the Halucha here. Halucha seems kind of mid. Halucha or Water Energy. I kind of like getting rid of the Halucha here, though. Also, with knowing 2 V Pokemon are prized, the town store is pretty good as well because then the town store can go get you the Forest Seal Stone, could have lost it away still. And then if you get Dragonite, or Raikou out of the prize cards, then the Forest Seal Stone becomes a Colress. So I would like to have seen the Beach Court grabbed here, I think. Pather, Beach Court, and Miraidon. I mean, the results from Pittsburgh say Beach Court, so I'd go with Beach Court. Yeah, there's a Colress. Is that Copycat? Oh, wait, the Concede? Wait, why would we concede here? Why are we conceding? What is going on? They didn't even play a Colress on their turn. Did I see 2 No, wait, what are those? Are those actually Copycats? Now the hand sucks? But the hand doesn't suck for the situation yet. I can't tell what these are, to be honest. Are those Copycats? They look like Copycats. They can't be Copycats, though. There's no way. This is a bad concede. This is a terrible concede. You should not concede here. Your opponent attacked with Cram turn 1 and didn't play a Colress. Make them show that they can actually threaten you. If the Lost Box player just hits with Cram again and you get to play Colress, get Arceus with Rare Candy both your Pokemon, you probably just win the game. This is a bad concede here. Serena? Is that what it is? I can't tell what this is. Looks like 2 boss. Oh, is it boss? This is actually a bad concede here. Your opponent attacked with Cram and didn't use a Colress. Like, they barely got away with a Cram attack through a vacuum. Like, why would you concede here? Like, if you just go pass and they just go, okay, 110 to your Arceus, and you go Colress into Arceus, win the game, then you're cruising. You definitely go one more turn here. This is like a bad concede here. Like, you just use another Colress on the next turn. Your opponent attacked with Cram through a vacuum. They ain't got shit. I think he knew he was about to get Greninja next turn, but there's no guarantee of Greninja happening. Your opponent didn't use Colress last turn. How do you know you're going to get Greninja? Also, their hand didn't have the Greninja play in it. They didn't know anything. Your opponent literally didn't use Colress last turn. How are you going to assume you're going to get Greninja next turn? Also, they probably weren't going to get Greninja next turn. The Lost Box player's hand didn't have like anything in it. No Colress. They didn't have guaranteed anything. You just force your opponent to have it. You don't just assume your opponent has everything. Weighing up time. No, so it definitely just a mistake. That was a bad concede. That's a bad concede. That's a terrible concede. It's a bad scoop. You just let your opponent like start their turn. If they show you the Greninja, if they show you the Dragonite, then you concede. Probably getting that's not true. Your opponent You're not probably getting... If your opponent didn't use a Colress last turn, you're not probably for sure getting Greninja next turn. That's just not true. If your opponent used Colress on the last turn, there's definitely a bigger argument for conceding there. But they didn't even use a Colress. That's just like that's a bad concede. One more turn. You give your Lost Box opponent one more turn. If they have the Dragonite KO, you're active. If they have the Greninja snipe 2 of your bench Pokemon, all right, I'm okay with the concede there. But that is definitely not guaranteed at all. Yeah, you definitely just because you have a rough start doesn't mean your opponent doesn't also have a rough start. And they kind of showed that they already had like a not great start because they had to vacuum to get to 4. Like, you appreciate the 72 months there, gamer. Cringe concede. That's a TCG live tilt concede. To be honest, yeah, that is a TCG live tilt concede, 100%. There was definitely way more game. There was definitely a potential for more game to be played there. That definitely doesn't warrant conceding for sure. I don't play Pokemon TCG and have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, but it's entertaining. That's what I'm here for. That's good. That's exactly that means I'm doing something right for sure. If someone who's never played the Pokemon TCG before or doesn't play it Thinks I'm entertaining. We've made it. It doesn't matter, Tony. I understand. Listen, I understand all these things. I understand conceding. I understand Lost Box is a little bit of a slower deck. I'm just saying the concede is still incorrect. I am factoring, yes, I am factoring all of those things into my decision when I say they should not have conceded. All of those things are being factored. I'm thinking about all those things. They're playing against Lost Box. I know that. Time is a factor. I know that. The concession was still incorrect. I know all these things. I get it. I know. I know these things. These things I know. Been here before. I'll be here again. Bad concession. I can't trust anything you say, to be honest, Echo. Man, the guy is playing Charizard here. So you just changed your argument, Tony. Your argument went from they're try-harding against Lost Box, and they're factoring the fact that Lost Box is a deck that takes a lot of time, and there's only so much time left. And then you change your argument to, man, the guy's playing Charizard. He is here for fun. You can't just change your argument to fit your. You just changed your argument. You're like, initially my argument is they're playing Lost Box. So as a Charizard player to conserve time, they're conceding. And then it's like, the guy's here for, if they're here for fun, then why would they concede? They're just here to play Pokemon. They don't care about the outcome of the tournament or the outcome of their tournament, which I'm not saying that. That's what you're saying. Then why are they so try hard calculating the time and deciding when to concede and all that? You can't just change your argument. I'll take one more turn for sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just one more turn. Make them have it. If they have it, concede. Go to next. You don't have to stick it out past that. If they have the Ninja player or the KO and you're active, go next. They're 5-0. I'm pretty sure they're trying to win. Well, of course, no one's sitting down at the Pokemon table and being like, I hope I lose this match. But, no one's like, yeah, no one's sitting at the table and be like, I'm here to lose. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's a bad argument. I'm here to lose. I play water energy and I'm here to lose. You'd be surprised. Yeah, I'm taking all the factors into account, and I think they should have stuck it out one more turn for sure. Yeah, I've seen way too many times, like, and I've had those hands too, like, where it's like my hand just kind of, I had like a pretty meh turn one, my hand sucks, and my opponent just had like, they just whiffed one little thing, and they're just like, man, I hate this game, I can't believe I whiffed, I'm conceding, let's go to the next game. It's like, if they just stick out one more turn, I literally just lose the game, but like, you got to make your opponent have some of it. Like, you can't just like give it up just giving it up too easily for sure. I'm here to tie. I showed up, I play water energy, and I'm here to tie. Okay, you convinced me? Okay. I don't have to convince you. If you truly think they should have done it, but like, yeah, everything you guys have said so far is like, yeah, I'm factoring all that in. I'm factoring in that it's Lost Box, there's time. If you still think they should have conceded, that's fine. We can have different opinions, but I'm thinking about all those things too. I'm thinking about Lost Box, I'm thinking about time. I think they should have stuck it out one more turn. Also, because like the Charizard deck, you're taking like no time in your turns and you win pretty fast. You're like, draw, attack, draw, attach, attack, draw, attach, attack, and you're just like, all right, I know, attach, attack. And you're just like, it's not like you're playing like a Lost Box mirror where it's like they're playing Lost Box and I'm playing Lost Box. We're both playing Lost Box, you know? Back to the game at hand though. Turn 1 Greninja is definitely the focus, but this hand does have the vacuum, but it doesn't, the chorus is kind of rough, to be honest. Giving up the escape rope is interesting. I feel like you're trying to attack with the cram here this turn. This Comfy actually has to be pretty good, to be honest. Because the vacuum is not active right now. We're going with the Nest Ball. Oh, but the Nest Ball becomes second Comfy here. I don't know about getting rid of the escape rope here. I thought you said it's a skill issue for people knowing what to skill. It definitely is. No spoilers, but it works in his favor. I mean, well, you put the kappa at the end of that, just because something works in someone's favor doesn't mean it was correct. It just means that's how it ended up. All right, so I think we do have the turn on a cram attack here to take out the Pidgey. Yeah, just because something works in someone's favor doesn't mean it's correct. It just means that's how it ended up. What's your VAC force split and turbo loss, if you had to say off the top of your head? I don't know. In like a turbo list, probably 3 VAC, 2 force, or 3-3. I don't know. Yeah. All right, Cram KO. I honestly wonder if they went into this match with the idea, if they whiff turn 2 Zard and Scoop, get to the next one, not worried about the opponent hand or not. Yeah, but I'm not concerned. I'm not concerned with what Zeri thinks. I'm concerned with what's correct and what's incorrect. It just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what Zeri thinks. Like, it's literally irrelevant. I'm just here to tell you if I think something's a misplay or a correct play. That's it. That's all I'm here to do. I don't care if Zeri thinks it's correct or incorrect. I thought he could have at least tried to get some deck knowledge, playing a few more turns. No, I wouldn't have played any more turns for deck knowledge. That's not worth the time investment. You're playing against Lost Box. You know what they're playing. Like, there shouldn't be any huge surprises that would actually happen in the next couple turns. Yeah, you shouldn't continue playing the game for deck knowledge. You should only continue playing the game to make sure they have it. I'm not trying to, like... Like, imagine if Zeri opens the next hand and just has a dead hand. Like, the game for Zeri on the last game was very much a live game. The game was definitely there. Like, have a coach for the next turn, continue playing the game potentially, right? You weren't in, like, a completely dead scenario. So, like, the game was very live and very potentially very winnable, depending on how the Lost Box player drew on the next turn, so... Yeah, I know the price mana fee. We saw the price card at the beginning of game one. The mana fee didn't matter, though, because the Greninja was, like, definitely not guaranteed at all on the other side of the field. The Greninja was, like, not definitely gonna happen, not 100% gonna happen. Like, the Greninja was possible, but if it doesn't happen, who cares? You just win if the Greninja doesn't happen, probably, with the next Colress. The next Colress probably just sets you up to win the game, so... if they just go Cram Punch, which is definitely possible, the play would have been just Cram Punch from the Lost Box side. It could have just been Cram Punch. It wasn't like... That wouldn't have been, like, ridiculous, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm just saying, just make them have the Greninja play. I don't think you're losing too much time to make them have the Greninja play. I just don't think you're losing that much time to make them have the Greninja play. Oh, they actually play this Arena here. I actually don't hate that, to be honest. The Charizard just feels so underwhelming in the Charizard deck. Radiant Charizard just feels so underwhelming. Just feels so underwhelming. We do see a Nest Ball coming down here. And I'm curious to see what you probably just go for second Arceus, right? In this matchup, you probably just set up two Arceus and a Charizard at this point. Yeah, two Arceus and a Charizard. Because if the Lost Box player doesn't play Echoing Horn, and even if they do play Echoing Horn, you could super rod the Pidgey back into the deck. So yeah, I like this. Just Arc Charizard is kind of chill in this matchup, actually. You'd prefer Pidgey. You prefer like Arc Pidgey Charizard. But if you bench a Pidgey at this point, he gets KO'd and then puts the Lost Box player back on even prizes. How do you pronounce it? I keep saying Lost Box player because I don't know how to pronounce it. Is it Sujith? I have no idea how to pronounce it. I'm just going to keep saying Lost Box. Do you think 50-minute rounds are good? I think it's better than best of one, like 30 minutes. But it doesn't mean... I think it could be improved. I don't know what the exact improvement should be. I'd have to like think about it. But I would like to see something like... I would like to see 60 minutes, no +3. I think I'll see best of 3, 60 minutes, no +3. Sujith? I'm just going to... Sujith? Not Jith. Sujith? So far, it does look rough here for Sujith, though. I don't think we're seeing, like, a Dragonite attack or anything like that on this turn. We'll see, though. There is a... Actually, we might see a Dragonite attack here. And I think you definitely want to see the Dragonite attack here. And then force Zeri to have... Because if Zeri doesn't have the... If Zeri doesn't have the Choice Belt here, there's actually no way to want to get the Dragonite. The Dragonite can get 2 attacks off, which would be a pretty big deal. So I think we just go all in on this Dragonite here for Sujith. They gotta have +3 as a countermeasure to slow play, don't they? I mean, they don't have... As I said, 60 minutes... 60 minutes would be more time. How does +3, like, counter... I mean, I guess you could argue that you could eat up... I mean, I don't think so. You shouldn't change the rules of a match to get around slow play. You should just enforce... You should just more harshly enforce slow play not being a thing through penalties. You shouldn't be like, okay, we need +5. Why? Slow play. Okay, makes sense. Rocket. You should be like, okay, we need to crack down on slow play more. So the judging stuff should just crack down, and the guidelines should maybe change around slow play. That's what should happen. It shouldn't be like, okay, how much? +7. Oh, +9? +10? How do we completely... Actually, what if we can remove the 50 minutes and we only played a certain amount of turns each? It's just the whole tournament is best of 3 plus 50. Each player... It's 25 turns of Pokemon, and that's it. Run it. All right, so the escape rope here. I like the Arceus send up here, I think, because you know the Dragonite's coming from Sujith, but if you send up the Charizard gets punched by Dragonite, and then the Charizard might get stuck, like if Zeri just doesn't have a switch card. So this way, you give up the 2 prize cards to Zeri, but then if you get the Choice Belt to the Arceus, then you can respond and knock out the Dragonite. But actually, if you don't get the Choice Belt here as Zeri, you probably just lose, to be honest. But we'll see. I can see both sides. On one side, I can see why 60 minutes would be better. There's also a lot of potential for it to go wrong. I mean, yeah, but I don't think there's any more potential for it to go wrong than +3. I think if you took 60 minutes, no +3, versus 50 minutes +3, I think the amount of turns of Pokemon that are played goes up with 60 minutes as opposed to 50 minutes +3. I think you will just simply play more games of Pokemon. I think not more games of Pokemon. More turns of Pokemon will be played in 60 minutes, no +3, versus 50 minutes +3. I think more turns of Pokemon will be played, which means it's just overall a plus over the 60-minute +3 system. Okay, Dragonite's here. Force Seal Stun in play. I don't think it's. We'll see if it's necessary though. Did they? Oh, they used their V-Star power, so it was necessary. And they should have the water and the lightning here. They get the KO, and this comes down over to Zeri now. Does Zeri have? To be honest, can Zeri still? Actually, Zeri probably needs. No, Zeri definitely probably needs the Choice Belt here. If Zeri doesn't get the Choice Belt here, it's going to be pretty tough, to be honest. Yeah, like I said, I think the Arceus V-Send up here is good overall. Yeah, the Arceus V-Send up here is good overall. It's fine if it gets knocked out. You don't want your Charizard getting stuck in the active, because then Suijus could like punch the Charizard, not KO it with the Dragonite, and then Zeri could go, okay, attach a Zard pass maybe, and then Suijus could like retreat to Sableye and spread damage on the bench and not even attack with the Dragonite on like another turn, or like switch it out probably, but yeah, Dragonite knock, and yeah, Zeri is hunting for the Choice Belt. The V-Star power is gone from Zeri, and but that will put him pretty far ahead in the prize trade if Zeri can get the Choice Belt here. And I'm assuming Zeri plays the Choice Belt, especially because Zeri like went out of their way to put 3 basic fires on the Arceus, as opposed to putting a double turbo there, which I think they could have done to like conserve energy in the deck or putting more energy on the Zard itself. So it seems like that was intentional to play and set up for the potential of the Choice Belt. We'll see here though. There's a fire energy in the hand, so we got that to the Zard. Starts up the Zard, and then here comes the Iono. Like I said, I'm assuming the Choice Belt. Attach 3 energy from deck. Yeah, from an Arceus to an Arceus. Does anyone call you Coach GG? No, you're the first, Omega. Oh, there we go. There it is. Pretty good. That would have been actually. Do you just lose? Does Zeri just lose? Not 100%, but it would have been pretty tough to come back without the Choice Belt there. But this should put Zeri in a pretty favorable spot at this point, I think for sure. Yeah, Zeri's pretty far ahead here at this point. Iono down to 3 plus the KO, and now there's only 2 big Pokemon in place. Does Suijus even play Echoing Horn? Maybe. The Pidgey is in the discard pile right now to potentially take advantage of. So if Suijus does play Echoing Horn, now is the turn to play the Echoing Horn, to find it and go like Sableye KO the Pidgey and start to pressure the Arceus, or like Greninja KO the Pidgey plus 90 to the Arceus and then Sableye win the game. So now would be the time for Suijus to actually Echoing Horn, but I don't know if Suijus plays the Echoing Horn, to be honest. Does have an energy in hand. It's like, what do you even attack with here? Do you maybe go for a Greninja play? 90-90? Dude, what do you do here? Do you ever win the prize trade? Why is that Comfy in the discard pile? Am I trolling? Dude, why is that Comfy in the hand? Okay, there we go. It's on the board. Just reading Charizard to make sure what it does. Xerix is like Onyx. Oh, Xerix. I was reading Xerix. I was like leaving the X out, to be honest. Xerix. Okay, good to know. Appreciate it. I'm struggling with the names in this one. I'm not gonna lie. Xerix versus Suijith. Can't Greninja the Charizard on the bench, right? Oh, that's right. You can't even Greninja the Charizard. Yeah. Okay, that's probably what Suijith was like confirming. No, don't do it. Oh, do we have an escape rope here for Suijith? Dude, did Suijith really read Charizard and is now about to snipe Charizard with Greninja? Dude, that would be hilarious. Please do it. I mean, you're going to lose this game anyway, so just let it... No, they have the escape rope. That would have been hilarious, though. Epic moment. But instead, we got the 90-90. But I don't think this is enough damage to win the game. Oh, okay. Suijith is definitely just hoping that the Charizard gets stuck here. That's what you have to hope for from here as Suijith. You're hoping Charizard gets stuck, but there is a fire in the hand here for Xerix. So fire active will get the knockout. And getting this KO here, I think just ends the game. Actually, if I'm Suijith here, I think I concede. Yeah, if you map this out, don't think there's a win condition for... No, there's never a win condition here for Suijith. You should actually just concede right now. Unless you play Echoing Horn. Actually, even then, 6-6. No, if you play Echoing Horn... If Suijith plays Echoing Horn, there is still a win condition where you put the Pidgey back on the bench from the discard pile, Sableye KO it, and then go Dragonite KO the Arceus or the Charizard. So with Echoing Horn, I guess there's an out here. Now with Serena being put in play, does that ever actually hurt Xerix? Greninja 90 to the... You go Greninja 90 to the Serena 90 to the Arceus. Then next turn, Sableye KO. There's a boss KO on a Sable. To be honest, I think Xerac should have KO'd the Greninja. The Greninja's like the draw power that potentially nothing else really gives you with the Serena. I actually think the Serena's not that big of a deal here. Like, I don't think Serena actually makes it like a worse situation. Sujith actually also does play... Sujith does play the Hawlucha. Does the Hawlucha ever get involved? That's true. We could see that Sujith could go Dragonite. That's a good actually. Dragonite KO Charizard, but can't do that anymore. So actually the Serena does make a difference here, right? Yeah. So right, Sujith could have got, well, with the 2-card hand though, was that ever possible? No, I think with a 2-card hand it's literally still impossible. No, you could get some Greninja shenanigans. You'd have to draw perfectly here though. There'd have to be like a perfect draw. But I guess you're right, it is possible. But now with the Serena on the bench, you can't Escape Rope force up. Oh no, now with the Serena being used, you can't want to KO the Dragonite or want to KO the Charizard. But you're right, Sujith could have gone without the Serena. Sujith could have gone Dragonite KO active, vacuum away the Choice Belt. Okay, that was an out. Okay, all right, game 3. But yeah, you're right. There was one out there. But with a 2-card hand, you'd have to literally draw. I don't even if you drew perfectly, is that even enough cards? Like you have to Super Rod the Dragonite, Colress into Dragonite, Energy Attach Return, and a Switch card. You have to draw basically perfect. Oh my gosh, Heavy Ball and so the Dragonite is like super important in this matchup. Obviously, surprising Heavy Ball and Dragonite. It's gonna be tough. So you just is at least going first, so it does have like the pressure of like turn 2 Greninja, more easily. So it kind of forces Xerac to like get the Manaphy down and stuff like that. So we do have that going for Sujith here. There's a lot of switch cards in hand, so a lot of stuff to work with. So I think Sujith should just go here with double Comfy because you just want to build up your Lost Zone. I think building up your Lost Zone is more important than getting the Greninja here, just because you want to threaten the Greninja attack next turn. So I would like to see double Comfy grabbed here because you have plenty of switch cards to maneuver the Comfies. If the hand had like less options in it, then I would go with the Greninja. Because you have a decent amount of options in the hand here, Sujith, I would like to see double Comfy. D9 and Heavy Ball's an auto loss. Not if you can get off a Greninja play. The Greninja for 2. There's a Colress in the hand as well. Yeah, I would like to see the Lost Zone get built up more here. I don't like this. And then if you had, like, no matter what, if Greninja finds you an out to another Pokemon, or if Comfy finds you an out to another Pokemon, the Comfy can become Greninja, the Comfy out can become Greninja, or the Greninja out becomes Comfy. Or, I don't know what I'm saying, but that's what I mean. I think goes for the Mirage Gate over the Beach Court, which I like because you definitely want to threaten the... Yeah, see, I don't like that, though. I don't know. I guess you're still hitting 6 next turn, though. You're still getting to 6 next turn. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But you could have done it with one less switch card if you had used 2 Comfies this turn as opposed to the Greninja. You do need the Greninja to actually use the Greninja to attack with. But I think building up the Lost Zone makes a little bit more sense, especially if you get, like... Having 2 Comfies in play makes more sense to get your Lost Zone built up that much more. If you get, like, Iono'd here and you don't have, like, the Vacuum and the Colress in the hand on the next turn... then you're gonna want double Comfy in play to get your Lost Zone a little bit further along, right? Because right now you only have 1. Yeah, I still like that. I think I don't know. All right. So now Xerac is gonna have to try and prioritize Manaphy. It's not prized this game, so we're looking for definitely gotta prioritize the Manaphy. We're looking for Arceus. We're looking for the Pidgey just seems so good to try and get the turn 2 Pidgeot out. So we're looking for Arceus, Pidgey, Manaphy, Charmander. We do have the Charmander in the active. There's a Manaphy. There's the Arceus. You don't want to leave our Charmander in the active, but you don't want to leave your Arceus in the active. What do you want to leave in the active here? Ultra Ball coming out, getting rid of a Charizard. Keeps the Rare Candy of all things. Does that make the most sense? I guess that probably makes the most sense. Save the Rare Candy, right? Yeah. You can Super Rod these back if you want access to them later, but you're going to look for that double Candy turn 2. There is a Pidgey grab. And I guess to be honest, I think ideally here as Xerac, you want to bench Arceus. You want to bench another Arceus, and then you want to just retreat the Charmander to a Manaphy, I would assume. We don't want our Charmander to just get Cram KO'd. Although that wouldn't be terrible just to rock double Arceus for the rest of the game. Doesn't sound as good, to be honest. I feel like we want to retreat to the Manaphy and bench second Arceus. Because then if Escape Rope happens, we could push an Arceus. Especially if we kind of get the read that our opponent is only going to be able to actually retreat to the Arceus. I don't think I like this. Because if you're going to attack with Cram here as Sujith, you'd rather attack with Cram into an Arceus than KO a Manaphy. But if the escape rope happens, you can always push up an Arceus as Xerix. So I think you should retreat to Manaphy here always. The only problem with retreating to Manaphy is it does become a little bit harder to potentially move your Manaphy into an Arceus next turn. But if you have that problem, it's like a good problem to have because that means Sujith didn't draw a prize card on their turn. So it's like one of those things where it's like, it's a problem, but it's like a good problem because they don't have a prize card drawn, right? I don't know. Yeah. Now we're going to see like Dragonite Punch active, I think. How much money to get my hair done like that? Like Xerix's? Yeah. I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna ever like dye my hair again. I think I'm done with that. It would take a lot. It would take a lot for me to dye my hair ever again. Well, I didn't even like dye it the last time. I just bleached it, but all right. Sujith on the hunt for Colress. The hand is really big with not that many options. This is what I was talking about. This is actually like a great example of, hey, we'll let this play out. The escape rope happens, push up the other Arceus. I mean, as long as Xerix feels confident they can pull off the choice belt response. I guess I don't hate allowing an Arceus to go down to a Dragonite here, which isn't guaranteed, but there's a good shot of it. But see, this is a great example of like Sujith is playing out this whole hand and is probably just not going to attack this turn. This is what I was talking about in game 1. Like, make Sujith play out that extra turn. And if Sujith had like a similar sequence, then you just can win that game, right? Like, you want to play as many games of Pokemon where you have like a solid way to win the game still. Right, and if not enough has happened on the board state to really tellingly tell you if you're gonna win or lose, then you want to like stay in those games like until it's like very clear that you're losing, right, or going to lose. But until you get to that point, what if you just open up game 2 and you just brick, like you just brick and lose? Then you're gonna be hoping that you wish you would. And there's a balance to it, right? You want to be conceding enough so that way if the game you're playing in is like that bad, then in game 2. And game 3, you have more time to be able to finish game 2 and game 3. So, I don't know. There is a balance to it, of course. But, like, yeah. Like I was saying, in that game 1, I would like to have seen Xerix stick it out a little bit longer. All right. Pidge online. Artisan in hand. There's the... Sujith just goes retreat to Manaphy Pass. So, this turn for Xerix, all we're looking for is an attack. That's all we got to find is, like, some kind of attack. I guess time could become a factor here. There's only 16 minutes left. There's a Colress, which you definitely want to do before you use your Pidgey here. There's a choice belt. You get rid of the Battle VIP pass and maybe the boss here as Xerix. You definitely keep the choice belt. And choices to get rid of the other course as well. We are playing our draw support for turn. We do have Pidgey as a follow-up to find draw supporter, so I think I like that overall. And then we see the Pidge here. I don't think there's any good cards in hand besides that, so I think we're going to see Xerix go for Arceus V-Star. Arceus V-Star finds Candy Charizard. Candy Charizard finds triple energy to Arceus. Arceus attacks. Arceus KOs Manaphy. Finds energy to put on the bench Arceus here. That should be what we see here. We'll see. If D9 KOs and they don't need an Arceus belt response. If D9 KOs, they don't need a belt response. Oh, they would just need the Charizard. You are right. Yeah, you are right. They would just need the... Well, you would still do it, right? Like, you still just got to do it and hope they don't have the Candy Charizard. You hope their hand is just like a complete brick. But that's true. You don't need the choice belt response. Yeah, that is true. So you would need like one less piece, which means it's probably pretty likely for you to pull off the play. All right, there's the KO. Was there any energy for the bench Arceus? No energy for the bench Arceus? Could be a slight boss liability, I guess. Probably not, because you have the Pidge in play to find like a switch card or a double turbo to retreat. And Sujith still does not have a ton to work with. I don't even know what the game... I think you... Yeah, Sujith doesn't really have a win condition here. Like, you don't really have a win condition here. Like, even attacking with Dragonite at this point is kind of like not going to do anything. Your win condition is probably, dude, I don't even know. KO the Pidgeot and then boss try and trap something. I think that's the like if you're yeah, I think the win condition here for Sujith is attack with Sableye this turn. KO the Pidgeotto, whatever, and then boss up the Manaphy or the other Arceus and try and trap it in the active while you win with Sableye. I think that's the win condition here for Sujith. So first we gotta find a Sableye. Gotta KO the Pidgeot. We gotta Sableye 3 times to KO Pidgeot. Okay, so that's already tough. Then we have to boss up something and hopefully get stuck in the active, which is pretty possible if the Pidgeot is no longer a factor, to be honest. Like, it's definitely possible that Xerix like overthinks that situation or doesn't think about that situation and then gets punished for it. I think I want to see the Manaphy get sent up here from Xerix. Why wouldn't we send up Manaphy here? Sends up the Charizard. Wait, why are we not sending up Manaphy here? I guess well, If you're setting up the Charizard, well, yeah, why wouldn't we send a Manaphy here? Manaphy always makes the most sense, I feel like. Because if you set up Charizard, you need to find a switch card or an energy to attack with. If you set up the Manaphy and it doesn't get KO'd, you need to find an energy to retreat it or a switch card. I think it's like the same thing. The only reason not to send up Manaphy, though, is it does help play around Echoing Horn. So then if Sujith goes KO, the Manaphy with Cram could like Echoing Horn it back into play later and then Sableye KO later, which would be like 2 easier knockouts on the Manaphy as opposed to trying to go through a bunch of 2 prize Pokemon. So it would be like a little bit more convenient of 2 prize cards to go after, to be honest. Or 1 prize on Manaphy, 2 prize on Pidgeot, 3 on. That's true. There is the Sky. I forgot about the Sky Sealstone, to be honest. That's true. Yeah, Sky Sealstone to get 3 off the Arceus is a possibility, to be honest. We just see a Cram grab from Sujith. So for a retreat and punch. I don't know if Xerix. Does Xerix know about the Sky Sealstone yet? I don't think so, right? I don't think the Sky Sealstone has been seen. It doesn't mean... Well, Xerix has seen the town store, which is maybe a little bit of a sign of something... Like either the vengeful gloves or something like the Sky Sealstone, I guess, right? That is a little bit of a tell of like something besides just Forest Sealstone, right? It's definitely a tell that there's something in the deck here for Sujith besides Forest Sealstone. Although we do see the Forest Sealstone getting grabbed here. Why is Sujith so bent on using... Do we need to? We maybe actually need to actually pull off an attack this turn. Honestly, I don't know what's happening here. I thought we were just punching with Cram and chilling. But now we're using the Force Sealstone and we have a Raikou on our bench, which I feel is going to get it. I feel like Xerix is just going to boss KO that Raikou next turn. When does Lost Box die and get rotated out? Lost Zone stuff fully rotates in 2 rotations. It doesn't, but the meta and format could change enough that kind of forces Lost Zone out of the meta. We're all hoping for it. We're all hoping that Lost Box gets forced out of the meta sooner than later. Hopefully we don't have to wait 2 rotations for it to happen. 1 rotation will get rid of Battle VIP Pass. So we're kind of relying on new set releases to have an impact. There's not really... I mean, it's definitely... Sujith is in a really bad spot. But, yeah, Sujith is in a really bad spot. All right, so there's the Arceus push. So Sujith responds with the Raikou to just punch with Raikou for turn here, it looks like. But then you just lose your Raikou and give up 2 prize cards. Xerix goes down to 3 prize cards remaining. Sheesh. I mean, still just not good here. Xerix goes down to 3 prize cards remaining. And effectively is still just set up to win the game. And as long as they can load up the second Arceus, Xerix should just be in a really good spot. There's just like too much HP on the board here for Sujith to deal with, pretty much. All right, now we see the Sky Sealstone hit the Lost Zone. But they did use their Force Sealstone there, so they can't use the Sky Sealstone anymore. Some Fleet Feet, and then we should see a punch here. But this feels a little bit too late. I wouldn't hate to see another Mirage Gate get used here from Sujith to put a Psychic on the Sableye and then put an Energy on a Comfey to be able to pivot it. The energy to the Greninja actually doesn't really make too much sense with Manaphy in play. I don't actually like the energy on the Greninja here from Sujith. It should probably be on a Comfey, so that way if you get Iono next turn from Xerix, then you have a way to retreat your Comfey just to pivot out of it, because you know your Raikou is getting... Why did we put the Choice Bell on the active here? We don't need that. Definitely a mistake there from Xerix. I mean, it's probably not going to lead to a way to not be able to KO a Dragonite, but the Choice Bell should definitely go on the benched Arceus here for sure. I guess maybe it could make its way to the Charizard. I think bench Arceus always makes the most sense here, though. Yeah, the Choice Bell should definitely go to the bench Arceus here. I think it always makes the most sense. I don't think it... Yeah, it always makes the most sense here. Discounting damage to confirm damage should just be 200. They get to the 200. It shouldn't matter. It could matter. You never know. Sableye damage and stuff like that. Yeah. So, I mean, the Choice Belt shouldn't matter, but it is definitely a misplay to put on the active, because it's more like... The active is more likely to get knocked out than, like, any of your other Pokemon, so... Iono being played. I actually don't even know if I like this Iono from Xerix, to be honest, because Sujith did not have, like... I don't know. Sujith didn't do that much. I feel like you're almost giving, like, Sujith more outs here by Ionoing them than not. So I'm not a huge fan of that Iono from Xerix. It's not, like, a huge deal overall. Pidgeot's still not used. I don't even know what's worth grabbing here, to be honest. I don't even know what matters. Maybe you go for the Serena. The Serena has so much HP, it's like so awkward to actually like deal with. And the healing 20 damage off the active could make a difference. I mean, the Cram would still knock you out, but it prevents like a Sableye KO on your active plus build up damage somewhere else in play. So, yeah, but they're putting 2 1 prizes in play. But the Serena has 140 HP. 140 HP is just so much. Like, how do you ever deal with 140 HP? That's just like ridiculous. All right. Over to Sujith. Once again, limited options. Cram can KO the active at the very least. You could go for a Sableye knockout as well on KO in the active and build up some damage on the bench. But there's no win condition here, I don't think, for Sujith. I think Sujith always loses the prize trade. You just can't hit it hard enough anymore to ever win the game here as Sujith. If you played like Kyogre or something, you'd have a chance, but there's no Kyogre on the list here for Sujith. You could boss the Manaphy and hope they prize their switch cards, to be honest. Actually, to be honest, that's what I kind of want to see here from Sujith. I think Sujith might be thinking about that themselves. Because they can just go boss man it. Yeah, I think that's actually what we should see here. A lot of energy's been taken out of the deck here for Xerix. They got 3 prize cards left. Maybe they only play 1 switch card. Maybe it's prized. Maybe they only play 1 double turbo. Maybe it's prized. The rest of their ways to move Manaphy could just be prized. So yeah, from Sujith here, I want to see boss Manaphy, switch card to, boss Manaphy, switch into Manaphy, Manaphy KO. I mean, you don't even have to take a knockout here to Sujith, to be honest. You probably should take a knockout, though, so you just, like, decrease the value of a potential Serena, and you know that Xerix plays the Serena, so. Oh, isn't using the boss, though. So just KO in the active. Why are we saving the boss? I don't know why we want to use the boss this turn. Did we already use a Colress, maybe, from Sujith? Maybe the Colress was already played, to be honest. Maybe I'm just kind of getting ahead of myself on this. We might have to wait for the boss until next turn. Okay, and as long as Xerix now attacks before 4 minutes goes down, the game just ends. Because Xerix has 3 prize cards left. And if time ever like really became an issue, Xerix definitely could have played like faster in this matchup overall. Yep, there is the Serena. Yeah, I don't think it hurts Xerix to put the Serena in play. The 140 HP is like keeps it pretty out of reach of anything out of anytime soon where it would matter. So yeah, if Xerix like just didn't do anything but attack with Zard here, that would be like a fine play, to be honest. Especially if Xerix is like unaware of how much time is remaining, which is why it's important to be aware of how much time is remaining. So you know if you should just go draw attack, and that's like 100% fine. Just draw attack, move along. Yeah, this one should be locked up pretty much no matter what. I think we can probably skip to the end here. I'm trying to like come up with a way for Sujith to win. Sujith could go. Nope. There's the attack. 1 minute left. We're entering turns. Sujith will be turn 0, which means there's 2 turns left here for Xerix. Here comes the Sableye knockout. KOs the Manaphy. 3 prize cards left. So all Xerix has to be able to do, Xerix has to just be able to retreat the Serena. I guess that's the one thing that could happen here is the Serena could get boss and that could end up in a tie here. But we can just skip ahead to see if that actually happens or not. But I think Xerix still has a double turbo energy left. Oh, or even just a switch. There we go. I think the double turbo is left as well, but this works as well. And there we go. Dub for Arceus Charizard. This is why it's such a tough matchup. Once Arceus Charizard stabilizes, which is actually like not that hard for them to stabilize, but once they stabilize, the game literally just ends by them having too much HP. I think Scoop Game 1. The Scoop Game 1 did not matter. Sarge could have played faster in so many situations in the game. The Scoop Game 1 just did not matter at all. I know you're trolling, or I think you are because you're hitting me with the Kappa. But I know you're also trying to tilt me, so mix of both. We missed the prize cards here. I feel like we did. Okay. Azul is the best Azul. Bro, I've been easy to tilt recently, to be honest. I'm not even gonna lie. Is Shaman V and 2 Grass Energy ever the play for Lost Box? No, Charizard's not a deck worth trying to beat. Charizard's not good enough trying to be able to beat, to be honest. Yo, the Stormy Mountain. Yeah, the Stormy Mountains is actually kind of crazy, to be honest. I don't hate it. I think Stormy Mountains like loses value. If you don't get Stormy Mountains turn 1, it basically goes to 0 value immediately. Whereas like Beach Court has value the later the game goes on. So I don't. Yeah, Stormy Mountains literally is like if you don't find this turn 1, its value goes to 0. But there is value from what's it called later on. The value of Storm Mountains literally goes to 0 after turn 1, but a value like Beach Court can be useful later on. So he's trying to play his cool gold card. Leave him alone. All right, I'm literally just you're getting timed out. I know you're not being serious, but you got to take the time out, Jiragi. Obviously, if that's the reason they want to play their cool gold card, sure. That's not what I'm talking about, though. You got me tilted. There you go. You get timed out. You know what? You're right. We just shouldn't analyze anything. Everyone's deck is equally good. Everyone has an equal chance of winning the tournament. Nobody misplays. Everyone plays perfectly. Every list is optimal. We shouldn't analyze anything. We shouldn't nitpick anything. Everything is perfect. Why are we even talking about, why am I even doing this? Why do I play Pokemon? You know what? I'm going to become a hermit on an island in the middle of nowhere so that way no one can ever have to stand the berating of my assessments ever again. You're right. You know what? You're right. It's perfect. Everything you say. Stormy Mountain, it's great. The card is perfect. It's better than Beach Court. It's as good as Beach Court. Beach Court's not better, but neither is it. Do you believe more in Miraidon Path or the second place? I mean, I just haven't. I think it just depends on how popular Guardy is, to be honest. Also, I think Lugia bodies you if you don't have Path. Though. I think Miraidon just gets bodied by Lugia without Path. They get bodied. They aren't misplays. They are happy. Yeah, nothing. There's no such thing as a misplay. Everything is a happy little accident. Some of us win sometimes. Some of us lose sometimes. But we're all winners. I think the prize pool at PokemonTCG tournaments should be split evenly amongst everyone because everyone is just as deserving of the prize pool. I don't know what else. Where can we go further with this? We gotta be able to go further with this. Someone give me something here. Write us a letter, please. Put this on Twitter. Would you rather be a hermit on a stormy mountain or a hermit on a beach court? True. Big facts, actually. We're going with the beach court hermit life for sure. Yes, being a hermit on a stormy mountain sounds terrible. That's terrible. Didn't Jesse beat 2 Lugias in top 8 with non-path? I think so, yeah. I'd have to actually play the matchup. I would assume the matchup has to be worse without path, but maybe it's not enough. Maybe the matchup is still just fine. It seems like it's... Well... No, it definitely matters to the matchup. I think you have a better matchup with path than not. I think the matchup's got to be unfavored without path. That's my current analysis of it. You got to be unfavored without path, but I haven't actually played it without path. So the paths. They matter in the Guardy matchup. Your Guardy matchup is so bad without path, right? It's got to be abysmal. Yeah, Guardy's cooking you if you don't have path. But it's fine to take a bad matchup. It's not bad to take a bad matchup. So depending on how popular Guardy is, like I said, I assume your Lugia matchup has to get worse without path. What other matchups get worse without? Your mirror match is worse without path. If you play a mirror and they go first and path you're crying, and you can't do that to them. So like you lose a potential win condition. But like if no one's playing path in the mirror, then who cares, right? What other matchups are there? But then like no path against like Lost Tina is better because then you actually have ways to bump their paths, and you don't just have dead cards in the matchup. So I think it really comes down to what is the Lugia matchup percentage. And how popular Guardy is. Those are like the 2 things I would ask myself when I'm trying to figure out if it's correct to play the Beach Court Miraidon build at a tournament. It's like, okay, those are the things I'd have to figure out. Would be, well, the thing I'd have to figure out is like, how does the Lugia matchup go without path? And then how popular do I think Guardy will be after that? Those are the things I would think about for sure. I think Guardy still beat IF. I think so. It's like, it just has the best matchup spread still, I feel like Guardy just has the best matchup spread still. I don't even think it's close, to be honest. Like it just is the best matchup spread. Yeah, I think Guardy is still the BDIF, to be honest. But like not by much. Guardy's like not the BDIF by much. Yeah, it's not the BDIF by much. Like it's not like if you look at the tier list that I did or me and Chip did on the podcast, it's like Guardy is S tier and there's like 5 A tier decks or 4 A tier decks, but it's like the A tier decks are like not that far off from being just as good as Guardy. Guardy's just like barely better than all of them. Guardy's BDF, why one Mew? Because like Mew has some matchups where it's more favorable against. So if we think those matchups are going to be popular, like Lost Tina as an example, like Guardy against Lost Tina, it's probably 50-50. I think Mew's favored against Lost Tina if they don't have Drapion or Spiritomb. And even if they do, the Deoxys build might still get you there, to be honest. I think they play more with the Deoxys build. So, like, if Tina is super popular and a very large percent of the meta, Guardy 50-50s it. But if Mew's favored against it, then why would I want not a favorable matchup against one of the more popular decks if I'm taking a unfavorable matchup against one of the less popular decks? See what I'm saying? So, like, it's still, like, the composition of the meta can still matter. We're trying to get that bigger advantage, you know? Like playing Guardy is always going to be a solid play, but when you're trying to go to that next level, like me and my group try to do with our deck choices, then we try and like push that as far as we can go. And sometimes it just doesn't matter. Like Like this tournament, it didn't really matter. Like we thought Mew was a little bit better, but like did it really matter at the end of the day? Not really. Like there was just a lot of really good plays. We just chose Mew at the end of the day. We thought it was like a slightly better play. Not by much. It's like not that much better by much. Guardy Sky Sealstone was this weekend's play. No, I think Guardy Temple of Sinnoh was the play. Sky Sealstone is just, it's so hard to set that combo up, to be honest. Before the Lugia either dies or is collapsed away. Well, no, I'm not saying Guardy was for sure the play. If you were going to play Guardy, you should have played Temple of Sinnoh at Pittsburgh. That's for sure. If we played Guardy, we were going to play Temple of Sinnoh. Sky Sealstone is like super iffy. Like it's so hard to pull off before they get out of there. League HQ plus Temple of Sinnoh, but Temple both. I could see it. I'm not a HQ hater, but what was second choice for our group if it wasn't Mew? It's like, I mean, we all thought Lugia was a really good play for the tournament, but none of us wanted to play Lugia. It's just Lugia sucks to play, man. It's such a miserable deck. Playing Lugia is such a miserable experience, and the win rate for it wasn't expected to be high enough where we wanted to play Lugia. Lugia is such a miserable experience, but that was one of our top picks for sure. Lugia has been one of our top picks for like the last 4 or 5 tournaments. Like every time we like start talking about a tournament and getting to the tournament, we're like, well, Lugia's a really good play. We could play Lugia. Like at NAIC, we're like, Lugia's really good. We could play it. But then we're like, Guardy with Temple Sinnoh is a little bit too much. For Worlds, we're like, Lugia seems pretty good for this tournament. Yeah, Lugia seems like a pretty good play. But we don't actually want to play it. Like if we think a deck is really good and good enough, we'll play it even if none of us want to play it. Because our process is just the idea of playing what we think is the best deck for the tournament, more so than playing what we like to play. So at Pittsburgh was the same thing. We're like, yeah, Lugia seems really good. Maybe we should play it. But we're like, nah, we don't want to play it though. So we're trying to avoid it at all costs. But if we ever think Lugia is just like that much better than everything else, like head and shoulders above every other deck in the format, then we would play Lugia. Because we don't think it'll be like popular enough where we have to like fear the mirror match or anything. But why don't you guys settle on Mimikyu Ursaluna loop? Because we're just not good enough. I appreciate the 313 sub there, Red Hood. Do you feel playing a deck you don't enjoy affects the way you play? No, not really. I care more about winning than that. And I don't play enough with any other deck individually to be like, well, I think my result is going to be very much a change because I'm playing a deck that I'm not as comfortable with. I feel like my skill adjusts pretty well deck to deck. So I don't play enough with any other deck to like have like that much better skill with a deck than other. And sometimes I pick up a deck that I don't really know too well enough. I just gotta like devote the first couple rounds of the tournament to maybe getting a little bit comfortable with the deck. But like I'm fine with that process. If I had more time, I would maybe think that my process should be adjusted for picking a deck, but I don't have enough time to put into the game to actually adjust my process. So I'm content with the way my process goes right now, or the way my team's process goes right now. You guys never played Lugia when it was head and shoulders, but I suppose mirror tourney is gross. Yeah, mirror match is like a reason why we won't play a deck sometimes. Lugia counters itself because of bricks. If that's your reason for not playing Lugia, you just don't understand how variants work in the game. Lugia's win like the only thing that matters is win percentage with the deck. Lugia's win percentage is as high, if not higher, is as high as basically any of the other decks in format, just like neutrally. Bricking is not a way. It does not matter. It doesn't matter how much a deck bricks. The only thing that matters is win percentage. How much you brick is factored into your win percentage because those are games you lose. The power of a deck when it doesn't brick is like why its win percentage is what it is. Saying something that bricks, it just means you just don't understand variance. Like that statement just means you don't understand variance. Like the only thing that matters is Lugia's win percentage. If its win percentage is high enough or higher than every other deck in the format in an expected tournament, it's just the best deck. What is a good win percentage? I don't know. I'm just using it as like I'm just like talking through an example. I wouldn't be able to put a number on it right now. But like saying something bricks or is inconsistent doesn't actually mean anything. Like it doesn't mean anything. Like the only thing that matters is win percentage. Saying a deck doesn't have a good enough win percentage means something. 55 or better? Yeah, probably at least. I don't know. Yeah, we did play Lugia once at Vancouver last year, which was just such a drag, man. I believe you could pick up any deck and destroy with it. I feel like I have to enjoy a deck to do well with it, even if that's flawed logic. But that's not flawed logic. That just means you have an understanding of where you are as a player and what needs to happen for you to have a what you think needs to happen for you to have a good outcome. That's when you dropped, right? No, I didn't actually drop at Vancouver. I played it. I went like 5-4. Yeah, what Grant said. Your win percentage is different for each matchup. Yeah, so it's like your overall expected win percentage with a deck in a metagame. That's the win percentage you want to know. And like bricks are included in your win percentage. Like you don't just say Lugia has a 60-40 matchup up against Lost Box, and then you're like, oh, but it bricks. But the deck bricks. It's like, okay, but I still won 60 of 100 games. Like it doesn't matter. Like I still won 60 of 100 games. I still have a 60-40 win rate against Lost Box. It's like, yeah, but the deck bricks more than other decks. It's like we just played 100 games. We just played 1,000 games and I won 600 and Lost Box won 400. So I have a 60-40 win percentage. Yeah, but the deck is inconsistent. But I have a 60% win rate against Lost Box. Yeah, but you brick. But the deck bricks. It doesn't matter, right? The only thing that matters is the win percentage. And then you apply that to each of the matchups and then the expected mana percentage of each matchup in the tournament. The bricking just doesn't matter unless you the bricking just doesn't matter because that would if your deck bricks enough, then your win percentage with the deck isn't high enough to consider it actual play, and then you just want to play the deck. Do I take it easy or going too fast? Nah, you gotta learn to keep up. Bricking can literally happen with any deck. Yeah, like saying a deck is inconsistent and bricking just doesn't mean anything. The only thing like that only matters up to the point where it makes the win percentage with the deck low enough. But then once again, it just goes back to the deck's win percentage. Just saying something is inconsistent or bricks just doesn't mean anything. It just means absolutely nothing. Unlimited is ranked 8th win percentage since Obsidian Flames. I mean that also that can have some factor, but you can't completely factor in online tournaments. You have to add some of your own personal opinion and testing with a deck to fully come to the conclusion on whether or not you think a deck is good enough to play. Like the Lost Box, when it first was a deck in the format, had a terrible win percentage on Limitless tournaments. But the deck was definitely way better than its Limitless win percentage. And it has gotten better over time because people have gotten better with the deck. But initially, it had like a really, really bad win percentage. But it's gotten better. Because you also don't just want to... Another reason you have to like kind of stray from the... Just the statistics that are shown. And you want to come to the own conclusion on what you think a percentage of a matchup is because if you just followed the stats off of... Limitless, like you want to be the innovator. So if you only follow like Limitless stats to dictate what you think a matchup percentage is and what is the deck's win rate, then you're never going to be an innovator, and you'll always just be someone who is just like picking the best deck for a meta that exists through Limitless tournaments. But that's like not good enough. You have to like you have to try and take a step further than that and be like, okay, is this actually what this matchup? What do I think this matchup percentage is? Because like Limitless numbers aren't always correct, so you have to figure out what is actually correct. And then on top of that, you want to innovate on that as much as you possibly can, because the people who innovate more and do it well, like you can show up with 4 Roxanne in a Lost Box deck, but it doesn't make it good. But when you're like the first person to show up with like a Lost Box deck with, I don't know, Kyogre in it, that's pretty good, right? There's a difference between showing up with a Lost Box deck in it with 4 Roxanne and a Lost Box deck with Kyogre. So you want to be the on the good side of the innovation, basically. You don't just want to play something new for the sake of playing something new. You want to play something new because it's broken and good and no one else has done it yet, so you're going to have a huge advantage because of that. Limit isn't always the best way to see the meta. Yeah, definitely not. Like, I mean, Charizard was like, what, 3rd, 4th most popular in like pretty much every Limitless tournament for a while, but you actually show up to the... you actually show up to Pittsburgh and it's like 7th, 8th most popular, stuff like that. I think Limitless and like the stats on Limitless and stuff and like Trainer Hill is like a good stuff to reference, but it shouldn't be like your... It shouldn't be your... Bible? Is that the term that people use? You know what I'm saying? Like it shouldn't be like the end all be all. I definitely knew Miraidon was going to be big at Pits. Bro, if you didn't know Miraidon was going to be big at Pits, you were freaking trolling. All right, let's get into it. We got the Miraidon versus... I'm actually not sure what Jake is playing. I think Jake is playing Lost Box. Which this matchup, I definitely generally favor Lost Box. I feel like they have a little bit more control over the matchup. Actually, an interesting card. Wait, maybe I'm trolling. Yeah, never mind. I thought I saw the Roxanne in Christian's deck, not Jake's. So, yeah, we got Miraidon versus the Lost Box here. Generally, like I said, favor the Lost Box. A big card for this matchup will be potentially the Echoing Horn from Jake. I don't know if Jake plays the Echoing Horn, but that allows you to like KO the Mareep and then get the Mareep back on the bench and KO it again. Because probably Christian is probably not playing the. I would bet Christian is not playing Super Rod, so like put the Mareep back in the deck. So we do see an early Force Sealstone use here from Christian to grab the Miraidon. I actually kind of would like to see. Maybe actually I don't even know. Would you want to do that? Like Christian could grab Nest Ball here instead, and then Nest Ball for the Miraidon if Christian plays a Nest Ball. Instead is going for the Ultra Ball. I assume for the same reason, to like burn another card out of the deck. The reason you don't really want to use the Ultra Ball though is because Ultra Ball can be another out to the Flaffy at some point. So I kind of would like to see the Nest Ball I think grabbed here from Christian instead. If Christian plays the Nest Ball, not everyone plays the Nest Ball. Usually you see like one Nest Ball in most builds though. But I think you'd want to keep around the Ultra Balls because that can become your Flaffy. And you probably do want to set up. So I was thinking maybe Christian doesn't even want to set up anything here and could just pass. But then if like Jake gets like a turn one, I don't know, turn one Dragonite, like usually my rule against Lost Box is if I'm going first against Lost Box and they open a Comfy, they can probably turn one Mirage Gate if they are a turbo build. And if they open anything that's not Comfy, they're probably not going to turn one Mirage Gate. And I'm going to play like they probably can't pull off the turn one Mirage Gate. Because opening Comfy versus not opening Comfy is like a huge deal in being able to pull off that turn one attack. It's like an extra switch card you need, which is like usually at the end of a turn where you're pulling off a turn one Mirage Gate, you're like pretty tapped on resources usually and like switch cards. So with the Sableye start, I wouldn't have been too scared of like a turn one Mirage Gate to be honest. I really don't like this. All right, so also this is actually why Flying Pikachu is so good in this deck. Couple reasons. One is like you can put Force Sealstone on. The biggest reason that I've found with Flying Pikachu though is actually up against Lost Zone decks. And I actually think Christian should just not put the Zeraora in play at all. This allows Jake to go KO the Mareep and KO the Zeraora as 2 prize cards, which is like super efficient for Jake and gives Jake a lot of ways to attack throughout the game, which otherwise Jake would have been limited from. Which is like a reason you just don't want to put the Zeraora in play in this matchup to begin with, if you do play it instead of the Flying Pikachu. But if you play the Flying Pikachu, it's not as easy to abuse because it's got that extra HP and it's still a free retreater. So your opponent can go after your Mareep, but there's not as a low HP Pokemon like the Zeraora to chase anyways. And this means even if Jake does play the Echoing Horn to be able to go like KO the sheep, put the sheep back on the play like that, and also gets the Raichu here pretty early. I don't know why we're grabbing the Raichu yet. I would as Christian, I would wait to see what my opponent's playing, I feel like. Because if they are playing Tina, you do want the Raichu. You're okay with the Raichu being in play, but if it's not, then the Raichu makes a little bit less sense to get this aggressively. It's not the end of the world, I guess, but yeah. So it's like the value of the Flying Pikachu. So I just wouldn't put Zeraora in play here as Christian. I just wouldn't have put the Zeraora in play at all. I just would not have put the Zeraora in play here as Christian. I didn't like put the Zeraora coming into play. You should just like you should just like chilled and just like held it. And also attaches to the Raichu. What are we attacking with on this next turn? All right, this is a bad attachment here. Why are we attaching to Raichu? We don't want to attack with Raichu into anything. Did get 2 off the generator though. Went to the Miraidon. Both should go to the Miraidon here. Raichu is just like a super inefficient attacker early on. I wouldn't have hated to see an energy be attached to the Raichu. I don't hate not attaching to the Raichu here, but I don't like that attachment to the Raichu. Also, attaching to the Raichu before you use the generator is also like not a good play. You should definitely oh wait, we got the Raichu's attack. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Use the Raichu, charge up energy. Okay, I take it back. It's like not that big of a deal to be honest. I always forget about the attack to be honest. Why do you attach before generator? Yeah, you should definitely generator first, but I don't hate the attachment on the Raichu. So like Christian was already ahead and thinking about that. You maybe want to, well actually I don't hate that. You don't really want to attack with Raichu. Well, Miraidon just eats up so much more energy, so it gets a little bit risky to set up Miraidon over Raichu. I don't know about this sequence here. I mean, this was like a bad sequence. Like what Christian should have done was play Escape Rope, send up Zeraora, use generator, decide where to put the energy on that, and then if you want to go into the Raichu, I feel like that's fine. Going to the Raichu there is fine, I guess. Yeah, reaching to the Raichu is like fine. But then I'm not sure about, do you want to attack with Raichu versus Miraidon on the next turn? You don't know what you're up against, but I'm pretty sure Jake is playing like a Turbo Lost Box. Did I go to Pittsburgh? Nope. Yeah, the first attack from Raichu is like fine here. I didn't really think about that to be honest. That's like fine. Like if you're gonna, like doing that is just like not a big deal to be honest. All right, let's see if Jake can get off that turn one attack. I actually just saw in Jake's hand, I just saw a charm, the big thing, the thing that gives your basic Pokemon a lot of HP. What is it called? Someone help. I forget what it's called, but it's in Jake's hand. I forget what it's called, but it's in Jake's hand. So that's actually a pretty big deal in this matchup, because if you can get that down on, there it is, Bravery Charm. If you can get that down onto a Dragonite or a Raikou early on, Christian actually doesn't have a great way to respond to it besides burning all the energy off of a Raichu. But like if we see like a turn 1 attack here from Jake with Dragonite, that could just be game with the Bravery Charm. That might just be enough to like end the game right there. Now Christian could play the Lost Vacuum, which means Christian could recover a little bit later on with that if you can get enough damage on it. But like I said though, it's gonna be tough for Jake to actually get the turn 1 attack here because they opened up with the Sableye, because they had the Sableye start over a Comfy start. There's the hard retreat. I don't know if I love, was the Greninja not, I think I would have liked to have seen Jake use the Greninja to start the whole sequence here, to be honest. Yeah, I think the extra cards, I think, make a bigger deal here for Jake. And now we drew into double switch card here, and now Jake doesn't have a way to actually use Greninja, and it's going to end the turn with double Comfy, because I don't think there's a culture. Yeah, that was a mistake from Jake. Should have opened the turn. Let me go back on this, actually. That's like not a good sequence there from Jake. Beach court is, no, it's not a beach court. How are we starting this? This card's on the wrong side. Okay, switch card. Yeah, so we should just start with Greninja here. Greninja should just be used first. The first thing we do at the beginning of this turn is Greninja. Well, I mean, you can use the Battle VIP Pass first. That's fine. Well, you have to use the Battle VIP Pass to get the Greninja, sure. But then we should Greninja. And then it's Battle VIP Pass versus Raikou in the hand. We have a Nest Ball, though. So Raikou makes sense to grab here, I think, because if we end up with a... Because Raikou's a good attacker in this matchup. And if we get a Force Seal Stone, then we have a target for the Force Seal Stone. So I don't hate the Raikou keep here. Which I think is what Jake goes for. Actually, in the hand, there is the... No, not quite. But yeah, we should use Greninja right here. Greninja should have been used as the first thing, like I said. Definitely should Greninja first there. But now we see the Nest Ball, gets another Comfy. Yeah, because it's like... Yeah, they should have just gone with Greninja first there. Because like, if you Greninja into like a switch card, that can get you into another Comfy. But if you retreat your Comfy into a Comfy and then only get a switch card but not an energy, you can't continue your draw power. You have more odds of continuing your draw chain with using Greninja first than using Comfy first. And we see that literally just happen here as 2 switch cards get flipped on this Comfy. And you can't switch card to use Greninja, so I think it's just going to be a pass here from Jake. Or it should be a pass here. I don't think we're doing anything else. Yep, pass, there it is. But the deck, or the draw, was cut 2 cards short there. So like if we just see Jake top deck a Colress next turn, like Jake could have played that Colress this turn, guaranteed. So that's why you want to use, like, usually you just want to force Greninja first. Just use Greninja, guarantees you +1 extra card. It's easier to chain Comfies than it is to use Greninja. Like Greninja is specifically limited to energy, so if you only have the 1 energy to work with, you probably want to use Greninja. Yeah, we'll see. There's the Iono play though from Christian. Could Christian have not Iono'd here? Hold up, that's not a very good Iono there. Like half paying attention here, to be honest. There's a Miraidon use. Gets a... What'd they get off the Miraidon? They got another Raichu? Bro, why are we getting another Raichu? This can't be correct. Who is this? Is that fine? I know. Miraidons just have more HP. I think you want to go with the Miraidon. I don't know what the hand here is from Christian, but you ideally don't want to Iono. Jake literally did like nothing last turn. Yeah, I don't love the Raichu bench. I don't think it's that big of a deal. You're probably attacking with Raichu this turn anyways. Well, you kind of want to retreat and attack with Miraidon with a Bravery Charm. I'm trying to think if we could never just like, why Raichu in this matchup at all? You need Raichu to like KO Dragonite. You need Raichu to KO Dragonite, but you don't want 2 Raichus in play. I don't think you want 2 Raichus in play. That feels like overkill. Yeah, I'm trying to think if we just ever don't. Do we ever just not Iono here? But I don't know, because you could just go Raichu, knock out the active, and that's like okay. Because Jake like did nothing last turn, so you don't really want to Iono Jake. I think just maybe attacking with Raichu is just better here, to be honest. Yeah, I don't really like the just card the 2 energy off the Raichu knock. I don't know. The Iono just becomes so much worse. You know, like behind the draw support. That one's tough, to be honest. I'm actually not too sure about this. What the best play is here, to be honest. I'm actually not sure what the best play is here. Like yeah, you really don't want to Iono Jake. Jake did literally nothing, so I don't know. I'm kind of iffy on that one. We'll see how it goes. There are the Bravery Charms, though. There's 2 Bravery Charms. That was literally like as good of a draw as it could get here for Christian. Also, the Ultra Ball as an out to the... Has the energy... This hand is just actually nuts. This hand is actually disgusting. Christian's hand here is super gross. You probably want to retreat and attack with... appreciate the Prime sub there. Spilled Horchata. Welcome to the Rat Pack. We're all out of houses, but we got plenty of... rats. You probably want to retreat. See, the Bravery Charm on this is not as good because the Dragonite still KOs this. You probably want to retreat to the Miraidon, attack with Miraidon this turn. So I don't like this sequence here from... I don't hate a Bravery Charm ending up on a Raichu, but we want to retreat and attack with Miraidon here for sure. Because like this still gets with the Bravery Charm, you still get KO by Dragonite. So you should retreat and attack with a Miraidon with a Bravery Charm. You just want to minimize the potential. Instead with the Bravery Charm on the Zeraora. You could still even put the Bravery Charm on a Zeraora there as well. You could still do that. Has 1 card in hand. I have no idea what this is. The attach for turn. Knockout. Has to discard 2 energy. Should definitely get rid of... I don't like getting the one off... Is it always universally correct to always... No, there's no such thing as anything ever being universally correct. So you want to remove that. First thing you have to do, you want to remove the idea of universally correct from your mind as a thing ever in Pokemon. It's nothing is ever universally correct. Even if it's like 99.1, when that 1% comes up, you want to make sure you act on that 1%. Ideally, you want to, like, theoretically, you want to conceal cards before you do anything, before you do anything else. The first thing you want to do at the beginning of every turn, theoretically, is concealed cards. But depending on if you have an energy or not, or if you only have 1 energy and you're not sure if you want to attach it, use it to retreat, or Greninja it away, you might start with something else to begin your sequence. So, but nothing is ever universal ever in the Pokemon TCG. There's no such thing as any sequence ever being universal. It doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't like Christian's sequence here. I hope Christian gets punished and the Dragonite comes out and bonks this Raichu. You probably want to get rid of 2 energy off the act. I don't know. Using Raichu over and over again is just super inefficient. Like, it's just super inefficient to just chain Raichu. You just don't want to attack with Raichu over and over again. So we should have seen a retreat to the Raikou, or ideally, I think a Miraidon with a Bravery Charm makes the most sense to attack with here from Christian. Because that way Dragonite can't KO you. But a Dragonite KO here seems pretty good from Jake, to be honest. And we're starting with a Pokestop use here. Looking pretty good so far. Getting rid of a water. Gets rid of the Force Seal Stone. That kind of sucks. But gets the gate. Goes a little deeper. Did not get rid of a Colress, most importantly. And then we should see Greninja get used here. I want to see Greninja use Greninja! I guess we're thinking about... You just need the cards. I don't think you have the cards here to, like, sequence it like this as Jake, to be honest. Maybe you do. Maybe you do have the cards here to sequence it like this. Because I think Jake's trying to hold that water energy to attach that to the Dragonite. That has to be the reason here to do it. There's the Echoing Horn. And gets rid of it. Does play the Echoing Horn, though. But can vacuum the Bravery Charm off the bench there or at some point. That should definitely be the target for that. I'm pretty sure Jake's hand just sucks, though. We do see the Greninja out of the Psychic here, though. It's probably fine, to be honest. Overall. Okay, there's a Force Seal Stone, but we have no Dragonite. Man, is this hand just dead? This hand is... Yeah, there's nothing here. Wow. All right. We're cooked here. There's 5, and we can get to 7. Oh, wait, hold on. We can attack with Greninja here. All right, hold on. We're cooking. We're cooking. That does mean we won't have the vacuum to get rid of the Bravery Charm, but we could do that later, I guess. Yeah, never mind. We can get to 7 here as Jake. Here comes the vacuum. All right, we got to 7 here. Okay. I thought we were doing nothing this turn. And keeping the water did end up working out. That might have been the better play, like I was saying. I think I would like to have seen just Greninja get used. But based on what we were trying to do for turn here as Jake, it maybe does make more sense to have not done that. 2 water on the discard with a Psychic. You don't really want to play Super Rod here, so I'm hoping Jake does not have another... We're gonna call Jake out here if there's another water in the deck here. We'll see. See if we gotta call Jake out or not. Is there a There's another water in the deck. Okay, so misplay here from Jake. That's why you check your prize cards. I'm almost positive I saw another water in there. So Jake should not have Super Rod in there. Super Rod there was definitely a mistake. Now your deck is loaded up with 3 extra energy cards that you don't want to draw into because your Greninja's about to die, and that doesn't actually become draw support for you. You want to draw into... what do you want to draw into? You want to draw into Colress and something to hold that Force Seal Stone. So definitely another mistake here, or definitely a mistake here from Jake. Yeah, the Flaffy is dying here. The other 90... Oh, wait, to the Raichu? I don't know. Dragonite still 1-hit KOs that. I don't know if we want to put the... I think you just put the damage here on the Zeraora. I think Jake should just put 90 on the Zeraora. And then Sableye it later at some point. Sableye the Zeraora later to clean it up. Like the 90 to the Raichu. I don't know. As of right now, Christian's only real good attacker is the Raichu. So if Christian sends up the Raichu next turn, you might want to be able to respond to it. 90 to the Charm Rat seems super sus. Yeah, 90, yeah, especially the one with the... If it comes to the active, you want a Dragonite, want to KO that thing, I feel like. And if it stays on the bench... yeah, like the 90 to the other Raichu is actually pretty good as well. Or actually maybe the Raikou, because you don't know if Christian plays the 3 Bravery Charm or not. So if you put it on the other Raichu, it could get Bravery Charmed. So I think 90 here never makes sense. It should either go to the Zeraora or the Raikou. But if they do play, if Christian plays the 3rd Bravery Charm, which they could, some people play 3, they could put that on the Miraidon or the Raichu if you target one of those with the Greninja. I think the best target neutrally here is always the Zeraora, though. I think the best target always to just hit with the Greninja damage is the Zeraora, because you do want to go after the Zeraora at some point as a knockout, because you already got rid of your Echoing Horn, which means you're not going to Echoing Horn the Mareep at any point ever. So, I don't love that choice there from Jake. But the what's called did work out, like I said. Holding the water energy did work out. I guess for the hand composition, it maybe made sense, to be honest, to hold the water Start with the Comfy, hope for the Comfy into the chorus, because the water for the attachment for turn to actually pull off a Dragonite attack or a Greninja attack does make more sense. But definitely should have opened up with Greninja on that first hand off the rip. And then, like I said, did not really want to... Ooh, whoa! Well, I guess... So you never do this. You don't ever bench this Mareep here. Because this makes it super easy for Jake. This makes it that much, I think, Dragonite's prized. But they could always get Heavy Ball, right? Is Heavy Ball and what's it called? Yeah, you never bench this sheep here. Because this makes Jake's play look genius, to be honest. Jake's like, you know what? If I put 90 on your Zeraora, you're going to bench the Mareep next turn. I want to just Sableye the Mareep and put 6 damage counters there. Why would I waste 90 damage on a Zeraora when I know you're benching that sheep next turn, bro? Now, the 90 on the Raichu is still awkward. I don't really like this 90 on this Raichu. I think it should probably be on the Raikou, like I said. But maybe Jake just knew. Jake just knew Christian was going to bench another Mareep. And this is a terrible play from Christian. Because this once again makes the price trade so clean for Jake. Jake can go into a Sableye, KO the Mareep, set up damage somewhere else to pick on something else. Like, theoretically, Jake's price trade could have been, well, now that this Mareep's on the bench, Jake could have gone 90 KO Sheep, 90 to Raichu. Here we go. Christian comes back. Raichu KO Greninja. For whatever reason, we're attacking with Raichu instead of something that keeps its energy in play. Then we go Sableye, KO Mareep, build up more damage on the Raichu. Then we go Sableye again, KO the Sheep, build up damage on the things with the big charm so that way Raikou can return. Then we go Raikou or Dragonite, get our last 2 prize cards as Jake. Theoretically. We'll see what Christian has here. 1 card in hand. It's a boss. Goes boss on the boss on the Sableye. Okay, this is also really bad. Jake is like living on... Oh, also, I think Jake misplayed out of the last hand as well. Let's just confirm. Actually, and this might actually lead, dude, this is actually, all right. So Jake has basically been struggling along this game, slightly chugging along, whatever you want to call it. Not like drawing super well. Actually, Christian here, I think should attack with the Raikou. I think Christian should, no, you can't attack with the Raikou, never mind. Jake should have benched, there's a second Sableye in Jake's hand that Jake should have benched. Because if Jake gets judged or Iono'd, you want the second Sableye in play. Why wouldn't you want to be more set up, right? Being more set up always makes more sense. See, we see the Sableye right here on Jake that Jake chose not to bench. Also, there's a Palpat. Oh, wait, this was actually really bad from Jake. Wait, did this come off the prize cards? Maybe these came off the prize cards. What came off the prize cards here? Let me see here. Let me see what came off the prize cards here, because I don't remember what came off the prize cards. Oh, the Palpat came off the prize cards. Okay, so you couldn't play the Palpat here as Jake. Jake did get the Palpat off the prize cards. Okay. But the second Sableye should have been benched for sure, because, like, why wouldn't you want to be more set up, right? If I ask you if you're going to go into your next turn, do you want 2 Sableyes in play to potentially utilize later, or 1 if you get judged? You're like, well, I want 2. And the bench space here for Jake is like super open, right? We got plenty of bench space to work with. Definitely just throw that Sableye. The Palpat did come off the prize cards though, so we couldn't have made that happen. That's fine. But it's funny because and Christian should realize that Jake has been kind of like, Jake has not been like having like look at Jake's bench. Jake's bench sucks. The best thing to knock out here for Christian is definitely the Greninja. Getting Greninja'd again here would suck. Like, it would suck if Christian gets Greninja'd again. And it's not hard for Jake to just be like, all right, Mirage Gate. Knock out Mareep, hit something else. Like, that's pretty straightforward for Jake here, right? Peanuts is Jake, by the way. Yeah, I assumed. So this is a terrible play from Christian. The best draw power on Jake's board is Greninja. The best attacker on Jake's board is Greninja. The most setup Pokemon on Jake's board is also Greninja because it has an energy, I guess. But I guess Sableye is pretty easy to set up, so I don't know if that really qualifies. And then Christian's like, nah, I'm going to bench a sheep and KO your Sableye. Of all things to KO, there's the better attacker is Greninja. It also provides draw power. And then the other thing that provides draw power is Comfy. There could be like an argument here I don't think there's ever an argument to chase the Sableye here. There's an argument to KO the Comfy, though, because for Jake to get to 3 in the loss zone, here, Jake needs Colress Comfy. But if you take away the Comfy, then all of a sudden, if they only have Colress but can't get a Comfy working, then all of a sudden that could lead to not getting that many in the loss zone, and then the Sableye is not active. So there's like, I could see that as an argument, but the best Pokemon on Jake's board is Greninja, by far. Like, not even close. So this boss here from Christian is definitely not good. And then once again, we're because of Christian's board, because of setting up Raichu, Christian is once again attacking with Raichu instead of a Raikou or a Miraidon, which would have been way better to be attacking with one of those 2 Pokemon, or set up both and switch between them. Attack with the Miraidon first with a Bravery Charm to get around the potential of a Dragonite play, retreat into the Raikou after that. Sure, you're giving up the Dragonite play at that point, or even like a Raikou knockout, but whatever. But now Christian is losing 2 more energy in play to KO a Sableye, and then if Jake KOs the Mareep, Christian is just running out of energy in play. There's like no energy in play here for Christian, so you can't keep up this onslaught of 1 prizes from Jake with a Raichu. It just doesn't happen. You just can't do it. It's not enough. You don't have enough energy. So from here, Jake's in a great spot at this point. Attack with Greninja, or Sableye, KO the Mareep, set up some damage and play somewhere. We want to go after these lower HP, guaranteed low HP Pokemon. The Raichu and the Raikou. To be honest, from Jake here, yeah, this 90 damage on the Raichu is like almost like fully wasted here on the active because it has the Bravery Charm. Now hold on, but there is probably another Force Seal Stone in Jake's deck, so we could make that work. I think actually here as Jake, you probably want to attack with Sableye and then plan to follow up with Greninja on a later turn. Either work though. If we can get one of these attacks off, we'll be in a pretty good spot here for Jake. We only have 7 in the Lost Zone right now, so currently Jake is guaranteed an attack with the Greninja, and actually it's. Jake maybe should have played the Mirage Gate to start the sequence, to be honest. Just like Mirage Gate to the Greninja. I wouldn't have hated to see that. I wouldn't have hated to see that. And we had the switch card in hand there for Jake as well. So I think Jake could have committed to the idea of using Greninja and then wait and see on how the Sableye play went. There's a Raikou in the hand there alongside a Nest Ball. Probably go with the Raikou because you have the Force Seal Stone in play. You don't really want to use the Raikou here because you do put a 2-prizer in play for your opponent to potentially take advantage of. So I don't like benching it, but maybe you do just want to use a Colress. That's a tough call here, to be honest, from Jake. And we do see the bench of the Raikou. But like I said, you want to attack with Sableye or Greninja here as Jake. You want to attack with Sableye or Greninja. You see the Force Seal Stone. It's probably just going to be a Colress. Just dig through the deck, try and set up more threats in play, stuff like that. And I would like to see a Mirage Gate even get played this turn from like right now from Jake before the Colress probably. Well, actually, I don't know. Now we could let go of the Sableye route, so maybe you do wait on the Mirage Gate, because you have like Super Rod Mirage Gate to like combo on a later turn. I don't hate holding it now, actually, to be honest. But there's a Mirage Gate use. We'll see what Jake loads up here. This will tell us what Jake's going to go with the attack. All right, that's what I was afraid was going to happen. I was afraid Jake was going to go the Raikou route. I don't think you ever attack with Raikou here. If you take out, like, Christian has a 1-card hand off of going Boss KO. Christian would specifically need Generator Boss to then Boss KO your Raikou with Raichu, and then would be left with 0 energy in play, which I think then you're still in a fine place as Jake. I think you always remove this Mareep from play and just like trap Christian into the Raichu play over and over again. I think you remove the Mareep with Sableye or Greninja and then build up damage somewhere else. I don't think you ever care about KOing this Raichu this turn. You remove the engine of the Mareep. And then if Christian does have Generator for 2 into Boss KO your Raikou, you're like, okay, whatever. You used 4 energy. You have 0 energy in play now. Who cares? You drew 2 more prize cards. You have 0 energy in play. You attack with Greninja or Sableye again. And then if Christian is able to set up an actual threat on the next turn, you can respond to that with a Dragonite. And you should still be just like a perfectly fine play spot from there, if you can find the Dragonite play, I guess. But yeah, going to the Raikou play almost feels like you're giving Christian like a... That's why I almost didn't like benching the Raikou, but I think benching the Raikou to get the Force Seal Stone was probably fine because of Christian only having a 1-card hand. But I would definitely want to see this Mareep get removed from play. And not put a 2-prizer on your active here as Jake. But I guess as long... yeah, I don't love this. I don't love it. It also means like this damage on the Raichu is that much more wasted because you're like over KOing with the Raikou here probably. So it becomes like that much more of a waste of damage. I mean, the chance that the Raikou gets responded to, I guess, isn't that high, to be honest. As long as Jake doesn't bench another Pokemon, the Raikou can't return KO or anything like that. So we need a 3-energy Miraidon. So as long as Jake doesn't actually bench another Pokemon here, I guess it's gonna work out like okay, to be honest. It won't be like that bad. Yeah, it'll be like okay. So it should be a KO with the Raikou here. I feel like this. I would actually probably play the. I would play the Vacuum here as Jake, and I would get rid of my own Pokestop to stop Christian being able to dig for Generator. Yeah, so I would play this Vacuum. Oh, actually, you could... No, that's not what I thought it was. What is that? That's Dragonite. So you should Vacuum away your own stop here, because you don't want to give Christian more outs to Generator, I don't think. Take that away. I wouldn't hate to actually see that. No, don't bench. Wait, did we not KO? 5-6, 160, 100... No, we KO'd. But now, Christian can respond with a Raikou knockout. I don't like that. Wait. 100, 120, 200. Yeah, that's a big mistake there from Jake. Benching Dragonite, not needed to get the KO. And then also now now Christian only needs 2 energy to get a knockout, which means the reason that's actually a big deal is because like if Christian goes Miraidon knockout Raikou. Wait, Jake said what? 3 prize cards? Yeah. If Christian goes Miraidon knockout Raikou and you respond with Dragonite knockout Miraidon, you take 3 energy out of play. But now if they respond with a Raikou knockout Raikou and they respond with Dragonite knockout Raikou, it allows Christian to preserve 1 energy in play, which could lead to the Raichu all of a sudden being able to KO the Dragonite in response, whereas otherwise it wouldn't have been able to happen. So that's a mistake there. That's a big mistake there from Jake. I don't even think we should have... Like, benching the Raikou, I think, was probably fine because Christian had a 1-card hand and you just want to keep progressing your board state. But attacking with Raikou, I think, was just a mistake in general. We should have just seen a Sableye or a Greninja attack here from Jake. And Jake did have the second, and that would have actually been perfect for... That would have been like perfect for Jake as well, because Jake does have the second vacuum and does play it. So that 90 damage that was put on that other Raichu previously wouldn't have been wasted, because we actually would have been able to remove that Bravery Charm and bring that Raichu's HP down and like get it in range for it to be taken out. Get it in range for it to be taken out and actually not have like it was a mistake initially to actually even hit that Raichu with the Greninja, but like we could have fixed it with the vacuum. But we see Christian going in. And see, this is what I was saying. We should probably get rid of Pokestop, because like one of Christian's outs here, we should probably get rid of the Pokestop here, because Christian just like needs generators, right? And immediately goes for the Pokestop use. Mills, a Flaffy, Mills, a Research, gets an Ultra Ball. Does that keep Christian in the game? What is the hand here for Christian? I can't tell. They have an Ultra Ball in the hand. I can't tell what else is in the hand, though, to be honest. Maybe should have used Miraidon before using that as well. There's a Judge. Okay, so they're not completely dead in the water. Christian didn't use... Christian might just not have another basic in the deck, to be honest. But you do need another basic so your Raikou can actually KO Jake's Raikou. So you definitely should have started with the Miraidon use here from Christian. Then maybe use the Pokestop or use the Judge. I don't know which one should come first, the Judge or the Pokestop. You got me, but I don't think using Pokestop first is like that bad. There's a Billy in hand. There's also a Path. I don't hate holding the Path, but this is definitely not a... Wait, was that an attachment for turn to the Miraidon? Did we attach a Miraidon there? We did, right? Yeah, so this is also just like a misplay from Christian, because you decrease your odds of actually knocking out this Raikou. If you don't knock out this Raikou of Jake's, you literally just lose the game as Christian. The game just ends instantly. So like you have to knock this Raikou out, and you knock it out if you just bench a Pokemon and get 2 energy on the Raikou. But now when you find a generator here as Christian, you have to hit, and there's the Miraidon use a little bit late. You have to hit 2 energy off the generator. So yeah, definitely a mistake there from Christian for sure. Bad sequence. I think that's a Path in hand. Retreating to the Mareep. 3 prize cards left for Jake. I mean, I guess that's fine. You want to keep around your own pivot. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Wait, where did the Miraidon go from? Oh, no, we Ultra Balled for a Miraidon here as Christian. Okay, that's fine. I guess maybe that's why... No, it doesn't make a difference, I don't think. And I'm trying to think about the... Yeah, do you play Path here or do you not play Path here as Christian? You probably don't play Path. You probably need the Pokestop yourself. Yeah, you probably need the Poke... Well, you need a lot. You need a lot here. All right, Mareep pass, and we're headed over to Jake. Got judged. And it looks like used Pokestop immediately. Am I trolling? Maybe I'm trolling. Okay, draw for turn. I don't think we've used the Pokestop here from Jake. Has a Comfey, benches it. Has the Bravery Charm for the Dragonite, which is pretty chill. The rest of the hand, not very good. Fleet-footed. Could have used the Mirage. I don't know what energy's left in the deck here, but we could have Mirage gated first here. Has an Escape Rope. You don't really need to. I would set up this Dragonite as much as possible if I was Jake here. Yeah, I would set this up as much as possible. I would maybe even go ahead and rip that. I would maybe just go with the Pokestop here and use the Pokestop. Maybe shuffle the deck first. I don't know if we want to really care about shuffling the deck first or not. I think they're talking about how many cards Jake has in hand, but it seems correct to me. Unless I'm trolling. I could be trolling here. That's always possible. Okay, draw for turn, bench Comfey, use Fleet-footed, add 5 cards in hand. Everything looks fine to me. I don't know what the judges are on about in this one. But yeah, I would like to see the Mirage get used here. Just load up the Dragonite. Getting a Psychic Energy here also probably makes sense as well. Potential from the Sableye, but also like more energy in the deck to potentially use with Greninja is pretty good as well. Yeah, you could use Escape Rope here as well. I don't really hate using Escape Rope here. Also, like I said, I think I maybe would have ripped the Pokestop to begin the turn with. I think I maybe would have just used Pokestop. I don't really hate using Pokestop here either. I think I would have started the turn with that, because now we have an extra energy in the deck. We don't want to mill with the Pokestop, so we would want to start with the Pokestop if we're going to use it. But we'll see if Jake thinks it's correct to use Pokestop or not. I'm not 100% sold one way or the other. Also, could use both switch cards and use a Comfey here, but I don't think that's necessary either. There's the knockout. I don't know what the prize card was. Actually, Jake prized... I think that's actually a Roxanne off the prize cards. That might have been the Roxanne. Jake prized Drake. Jake prized like 3... Jake prized like 3 supporters and Palpad, but has been pulling them out of the prize. I mean, there's still the Clara and the Chorus prized, but all right. Generator from Christian. Trying to find the energy here to attack with. Now it has to be Mariah. Oh, actually, also the Comfy bench. This Comfy bench was also bad from Jake as well here, because now you don't know how many Pokemon Christian has left, but you shouldn't make it easier for Christian to get the knockout on your Raikou. You should force more liabilities and play it. Well, actually, I don't know if I agree with that. It depends if you think Christian has enough basics left or not. What do you need? 100, 200? Yeah, it depends if you think Christian has enough basics left. If you don't think Christian has enough basics left, then you should definitely not have benched that Comfy as Jake. To be honest, I don't know how many basics Christian has left. Switch off the Pokestop, retreats to the Raikou, and we're going to see a fleet-footed here for 1, I believe. I think they're just confirming that the Pokestop was done correctly there. Okay, fleet-footed for 1. Lightning Energy. I don't think that's doing enough. I think we're going to next game here. Yeah, all right. Next game, pretty sloppy from both sides, to be honest. Both sides played pretty sloppy. Jake did get pretty far ahead eventually. But the reason Jake got so far ahead is because Christian, because Christian's early attacks were just like poor choices of what to attack with. If Christian just had attacked with Raikou and Miraidon over Raichu, Christian would have been in a spot that kind of forced a lot more out of Jake. And then Christian overbenches the 1 prize Pokemon. Like the Marie bench was like really bad. The second Marie bench was really bad. Zeraora with a Bravery Charm plus 1 Marie. I don't know. Jake also plays the Echoing Horn, which is going to make things tough for Christian to have control over that. But you can probably keep your bench full after the first Marie goes down. So this game, I definitely want to see Christian not put 2 1 prize Pokemon in play. Just put a Mareep in play, force Jake to chase it, then keep your bench full with 2 prize Pokemon, lock out the potential of the Echoing Horn. You might not always be able to keep it locked out, but try to. But you do want to force that first Mareep in play, so either you can consistently get the advantage of the energy acceleration from the Flaffy, or you make Jake have to go chase it. Looks like Jake's being pretty aggressive here. Doesn't get... All right, that's got to be trolling. We're not allowing that. There's no way you don't get Cram at least here, right? Let me see these prize cards. All right, so if Christian... All right. How's this going to go? You have Greninja, Comfy. You at least grab Cram here. So the outcome of this is Christian whiffs a turn 1 attack, and then you just attack with Cram for turn, maybe, and that's fine. Christian hits a turn 1 attack, and you have Cram on your bench, and maybe you attack with something bigger, like the Greninja or a 2 prize Pokemon. But you have 3 bench spaces to work with for attackers. You may as well just grab Cram here. There's no reason to not grab Cram here. Either you have bench spaces for 4 attackers. You have bench spaces for 4 attackers here. There's no way you don't grab Cram here. Or to be honest, maybe even Dragonite. No, it's not safe to put a 2 prizer in play immediately, because if we see like a Miraidon plus a Bravery Charm, that's kind of annoying to. You would probably rather. I mean, even if you see that attacking with Dragonite's not terrible, to be honest. Actually, to be honest, the more I think about it, I kind of like the idea of just grabbing Dragonite here. You definitely take something. You don't take nothing. Taking nothing here is trolling for sure. You got to get something here. Cram or Dragonite. I don't know which one, but you always take something here. You pick one of them. You have the bench space to work with. If you're afraid of putting a 2 prizer in play too aggressively, if you're afraid of putting a two prizer in play too aggressively, you just take a Cram. If you don't think that's a concern in this matchup, then you take the Dragonite. I'm not going to overly think about which one's correct here. I'm just going to go ahead and say it's correct to take one of them. You do have a Nest Ball in the hand here still for Jake, but you don't want to have to like play this next ball. You don't have to like play this next ball next turn as Jake to go get a Cram when you could have just had a Cram right now. So you should just like, this should have, yeah, Cram or Dragonite. You were getting one of them. I don't know. We can decide which one later. None of them were gotten, so we're not going to overthink it. Yeah. And then, okay, thank goodness. But actually, that's the wrong energy. You want to discard the Lightning Energy, because if you want the potential to attack with a Raikou or a Dragonite next turn, you do actually want a Lightning Energy in your discard pile, because Psychic Energy is not something you're prioritizing to get back with Mirage Gate. But if you draw into all of your Lightning Energy, then you might need to Super Rod one back in the deck to then Mirage Gate into play. But let's say you end your sequence with Colress and you Colress into all your Lightning Energy, and you're like, oh shoot. Well, now I can't get any Lightning Energy into the discard pile and then put it back with the Super Rod and then use Mirage Gate. So you should prioritize putting a Lightning Energy in the Lost Zone here, or in the discard pile here as Jake. So that's a mistake there. You want to do that. You want to do that first. Yeah. Switch card. Yeah, so we're going to get the triple Comfy use off here from Jake, which is solid. Goodbye Manaphy. Pretty easy. And then attach Retreat. We could still see a Nest Ball first here from Jake. Like, I wouldn't hate to see the Cram get found out right now, but So I would still like to have seen the Nest Ball for the Cram there, I think. Water Energy versus Sableye. To be honest, Sableye's not that strong in this matchup. Greninja's a better attacker. Your 2 prizes are solid attackers. Cram sometimes does the exact same thing Sableye does. So I don't hate holding on to the water here as like more draw power for the next turn. And Jake agrees. I think it's like probably fine. Yeah, once again though, Cram, we should have seen a Cram off that Battle VIP buzz off there. Because once again, like if Christian just has a slow first turn, doesn't get a turn 1 attack, all right, then you're like, all right, cool, that's cool with me. I get the first attack with a Cram, which isn't as good as Greninja or a Sableye maybe, or even like a 2 prize Pokemon. But you still get the first attack, and that already puts you ahead in this matchup to begin with. So you should be comfortable with that no matter what. And then if Christian does get the turn 1 attack on the Comfey, you still have 2 other bench spaces to work with for attackers. So like this Comfey gets KO in the active, you send up a Comfey, Crams on the bench. You still have 2 bench spaces to work with attackers. So you're not like locking yourself out of options to like play around Judge and Iono or something. Or like I said, maybe the Dragonite is the better grab there. I think we should grab something though. And I don't hate the reason I kind of like the Dragonite grab there from Jake off that first Battle VIP pass is because Christian does play Judge. And if you get Judge and you draw into a 4 Seal Stone, you're going to want a V Pokemon in play, right? Like, if you're attacking with Dragonite turn 2 to get two prize cards and your opponent responds with getting 2 prize cards, you're okay with that trade-off, right? That's not a bad trade-off, so that's the reason to like get Dragonite aggressively in some matchups when it's like, you know, your opponent can't, and also you know Christian can't KO your Dragonite turn 1. When you know your opponent can't knock out your V Pokemon turn 1, then it's sometimes just good to throw that in play just to be like, all right, like against like Lost Box against Arctina, you always get Dragonite out immediately because you want to attack with Dragonite that wants to be your main attacker immediately, and then if they judge you, you know, now it's not just, okay, I hope I draw into a Colress. It's like, okay, I can draw into a Colress or a 4 Seal Stone or this or that. So we once again see Christian overextending the bench with the 1 prizers. Like I said, probably should just be a Mareep. Just don't take the Zero Aura. You're going to have to play your energy a little bit safer at that point, and like misplaying your energy is going to be more punishing because you don't have the pivot to work with, but like it's just correct to not put 2 1 prizes in play here. So another mistake from Christian again, doing it back-to-back games. Gets the Mareep, but then also puts down the Zero Aura. Just the Mareep is what you want to do here. You don't want to put down the Zero Aura. We do have a Bravery Charm to protect the Zero Aura, which is probably where it should go. I actually don't know, to be honest. Escape Rope happening here. Zero up to the active. Still a little bit short on the energy. Oh, but there's do have a generator in hand, so we could see the generator from Christian here. And then, yeah, I think just attack with Raikou here, to be honest. Like, you could try to attack with a Miraidon, and then get a Bravery Charm on it, so that way, if Jake hits your Miraidon with a Dragonite, Jake doesn't get the KO, but like they'll just vacuum it later or clean it up with Sableye later. I would put the Bravery Charm on your Raikou though, so that way Jake can't go Raikou your Raikou. You don't want that to happen. So I would like to see the Bravery Charm go onto the Raikou here because the Raikou's a lot easier. Or if Jake has a slower turn and can only punch your Raikou with like a Cram, the Bravery Charm still can get a lot of value there for that reason as well. So we'll see what I think it's an Iono in the hand there for Christian, so how's that work? Don't stop attaching to the Raichu. Stop attaching to the Raichu. Dude, stop. If a Dragonite happens, we can get 2 energy on our Raichu, okay? If a Dragonite KOs our Raikou here, we need 4 energy to KO it back. If we're KOing it back, if we're return KO with the Dragonite, you need to get 4 energy in play. You have 0 currently on the bench besides this 1 attached to the Raichu. We need 3 more. If we get 3 more, 2 of them can end up on the Raichu. We can make it work. We can make it happen. Stop attaching to the Raichu. If the Dragonite happens, we need 4 to begin with anyway. So 3 of those can make their way to the Raichu. Put on a Miraidon. Miraidon's cool. Miraidon's good. If Jake goes Raikou, knock out your Raikou, you don't want to respond with Raichu because then you just have no energy in play after that. Stop attaching. Don't attach to the rat. Let him sleep. He's chilling. Here's the Judge coming in from Judge. Christian should 100% Judge here. The most disruptive play Christian can do here is judging. Hit him with the Judge. We haven't played this. Yes, let's go. And this is why, once again, like whether it be the Dragonite or the Cram, Jake would just have a more developed board, right? And could do something next turn. Or more likely to do something next turn. But now Jake's board is underdeveloped from where it could be. And Jake honestly could have gone as far as like bench the Cram and actually play one of those Nest Balls in hand to get a Sableye. I actually wouldn't have hated to see that from Jake. I would have hated to see Jake go or Dragonite plus Nest Ball for Sableye. Dragonite plus Cram also probably would have been fine as well, to be honest. Probably not the Sableye, honestly. Honestly, Dragonite Cram on Jake's bench here would have been pretty sick. But now we have an underdeveloped board here from Jake, which could definitely lead to Jake just not attacking this turn. And you'd rather attack with it Cram for 110 than nothing, right? So, yeah. So you just want to be as a setup as you possibly can. And what that comes down to is like having an understanding of matchups. So that way you know, okay, I'm going to want this in this matchup. I'm going to want this in this matchup. So let's put it in play right now. So that way, if I do get judged, if I do get IO'd, I'm more set up to be able to deal with the situation. Unless you like fear your opponent boss KO on it. But like Jake was under no threat of like a boss KO on that turn. So Super Odd, he looks like getting rid of Boss and Escape Rope. Boss can be pretty good in this matchup. Escape Rope is always a solid card, of course. I think the other cards are like Pokestop, Nest Ball, Super Odd. How important is the Pokestop? I'm not sure, to be honest. Instead, he's giving up the Nest Ball and the Boss, possibly. Seems fine. The Nest Ball doesn't seem like that pressing, to be honest. The Super Odd also isn't that pressing right now. I'm actually not sure what to take here, so I'm just going to let Jake cook and figure this one out, because I'm actually not sure what I would take here, to be honest. Goes with the Stop, the Nest Ball, and the Super Odd. I wonder why favoring the Nest Ball so much, to be honest. That's like the number one. That's the one I'm looking at. I was like, I don't know. Does that make that much sense to hold on to here? All right, we got 6 in the loss zone. Need to get up to 7. This is actually where one of the judge calls happens, and I think was a very good judge call overall. There's the vacuum hit. So right here, Jake does have the Jake has the play here to like get the knockout on this Raikou. We're gonna vacuum away something here. I'm actually not sure where vacuuming away here is Jake. I think Jake makes a mistake here, actually. Yeah, I don't like that play, actually, because we're gonna vacuum away the Nest Ball now, and then we're gonna see Jake go with the Raikou, knock out the Raikou, but actually forgets to play the vacuum before the Forest Seal Stone, I believe, here. So, but I think Jake probably should have played the Nest Ball to get another better attacker into play, and then vacuum away the Comfey instead, because 3 Comfeys is like overkill at this point, I feel like, as opposed to having like another attacker in play set up. So I don't like that choice there from Jake, because I'm pretty sure the vacuum is going to be getting rid of the Nest Ball out of this hand. We'll see what Jake chooses to get rid of with the vacuum, and then still has because you don't want to knock out the active here as Jake, or knocking out the active is fine. Honestly, though, I don't hate attacking with Greninja here, but I guess attacking with Greninja here, leaving your Raikou while you have a Raikou in play, does not feel great. So I guess it's probably better to just like swing with the Raikou and get the knockout. And goes with the switch cart. This is where one of the rulings comes up that I was talking about. I don't know. Should we have used the Super Rod here, though? What was the energy like in deck? Water. Psychic Water. Okay, there's no lightning in the deck. Wait, really? Where's the lightning energy? Was there? I didn't think there was any prize. Maybe I'm trolling, though. Probably shouldn't shuffle back the Comfey here. You don't want, like, a Comfey's just a dead card at this point. You don't want this Comfey in your deck. That's just like a dead card. You want a higher chance of seeing your better cards. There must be a lightning prizing, because there's none in the lost zone. There's maybe one prized. Here comes a Palpad, recovers a couple of Colruses. You like to see that. There's only 2 in the list. I guess one is prized in. Is there only 2 in the list? Yeah. So Jake goes through all the sequence like, oh, wait, I'm going back in. Plays the Mirage Gate, but can't use the Mirage Gate because there's not 7 in the lost zone. And then they realize this, but Jake then immediately plays the vacuum. So Jake immediately plays the vacuum. Vacuums away the escape rope. Okay, keeps the Nest Ball. And then we can see the switch cart into the Raikou. Then I would like to maybe see the Nest Ball be played, but I guess if you maybe, actually at this point as Jake, maybe you don't know what you want from the Nest Ball. You maybe just not sure. You might want Dragonite, you might want Sableye. Holding on to it seems reasonable, to be honest, actually, overall. So there was a missequence here from Jake. Should have vacuumed first, obviously, and then used the Mirage Gate. And then they catch it like right here. But because Jake had just searched, his deck, and because it was very obvious the sequence that was taking place, instead of this being like a 2 prize penalty or a game loss or whatever it feels like it normally is, they actually just give Jake a warning, which I was really happy to see this resolve, because like very obviously what happened, it's very obvious the sequence was like going to be sequenced that way, whatever it might be. Now, if Jake had priors at this point, I feel like it's fine. Did he fleet-footed before attack? Yeah, I believe Jake did use fleet-footed because there's only 1 card in hand and now there's 2. Because Jake didn't have any priors up to this point, if Jake had a bunch of incidences of like messed up board states up to this point, then I think it would have been fair if Jake had gotten like a double prize penalty here or something like that. But probably because of the lack of priors, and it's very obviously what happened, and Jake did just immediately play the vacuum afterwards, right? So like it just pretty straightforward. It's obvious what was going on. Jake did also just search their deck before with Forest Sealstone before using the Mirage Gate, so there wasn't like any more information to be gained about what should be like vacuumed away. Information had just been gained out of the deck. So these are, I would love to see these kind of judge calls happen more, where it's like when we can reverse the board state pretty reasonably, as long as you haven't done it a bunch throughout the rest of the tournament, having it just be a warning instead of like a double prize penalty, I think is like the way we should see rulings end up more often. Because it feels like most of the time this usually ends up in like a double prize penalty. It just feels like it usually ends up more as a double prize penalty or a game loss. So I think it's really cool to see this. There's also another scenario that we'll get to eventually in a later game in top 4, where it's like a similar scenario where it's like, okay, we can just correct the board state. They actually make them go back and replay all of this. That's actually interesting. I don't know why we're replaying this. Oh no, they're doing the replay. Okay, I was like, why are we making them replay this? That was an actual replay. Okay, but yeah, it's cool that it's not a 2 prize penalty or a game loss. Very cool to see. All right, over to Christian. Let's see what Christian can cook up this turn. Christian is definitely behind at this point, I would say, a little bit overall. Only 1 energy in play. Maybe Christian's not that far behind, to be honest. A little bit. There's still like the 2 1 prizes in play that Jake can take advantage of at some point through Greninja and Sableye and stuff like that. So I would still say Jake is like in a... Like, I would feel... If I was playing the Lost Box here as Jake, I would be feeling pretty comfortable doing this. I'd be feeling like, okay, it's close, but I'm feeling fine. I wouldn't say like Jake has a huge advantage or anything like that, but as long as Jake chains attacks from here with Sableye and Greninja, and then maybe clean up with a Raikou or a Dragonite, Jake should win this match still. So yeah, if I was Jake, I'd still be feeling pretty. I'd be feeling pretty comfortable. No bad intent. The charm was coming off either way. Yeah, exactly. Like everything. That's how it was all going. Oh, it looked like Christian had 6 matches. Dude. Why, dude? Dude, Christian has to stop attacking with Raichu. Christian has an obsession with the Raichu. There's a mill from the Pokestop. Gets the Ultra Ball, which can lead to a Flaffy here. Once again, immediately attaches to the Raichu, though. Like, when you need 4 energy in play here for Christian to get off an attack, for the Raichu to KO the Raikou, but you only need 3 energy for the Miraidon attack, and then it conserves an energy in play, and you set up a higher HP Pokemon into your active, which means that like if Cram is the only option for Jake or something. Also, it like opens up a very easy line for Jake to just like ignore the Raichu and be like, oh, you attacked with Raichu. Okay, Greninja, snipe your Flaffy, put 90 on your Zeraora. And then goes over to Christian, it's like, oh, cool, I have 0 energy in play. Let's cook. And it's just like, instead, if you have at least, like if Jake responds with Dragonite here, it's like, okay, whatever. Dragonite KOs some Miraidon. At least you still have 1 energy in play to work with as opposed to 0. But if Jake just doesn't want to respond with Dragonite, then as Christian, you're just like, okay, I have all this energy on my Miraidon. Play a switch card or retreat it, and now I'm attacking with something else. Still have a ton of energy in play to work with. Instead, it feels like Christian like starting from square 1 every single time. And just like, I'm attacking with Raichu. I'm going the hard mode. I need to hit 2 energy off of every single generator. And this card is the research. Okay, so we still need to see a generator and an energy hit here for Christian, or Christian is just cooked and this game's basically over, I would say. Yeah, Christian needs to find a generator, needs energy. That's not that ridiculous for Christian to find. It's pretty reasonable, to be honest. But it would be better to just... and if Christian would need that... Well, no, actually, that's not even true. If Christian just didn't attach the energy from this... If Christian attached this energy that's on this Raichu to the Miraidon last turn, like he should have, the Miraidon would already be powered up and ready to go. From attach into attach Flaffy. But instead, Christian like makes it hard on themselves by attaching to the Raichu on the previous turn instead of the Miraidon, and now you're in like a more awkward spot. Does have the generator, though, gonna play... Oh, doesn't play the Ultra Ball first. I would like to see Christian play that Ultra Ball first, get rid of the research and the energy in hand, keep the Judge, thin out 1 more card out of the deck, and then play the generator. As long as there's a card to thin out of the deck, otherwise it doesn't really matter, to be honest. But... And there probably is going to be an energy hit here still. No way, bro. Let's go! Dude, you'd love to see the punish. I'm so hyped right now. I'm so excited. Let's go, man. You love to see it. The punish. We could have had... The Miraidon could be cooking. The Miraidon could be set up ready to cook. Instead... Christian just loves Raichu. I mean, maybe it's Christian's favorite Pokemon. Raichu might be Christian's favorite Pokemon, to be honest. And we're not going to knock out this Raikou. So, yeah, that's going to be tough to recover from. Also, now plays the Ultra Ball, an action late. Didn't sufficiently thin out the deck before playing the generator as well. So, another missequence there from Christian. So like could have like the Squawk ability maybe wasn't in the top 5. Doesn't matter though. You always play the Ultra Ball first there, thin out 1 more card, then play the generator. Because no Iono got played last turn, so you're not playing around like dead cards on the bottom of your deck. At least I don't think. But the Miraidon got used, so your deck already got shuffled, so it doesn't really matter. Because you're just gonna pass. So here's a really good opportunity for Jake to like really just win the game. I think you probably just leave the Zeraora in the active here as Christian, to be honest. I think you should, yeah, because the Raikou 1-hit KOs no matter what you send up. You don't want to give them a 2-prize knockout, because then Jake only needs 2 more prizes. I want to attack here with this either. Or do you? You do 180? Okay. So you do 180 with this, and then what? Attack with Zero Aura for the knockout? I'm not going to overthink this one. If this might make sense, I actually don't know, to be honest. What does Zero Aura do? 20 damage? No, just 30 plus 30. I guess maybe this might not be terrible, to be honest. I don't hate this choice here from Christian. A really good play here from Jake, though, would be Greninja KO. I think if Jake has... Well, is that better? I don't actually know. If Jake has, like, switch into Greninja KO... Oh, switch card... Oh, dude. Switch card the Raikou into Greninja KO Flaffy plus 90 on Zero Aura would be disgusting. That would just, like, win the game. Because then the Zero Aura can't even go boss KO the Raikou. And you took away their energy acceleration when they have 0 energy in place. Yeah, so from Jake here, if Jake... I don't know if Jake can do it, but if Jake can do it... also, like, attack with Raikou plus load up, like, something like the Dragonite would also be good. There's a lot, like, Jake's got a lot, but I think the best play here from Jake is switch cart to the Greninja KO Flaffy, 90 on Zero Aura. And then the game is basically cooked. But to be honest, if Jake just sets up a bunch of attackers this turn and then knocks out with Raikou, that's still pretty good. So if Jake just goes attack with Raikou, load up Zero Aura, or load up the Dragonite, that's, like, still pretty chill. I don't think we should have used Fleet-Footed, I think. I don't think Fleet-Footed was used there. I could be wrong, though. There's a switch cart. Oh, but no Mirage Gate. There is a ordinary rod in hand, I believe, or super rod. I'm sorry. The switch cart gets us close. We do want to heal this Raikou. Dude, if we get the Greninja play off, how did we lose? Have we even used Greninja yet here as Jake? That's also maybe another missequence, to be honest. Jake's committed to this Dragonite idea. I don't like it. I don't know if Fleet-Footed or Greninja's been used here. I don't think so. Yeah, so Fleet-Footed a little bit late. What do we got? And then also attaching before using the Fleet-Foot is also a mistake here from Jake. There's the hit. We should heal the 30 damage here, though, for sure. This is a big mistake from Jake, because this allows the Zero Aura play from Christian to happen. And right now, Jake's on a 2-2-2 prize trade right now. So Jake wants to force up a 2-prizer here so the Dragonite just can respond and the game ends. So Jake, instead of attaching to the Dragonite, what Jake should have done... I don't think Jake used Greninja either. Jake should have also just used Greninja. I don't think Jake used Greninja. But we could have switched... Instead of attaching to Dragonite, you could switch cart the Raikou into a Comfey, use a Comfey, then retreat the Comfey, and then it forces up a 2-prize Pokemon, so... so it's definitely a mistake there from Jake. But like I said, ideally should have looked for the switch cart Raikou into Greninja KO Flaffy. That would have been beautiful, but not quite. So now the Zero Aura does get to respond. Still, Jake's in a really good spot, but like, yeah, there's no reason to give your opponent a better situation than they might have had. Otherwise than they might have had, right? There's no reason to like help your opponent. Like, if you can play better and make your opponent in a worse spot, you should try and do that. So that active nest ball. Yeah, so now the Zero Aura can KO the Raikou, which we could have avoided. Jake could have avoided this. Like I said, all Jake had to do was just play the switch card, hard retreat the Comfey, which I think was a better play here. Also, like I said, didn't use Greninja, but probably should have used Greninja there to look for the Greninja play, because the attack with Greninja here from Jake plus the switch card would have been game over for sure. Like, there's no way, there's no recovering from that from Christian. So, and the Raikou would still be like set up as an attacker as well. It'd just be absurd. Here we go, but it's just a judge here from Christian. Would have definitely loved something like an Iono. Here we go with a generator. It doesn't really... Dude, once again, the attachment... Dude, stop! Wait, no, okay, maybe the Raichu is... No. But we don't need... Okay, maybe it's fine. Maybe... All right, maybe the Raichu is fine this time. We do need to respond to this Dragonite, potentially. Or even boss KO it aggressively as Christian. But I feel like we still want the other option. Like, what if Jake just goes punch you with Cram next turn and KO your Zero Aura? As Christian, are you going to be like, well, I guess I have to attack with Raichu. You need to, like... Christian needs to, like, get some energy on both. You need to split it up a little bit. You need the options. Because Jake... What if Jake whiffs the Dragonite? You have to hope Jake whiffs, like... Jake is not going to Dragonite your Zero Aura, first of all. Jake's not going to Dragonite your Zero Aura. That'd be silly. So you have to assume that's not going to happen. So if Jake has boss KO one of your 2 prizes with Dragonite on the next turn, you lose the game. So the only reason Dragonite's hitting the active here from Jake is if Jake is winning. So that way, so as Christian here, you have to assume Jake is going to be attacking with Cram, Sableye, or Greninja. And you don't want to attack with Raichu into Cram, Sableye, or Greninja. But then once again, Christian just loves Raichu, man. That's all I got here. Christian just loves Raichu. Tunnel on the 2/2/2 for sure. Yeah, definitely. You gotta that's the power of Lost Box. You have a lot of your win conditions are very flexible. That's why the deck's so good. It has so many different ways to beat you. But if you only play one way, you just like don't abuse any of your other ways to win the game. Raichu is cool, big fat Raichu is chill, right? I don't dislike Raichu. I just dislike attacking with Raichu, to be honest. All right. Can Jake win this turn? Jake definitely does not need to win this turn as well. Like Jake should do something this turn, but we don't need to win. Once again, used Comfey before Greninja. I don't like it. I don't think I like that there. It's definitely a mistake. See what Jake is cooking, though. There's a Stormy Mountain first, just to check the deck. And then we'll see the Nest Ball for the Sableye. Can chain Sableyes here. Can go Greninja, KO, Flaffy, 90 on Zero Aura. Still have the Dragonite as a backup. So many plays here for Jake. I think Sableye, KO, Flaffy here would be pretty good from Jake to try and force Christian down the Raichu path, meaning like you just lose a bunch of energy and play consistently as Christian. So we do see the Sableye grab here from Jake. So yeah, the Sableye play here is solid, but we should go KO Flaffy. I want to see if Jake KOs the Zero Aura or not. There's a Mirage Gate. We still have not used Greninja here. I'm pretty sure Jake has just not used Greninja yet still. We have a Mirage Gate in hand. I think there is a Psychic in the deck, so you could just search out the Psychic, but you might want to be looking for a Super Rod so you can put another energy back in the deck so you can actually get 2 energies off of your Mirage Gate here, because Jake might only have Psychics in the deck right now. There's the Super Rod. Okay, we got it. Has the Gate as well. So could have attacked with Greninja here, to be honest. Could have actually got the Greninja attack off. If we had gotten rid of the... We'd kept the water energy, got rid of the lightning energy, right? What's the energy in hand right now? There's an energy in hand. I don't know which one was gotten rid of and which one was kept. I already, like, forgot. I'm getting tired. Super Rods in 3. We kept the lightning. If we kept the water... we could have attacked with... Greninja this turn. Greninja would have been a pretty good attack this turn, to be honest. We should definitely put another energy in play here. We shouldn't not put an energy in play here. We should probably just load up Dragonite, to be honest. Yeah, just load up Dragonite here. Put the water on the Dragonite. Escape up into Sableye. Attach the lightning to Dragonite. Use Sableye, KO, Flaffy. Yeah. Yeah, but this is incorrect here from Jake. Jake, like, just play the escape rope. Oh, do we have 10? Okay, we have 10. Yeah, so this is a mistake here from Jake. It's probably won't matter in the long run. So Jake should have gone... There's an escape rope in hand, I believe. Yeah, so play the escape rope. Set up the Sableye. Well, no. Jake's sequence should have, like, forced Christian into sending up Flaffy. Jake could have sequenced this where Jake goes play escape rope before, like, playing anything else down. And then Christian's like, well, if I send up a 2-prizer and they have Mirage Gate for Dragonite, I lose. Okay, so I send up Flaffy. And then Jake goes, okay, cool, you send up Flaffy. I'm going to send up Sableye. And I'm going to go Sableye, KO your Zero Aura, trap your Flaffy in the active. Water, lightning, water on my Dragonite. Sableye, KO, Zero Aura, put 1 damage counter. I don't know, put it somewhere. And then we go ahead. And then Christian goes, okay, I lose. But now, it is possible for Christian to play... It's possible for Christian to play Iono, Jake not find a way to KO... Dude, the energy on the right is just so bad. It's possible for Christian to play Iono, Jake not find a water energy, and then Christian go attach, knock out Sableye, generator for 1, attach, boss KO, Dragonite, win. So it is possible for Christian to still win here. But there is no Iono in the hand, so I'm pretty sure Jake will probably win on the next turn. Well, actually, I don't know, because actually, Jake's hand does not have a way to attack right now. Jake does just need a water energy to attack, but... Treat to the Raikou. No switch card in hand. Stormy Mountains. Yeah, Christian is hunting here for something. Mareep on the bench. That's fine. You already, like, this is fine to put the Mareep on the bench at this point because you still have the Zero Aura in play, so there's already a 1-prizer in play at this point. So Jake already has a 1-prize target to, like, work with here. Fleet-footed Iono. Would have been cool to see the punish, but it doesn't look like it. It is a Bravery Charm, but I think Christian retreated, so I don't think there's any way for Christian to actually win. I'm pretty sure the game just ends here. Although a reason to not put the Mareep in place, you could have Bravery Charmed with the Zero Aura. No Mareep in play, which means Sableye doesn't have a target, to be honest. All right, there's a concede from Christian. Okay. All right. Super sloppy game on both sides. I think there was a lack of understanding of the matchup on both sides. So the game plans were pretty weak overall, and then a lot of missequencing as well. Yeah, the game plan's like... Christian was playing, this is why Azul is way better than me. Maybe one day I'll get good. I mean, just keep practicing. That's all that matters, Jake. Keep putting in the practice. I mean, you're 501 here. Keep putting in the effort. You know, make a difference. I guess 601, right? You won. So you're 601 here. That's a pretty good start. Yeah, your misplays will catch up to you eventually. Like, your misplays do just catch up to you eventually. You could start 9-0, but then if you just misplay your next couple rounds, all of a sudden you're not making top cut, right? So your misplays do catch up with you eventually. You're not going to be able to misplay this much and actually walk away with the dub very consistently. So you got to clean up the play. But that's the important part, is to realize that you're making mistakes and then grow from it at that point. But yeah, both players, I think, had a lack of understanding of the matchup in general. Christian was playing super scared of Dragonite when he didn't need to. And then Jake was like tunnel visioning and not looking at the whole board of options of like, I can Greninja Sableye, Dragonite, Jake was a little bit more tunnel vision on like the 2 prize attackers, specifically in this matchup. But yeah, pretty sloppy on both sides. But dub for Jake in the end. Azul, your misplays must have caught up fast then, because 3/3 drop was real quick. Yeah, my misplays were more detrimental. All right, chat. That was a good stream. Almost 7 hours. Dude, Jake, just like you should still be proud of your finish, but still want to grow as a player. I'm proud of myself for streaming 7 hours today, because this is something I've been wanting to get more consistent at, streaming longer hours. I did it today, so 7-hour stream today. Feeling good. I'll be back again tomorrow. What's tomorrow? Is tomorrow Thursday? Tomorrow's Friday. Tomorrow's Thursday. I'll be back again tomorrow. One more round. Nope. I got to head off. I got stuff to do before I got to get to coaching. See you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll finish the VOD review. We might not finish the whole thing tomorrow. We might not finish the whole VOD review tomorrow. We're going to try. Like, we're going to try and finish it all. But there's still a lot to look. It might be like a day and a half more of streaming to get the rest of the VOD review. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Let me find someone to raid before I head off here. Sack is... All right, we're going to go ahead and raid Sack. Sack 17. All right, going to go ahead and raid Sack. Chat, have a good one. I'll see y'all tomorrow for some more Pittsburgh Regionals VOD review. Hit up Sack with some rats. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Doing it again and again and again and again. Have a good one. Peace.